HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
That'll do it. Astros with a total of 1 run in this series have dropped the first 2 games of it as they stay 1 game behind Detroit for that 3rd and final wild card spot. Again, they lose the tiebreaker, so they need to gain 2 games on the Tigers in the last 4 days.
Yeah, that's, that the open to our show on these losses that the Astros continue to pile up is very interesting because the sound bites that we play are, D'Amico, give me some juice, baby. Oh, yeah. And then it's Jalen Reed, let's do it. And then I don't blame Todd Callis for this. He is describing a train wreck right now, and he's like, well, the Astros lose again, and it's like, wah, wah. It's
and
bad,
honestly,
man.
the Jalen Reed soundbite is so good, the let's do it, and yet at the same time, he's an injured rookie 6th rounder safety.
Well, let's take stock of the 4 people that are in our open. Damian Pierce, healthy scratch the last 2 weeks.
Oh, no.
D'Amico Ryans, head coach of an 0-3 football team right now. Shannon Sharp, on the verge of getting a $100 million podcast deal, and then all of a sudden he was, and then his off the mic life kind of collapsed.
Oh, he didn't get that deal?
He didn't get that deal. No. He's still doing
stuff. He will
eventually. Yeah, he's still doing stuff.
Really, just because of that issue with the woman last year or whatever?
I think it tabled some things for him. Yes. Yeah. But that was
usually with podcasters, none of that stuff matters.
Right.
The podcasting companies are more like, I wish he would get actually arrested instead of just this.
Yeah, and I think the $100 million deal I think was from like a company that would care about stuff like that. Yeah. So he still has the best thing going right now of everybody. I think he's still doing stuff successfully. He just didn't get his $100 million deal. And Jalen Reed's got a knee injury, but he might be back soon. So there's that.
Just real quick for 15 seconds, I got to think that regardless of missing out on the $100 million deal, that's going to come at some point because his podcast numbers are good. Can you imagine the difference between talking to Skip Bayless every day versus talking to Chad Johnson?
Oh, my God.
How much happier Shannon Sharp probably is.
Oh, dude.
He gets to interview people. He doesn't have to make a federal case out of every little topic, oh, boy, now we got to battle and debate this out.
No.
I think that him divorcing, sometimes divorce is a good thing, and I think for Shannon Sharp, divorcing Skip Bayless has got to be the happiest thing that the best thing he's ever done.
Without question. Yeah, and he did get let go from ESPN, so there was that too.
I would say the same. Again,
yeah.
He can wear a comfy cardigan while chatting with Chad Johnson or interviewing one of the Williams sisters.
Sure.
It's just it's probably a much cleaner and or like a happier and probably ultimately more lucrative existence.
So things are looking up. So let's go glass half.
Things are looking up.
Let's go
for Shannon Sharp.
Let's go glass half full on the Open.
Yes.
Okay, so things are looking up for Shannon Sharp. Maybe Dameon Pierce gets on the field this weekend. Maybe the Texans win this weekend and go to 1-3, not 0-3. And I heard yesterday that Jalen Reed is on the road to recovery, so our Open is progressing nicely now.
And Jimmy Ward off the commissioner's exempt list.
Thank
you. The grand to indict.
Yeah. Okay.
Civil case pending.
Yes.
Off to the races we go.
Off to the races we go.
You're facing an 0-3. You're facing an 0-3 football team on the football side of things. On the baseball side of things, could you please score a run?
Good job.
Could you please score a damn run?
We've ignored the Astros for 4 minutes, and that's
we can ignore them no longer.
That's as long as we can go. The Astros lose again last night, as you heard Todd Callis on the bump in there. 6-0, the final score. This is where we're at right now with the Astros. Fangraphs has them as a 24.6% chance to make the postseason. After sweeping the Rangers last week, they were at like a 93% chance to make the playoffs. The Mariners are at like 97. The Astros were at 93. And that's how quickly this thing has unraveled. 5 straight losses, 3 to the Mariners, and none of these particularly close either. That to me is the most infuriating thing. Like, their collapses are inherently infuriating. They are not a competitive baseball team right now. They've been outscored the last 6 times they played the A's, because they played them back in July and they got swept at home in a 4-game series. And they're now on the verge of getting swept with their season hanging in the balance. They're on the verge of getting swept because Fromber is pitching this afternoon. We know how that goes in the month of September. They've been outscored by the A's, Seth. In the 6 games they've played the A's in the second half of the season, they've been outscored 43-8. 43-8.
43-8. In the Astros' last 8 games, they've scored 5 runs. The high water mark was the 4 runs in the loss against Seattle on Saturday.
The last 8 games? The last 5 games.
5 games. Yeah. What did I say?
8 games.
They've scored 8. I transposed this. They've scored 8 runs in the last 5 games.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. That's
sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Which is still really bad.
No. That's I'm like, wow.
Oh, no. Which it was inaccurate. But yeah, I'm gonna do the thing the politicians do. Well, I mean, but the spirit of what I said.
That is true.
I might have used completely false stats, but the spirit of what I said was true. Yeah.
So the last 5 games, they've scored 8 runs, and this is with knowing that you've got to win these games to get into the postseason. The only thing that kept the Astros in front in the AL West for the month of August, for the most part, July and August, was the fact that Seattle was collapsing as badly as you were. And then Seattle started winning baseball games. They're a good baseball team. They're very talented. Now the only thing that's keeping you in the race is, ironically, A.J. Hinch and the fact that the Tigers are as big a choker as you are right now. The Tigers had a 14-game lead in August in their division. They are now they're not trailing in the AL Central. That's the only thing that's keeping you alive right now, is that Detroit is just as bad as you are. They finish out a series with the Guardians today. We are if you want the Astros to make the postseason, and I know there's some of you out there that don't. I sat across from one during the toss yesterday, and John Lopez doesn't want them to make the postseason. You need to be rooting for the Guardians today and the Red Sox this weekend.
You try not to be a prisoner of the moment in baseball and just say, oh, well, over the last 5 games they've scored only 8 runs, and yet the Astros players themselves seem to be prisoners of the moment right now. And that's what's so disappointing about it, is that, boy,
5 hits last night.
If there was ever an emphatic slamming of the door with finality on the golden era of the Astros,
no doubt,
it's this, in a moment where you just play like the back of your baseball cards.
Right.
Okay? When you're going against a horrible pitching staff of the A's, play like the back of your baseball cards, and they're not doing it whatsoever. And all of these things, I'm glad you mentioned how people felt previously versus how they feel now. I mean, I flipped completely on how I felt a week ago. A week ago, I was arguing that, hey, look, you got to keep Framber as your number 2 guy, just because you got to try to get the best out of him, and you don't want to rock the boat too much with his fragile ecosystem in his gray matter up there. Now I don't even want to see him. I don't want to see him ever again. So there's that. I understand people not wanting them to make the playoffs. I don't agree with it, and yet I totally get it. There's this, and then Espada. Go back to when Espada was Coach of the Year candidate.
Yeah.
And I know you said, a week ago you tweeted something
So I'm looking at the tweet. Michael Schwab tweeted, we need to start talking about Joe Espada for AL Manager of the Year. He tweeted that on September 17th, and he talked about their leading. At the time, they were leading the division, and he listed all the wins above replacement that were sitting on the injured list.
September 17th.
It was a week ago. I retweeted it the next day, and I said, I don't disagree about the job Espada is doing this year. And yet, if the Astros miss the postseason, I could feasibly see Jim Crane firing him. It's going to be a wild last couple weeks of the season. That's what I tweeted. And I got a ton of replies from people, bookmarked and receipts kept, if it's any of you listening, that told me there is a 0%. I got some of those tweets like, they give this guy a mic. Oh, there's a 0% chance that there's no way he's getting fired. This is a collapse. When a team collapses, when you have a 90-something% chance of making the postseason with a couple of weeks to go, and now you sit 5 days later, you wake up on Thursday with a 24.6% chance of making the postseason, and you lose all the tiebreakers with everybody who you're chasing. This is when it is a collapse, and especially when it's a collapse, and it's Jim Crane, who's a bit of a wild card as an owner, and I don't say that disparagingly. Like Jim Crane wants to win, and if this is a collapse, an uncompetitive collapse, and Jim Crane in the offseason sees a manager out there that can increase their chances of getting back into the postseason by 5%, he'll go hire that manager. Joe Espada is not a sacred cow in all this.
No, and pay attention. Who the hell, honestly, I just love any single person that thought that was the dumbest thing that Sean has ever tweeted. I would have loved if you had tweeted out a week immediately after the World Series. You know what? I don't know. There's a good chance James Click is going to get fired. And, oh, my God, you idiot, you clown, you moron.
Right.
Like, are you that dumb? Like, honestly, are you that dumb that fired a GM immediately after winning a World Series? Yep. And that somehow Joe Espada is the guy who's going to be immune from all of that? A manager whose stated goal during spring training was to return to having good judgment at the plate, having competitive at-bats. And they're one of the worst three teams in the league at that at any given time. The offense is one of the worst offenses. They don't score runs.
Yeah.
I don't even want to get into the Perez Chica fiasco at the third base coach. Like, they do stupid things. Yeah. It's not just Altuve being stupid anymore on the base paths. Yep. There's idiocy that abounds all over the place.
Yeah, I'm glad.
And guys just aren't. They're not performing up to. Guys are not performing up to the back of their baseball.
Not
cards.
even close. 3 hits in the first game of this series and 5 hits in the game last night. What are we doing? 1 run in 2 games against, as you pointed out yesterday, a bad pitching team. Like, this is not fighting to the bitter. I know all the injuries. I know the injured list, everything else. Man, you're playing the A's and the Angels down the stretch here, and you're chasing a team for the last playoff spot that's collapsing worse than you are and managing to stay in front of you somehow. The Detroit Tigers. This isn't me pounding the table to fire Espada. All this is me saying, let's not say that this is crazy that he could get fired. I know he's a manager of the year candidate a week ago, and now we're saying he could get fired. I mean, I was saying a week ago he could get fired. Jim Crane, to Seth's point, let a GM go 5 days after winning the World Series, and then decided to be the GM and Red Jackson. Like that's way crazier than firing Joe Espada after a monumental collapse for a team that hasn't missed the postseason since 2016. It's been a decade since they missed the postseason, and they had the postseason in the palm of their hands a week ago. And now they're one bad Framber start away from basically being extinguished here. So don't, if any of you are the ones that reply to that tweet and you're listening right now, it's bookmarked. Don't worry. You may want to delete your reply. I'm coming for you. If it happens, I am coming for you. All right? Okay. Got that out of my system.
So the Astros still obviously not mathematically out of it.
No,
and,
no.
You're one of those people that are hoping for the Astros to not make the playoffs. I apologize to you for that. But There's still a chance.
Yeah.
They need a little bit of help from their friends.
I want them to make the postseason, but they
I do too. It's baseball, man,
Yeah.
and it is like there is the back of the baseball card and all
it's
of
your
that.
team. Like what?
Yeah, look, Jose Abreu a couple of years ago actually had a great September and postseason despite everything else. So the miracles can happen.
They can. All right, first media appearances from D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud since the C.J. Gardner Johnson cut. What did they have to say? How did D'Amico handle it? We will have that coming up next for you. But first, let's remind you, we are a couple days away. 2 mornings from now.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so the CJ Gardner Johnson cut is the biggest news of the week for the Texans. Texans play the Titans this Sunday, noon kick. Seth and I have you for Texans Countdown starting at 9 a.m. You can hear the game right here on Sports Radio 610. This was D'Amico Ryans. This is kind of a back and forth with the media yesterday. Obviously, the first questions right out of the chute were about the team cutting C.J. Gardner Johnson. Here was the back and forth between D'Amico Ryans, after which we will play what I thought was the most revealing answer in a press conference that didn't reveal a ton about the thought process behind cutting C.J. Gardner Johnson.
Just started. I know everyone saw the news where we released CD. Just wish CD the best. Unfortunately, we just moved on. And for me, every decision I make is always in the best. It's the best decision for us to move forward. And so now we're here. We're on to the Titans.
Why did you think it was in the best interest of the team?
Yeah, because it's my decision to move on. I know what's best for my team.
Performance or something else? There's been a lot of news reports on it.
Yeah, I'm not going to go into all the details of it. It was coming from me, the head coach. It's my team. It was the best for our team, and that's why I made the decision. So I'm not going into any further details on it.
Did you seek a trade partner, or did you get any interest from other teams?
No.
Okay,
No,
so
that was very, very concise.
That was very concise. Yeah, that last part. If you're wondering what the question, if you didn't quite hear it, the one word "no" was the answer to. Was there any trade interest out there?
Did you seek a trade partner, or was there any interest? And he said no.
No.
And that press conference pretty much went like that anytime he was asked about the C.J. Gardner Johnson trade. And the emphasis on, without quite as much gusto as Bill O'Brien, it was that it's all about the team and doing what's right with the team. There were some times where I thought, okay, he might be making a point about C.J. Gardner Johnson here when he talked about how good the practice was yesterday and all of those things.
Yeah.
But I did, you got to stretch a little bit to think that. We did get we're on to the Titans at one point.
It was at the very beginning. The coaches do that all the time. Like, that's their attempt to steer the conversation before any questions have been asked. And when I was listening to it yesterday and I heard that, I'm like, hey, you're about to get – I know you're on to the Titans. You're about to get 4 C.J. Gardner Johnson questions, just so you know.
That's old stuff. Why are you bringing that up?
We're on to Christmas.
That affair was weeks ago.
Right.
What are you?
We're on to Thanksgiving. Yeah.
Why can't you trust me now?
I thought I thought this was the most revealing answer, because the media started asking non-CJ Gardner Johnson questions, and then later on in the press conference, Cody Stutes steered it back and said, was the team surprised that C.J. Gardner Johnson got let go?
Yeah, I don't think it was a surprise. If it is, that's the league. It's always surprises each and every year in the league. So if it's a surprise to them, it's okay. Everybody will be all right. Just a quick reset for everybody. Refocus on what we need to focus on. And again, as I spoke about, we're moving forward to how can we focus on beating the Titans.
Okay, we're good, man. We got the part. That was the beginning part. He basically said he didn't think that the team was surprised that C.J. Gardner Johnson got cut.
I think that everything about this situation speaks to that there was a level of drama above and beyond the normal level of drama.
Yeah.
That's now. Guys do kind of get in silos on an NFL team, and not everybody's always aware of what drama there is on the offensive side of the ball. Remember that Houston '93 documentary, Warren Moon was basically just learning of some of that drama as he was being asked about it on a documentary 20 years later, or 25 years later. Yeah. So I think maybe on the defensive side of the ball, and, based on what DJ and Serge and other people had said, that it seemed like there was tension there. Guys might have been surprised that the Texans pulled the trigger on it, but I don't think it was probably a surprise that there was something brewing.
I just thought it was interesting that D'Amico acknowledged that guys probably weren't surprised by it. That would be the normal. If you're trying to just steer the conversation away from the obvious drama behind the scenes with this, because the guy got cut after you cut your starting safety after week 3. Something was going on. the answer would have been, were guys surprised? Like, I don't know. You'd have to ask them. You know, it was a decision I made. The fact that he said, I don't think guys were surprised by this, I thought was very revealing to me. Like, that was way more revealing than anything he said in the back and forth to start the press conference yesterday.
Yeah.
You know,
That's didn't they have another situation like this? Was Aaron Colvin fired midseason?
No, yeah. I think he got cut after. Well, like maybe after that debacle against the Saints in the.
But he was the starter on opening day. Yeah.
So it happens, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. There wasn't drama like this, but it was a weird situation.
Yeah.
I think that. The whole thing is, somebody yesterday was asking me, like, hey, Seth, isn't it weird that all this information came out immediately after CJ Gardner Johnson got cut? Well, we haven't heard anything about Joe Mixon. We can't get a peep. And no, it's notable, but it's not weird. This is a tight-lipped organization.
Very.
When there are leaks, they tend to be intentional leaks. And I think that's – so it's not weird. You might say it's notable. Yes. Notable, yes. Does it mean that the Texans with CJ Gardner Johnson?
Yes.
Very possibly, yes. But it's kind of all in line with the way that it played out. And with his history, I think I'm really astounded at how many people have taken up the banner for CJ Gardner Johnson as if he's not a guy who has been on 5 different teams in the last 5 years. Right. Probably going to be on his 6th team in 5 years. Right. Very shortly. Like it is what the guy's got a track record of being pretty damn disruptive.
Yeah. Like if you just said, if you had taken names out of it and said, this team that saw itself coming into the season as a Super Bowl contender after week 3 cut their starting safety, you'd be like, wow, are you kidding me? Who is it? And then you say CJ Gardner Johnson, you'd be like, oh, okay. Well,
it's a little bit like Fromber's beaning Salazar incident. If you didn't know, if somebody just described the incident to you and then told you to guess which player it is, 100% of Astros fans who pay attention would have said Fromber.
Yes.
Likewise, if you described this exact scenario and explained that it was somebody who wasn't playing his responsibilities, was pointing the finger, had interpersonal issues, okay, that sounds exactly like the version of CJ Gardner Johnson I've heard about.
Yep.
So is it notable that this so much information was leaked? Yes, notable, but I don't think it's weird necessarily.
Yeah.
I think it falls in line with how a tight-lipped organization where the leaks are intentional. This is how these things tend to happen.
I wonder if the Texans are out of the head case business now. You know, they dipped into the Deontay Johnson pool at the end of last year. I think than anything else, that was a team that had lost Stephon Diggs and had just lost Tank Dell to knee injuries. Like, you were really thin at wide receiver, and he was out there, and he's super talented. But he was complaining about his lack of targets to the coaches after a 20-point playoff win. Like, that's the kind of guy he was. So they cut him loose after that. And now the CJ Gardner Johnson thing has honestly been a more costly disaster than that, because you got $8 million spread out over the next couple years sitting on your salary cap for CJ Gardner Johnson, and it's in the middle of an 0-3 start. Like, this one feels way worse than the Deontay Johnson one. I just wonder if they are going to if they look at these two situations, say, all right, let's stay out of the head case business here.
Okay, there's 2 guys that I don't think fit into the head case category necessarily, but they've had interpersonal issues before or off-the-field issues before who are currently in the Texans organization.
Okay.
Jimmy Ward.
Yep.
But I don't ever look at Jimmy Ward as a head case. Jimmy Ward is kind of I think Jimmy Ward has that kind of hyper-competitiveness but knows how to channel it better. Mm-hmm. And he had an issue with Kyle Shanahan when he was in San Francisco.
Oh, about playing slot corner, yeah.
About his play, about the way they were using him. But, like, by and large, until this recent incident, it's not like he's been looked at as a head case or anything like
captain.
that.
They voted him a captain of the team.
Right, but he's had notable, he's had some notable drama.
For sure.
But I don't think he's in that same category. The other guy would be Damon Arnett, who this is where you always have to draw a line between, okay, is a guy, there's crimes against oneself, and crimes against society.
Yeah.
I think he's had crimes against himself and crimes against society. But in a team context, I don't remember seeing a lot of drama about that. It's just that the guy's got a lot of issues. He's currently on the practice squad.
Yes.
But it's a different like there's guys that can have a whole lot of issues but still be good teammates and still not cause drama on a team. So I kind of put those guys in a different bucket. Damon Arnett's he's had some serious issues and he's worked through them and he's still working through them. But it's not a divisive character the way some like a locker room cancer type of character.
No, that's a really good point. That's a good point on that. Tyler Milner noticed maybe a petty version of C.J. Gardner Johnson, I guess. T-Mill tweeted this yesterday evening. Just noticed that C.J. Gardner Johnson at some point today went and deleted a handful of his most recent tweets, which had the hashtag H-Town Made with the little Texans logo after it.
Yeah. I saw Charles Robinson, the Yahoo writer, was talking with Mike Florio, I believe, if I remember correctly. And Charles Robinson framed this. I can't remember if it was Rob. Anyway, somebody framed this as kind of a scapegoat thing that, like, well, when things are bad, you got to do something. And it's ironic that it's the Texans' offense that's the issue here, but you get rid of a guy on defense. I think that's from people just looking at it from 35,000 feet. It makes sense if you look at it this way. The way I look at it is this is a team right this moment that needs to be carried by its defense. There appear to have been at least several instances in 3 games that were all decided by a touchdown or less where C.J. Gardner Johnson may have cost the team a touchdown just by playing outside the system.
In low-scoring games, by the way.
Yeah, it's not a scapegoat. It's we don't have any room to spare right now for stuff like this because we need this defense to carry the team as long as it can until hopefully the offense catches up. So I don't look at it as a scapegoat thing. I think it is. I think of it as a very nuts and bolts. We'd rather have MJ Stewart out there who won't actively try to destroy us
sabotage
versus somebody who can make some nice plays on the ball here and there, but he's doing it with by taking too many gambles.
Yeah. Boy, there's a little bit of juice yesterday for this matchup on Sunday, which is probably around the league, probably one of the less juicier matchups. It's 2 0-3 teams. Apparently, L'Jarius Sneed of the Titans, he's their best cornerback. I found the audio, but it's kind of it's not great radio audio, but just to describe what happened, he was asked around his locker in open locker room yesterday with the Titans about Nico Collins, and multiple times said who about Nico Collins.
Yeah.
That got back to Nico yesterday in open locker room with the Texans. I love these. Like, did you hear what so-and-so said about you? Here was Nico Collins responded to L'Jarius Sneed.
So thoughts on going against Sneed on the other side?
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Can't wait for the matchup. Can't wait to get back on the field with the guys and play again. Excited about getting back out there with my teammates and my brothers. Going there, rocking out, getting our swag back.
He was asked about you, and he said who a couple times today.
Okay. Yeah, he knows who I am.
Yeah. There's a little bit more. Nico was asked further about L'Jarius Sneed.
If somebody doesn't know you, what should they know about you after Sunday?
They know? Nah, my bad. I'm a dog. You know what I'm saying? I'm just me. I don't say much. I just play. You know what I'm saying? You can talk all you want. I'm not hearing it. Just line that up. Yes, sir.
I like the last part. Line that bleep up.
Yeah.
You guys can guess at home whichever word you use. This is the thing. I went back through in the game logs, and listeners fact-check me on this. I didn't go through sorting or anything. I just went back through the game logs of both these guys, and I don't think they've ever faced each other. Just because, look, they both had injuries.
Yeah.
And Nico especially. When L'Jarius Sneed was with the Chiefs, that was a good chunk of that was before C.J. Stroud was here, and then or Nico was injured and all of that. But then also L'Jarius Sneed missed a bunch of time last year when he was with the Titans. So I don't think these two have ever faced each other. So this will be an introduction for both of them.
Yeah.
And it would be, it's a bold move talking smack about how you don't know who the guy on the other team is when you're on one of the worst teams in the league right now. But I applaud him for his confidence. Let's do this, Nico.
Is there?
Let's please.
Yeah. Is there any chance L'Jarius Sneed didn't know who Nico Collins is? Is there a 1% chance he didn't?
No, I don't. No. Yeah, especially there's no way he would admit to it if he genuinely didn't. I think because it's Wednesday. It's Wednesday of game week.
That's
You've
true.
already watched film and everything.
Good point.
That would mean you were sleeping through the entire game planning meeting, installation, all of that.
I'm just doing that thing that DJ Bieneme did to D'Amico earlier this week, where he was like, "Okay, so you definitely weren't yelling at Nick Caley on the side right after D'Amico had said I was yelling at the ref." Yeah. I just want to make sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to headlines. Texans update on injuries. There were some notable names not at practice yesterday that we'll get into. We've got news on an injured Astros pitcher we'll get to, and an honor for a Houston legend that we'll get to in headlines coming up next.
Oh, you can honor yourself.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, we get into headlines. Quick tease ahead. J.J. Watt was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. We knew this moment was coming where J.J. would have to face the music of a 0-3 Texans team and a 3-0 Colts team on the McAfee show. We'll hear from J.J. Watt at the top of the hour. Let's get to headlines, though. Derek Stingley Jr. and Titus Howard not at practice yesterday. Stingley, I think, probably expected because he's got an oblique issue. Titus was a bit of a surprise, but D'Amico gave an update on both after practice yesterday.
Yeah, Sting didn't go today. Sting is still dealing with his oblique injury. He's still day-to-day. Titus just had an illness today. Hopefully we'll see him out there tomorrow.
All right, so that was good to hear. When I heard Titus wasn't at practice, I'm like, oh, I mean, Titus has played well this year so far. He's been okay. He hasn't been the issue on the offensive line so far.
The limited participation guys were Jake Andrews and Nico Collins, and that I don't.
Nico sounds like he's going to play from what we played in the previous segment.
Yeah. Jake Andrews, it's kind of like, all right, well, I should be upset about this. I mean, he's a better alternative, at least they think so, than Jarrett Patterson. And he's the offensive line in general, other than Lake and Tomlinson, I think. I don't know what I am. I like that. I think they've performed better than maybe the initial eyeball test would indicate. But Laken Tomlinson's had a really rough go of it. And Ariante Ursery, when going against really good defensive ends, looks a lot like a rookie. I don't think he's not garnering any votes for Rookie of the Year just yet.
No.
I'm not mad at him personally. I'm more upset about the fact that last year's second-round pick Blake Fisher isn't even active on game day.
Yeah.
And Cam Robinson, who you gave a nice one-year contract to be a veteran bridge guy, doesn't seem like they feel better with Ariante Ursery out there than Cam Robinson.
Clearly,
right now.
yeah, clearly. Would it shock you if Juice Scruggs started this Sunday against the Titans?
Yeah. No. They
had a good PFF score for what it's worth.
Right, yeah. They rotated those guys. They played – one of them played more than the other, but it wasn't like all that notable.
Yeah.
Jakob Johnson was out with a hamstring.
Yeah.
And this is another one that, man – If they were playing the way that the Texans were talking like they wanted to play in the preseason, where you want to be physical, establish the run, powerful at the point of attack, we're using a fullback, all of that, then I would be more worried about it. But now I'm kind of like, I don't that ain't working.
No.
They are not establishing a physicality or anything else like that, and that includes Jakob Johnson at fullback. I mean, it seems like there were times in that game where they kept 8 guys in to block.
Yeah.
And couldn't get it done versus a 4-man pass rush.
Yeah.
Like, it was bad.
It was bad.
So throwing more bodies at the problem doesn't seem to be the solution right now either.
No. And D'Amico kind of foreshadowing a little bit that they might be using a little more up-tempo, 2-minute type offense as well. So we'll see how that plays out. It's going to be an interesting game on Sunday.
There were times where it looked like Texans offensive players were just kind of like politely trying to figure out which guy was going to miss a block first.
Yeah.
You're like, no, you go, you do it, you miss a block. Okay, now it's my turn. Now I'll miss the block.
That's
okay.
nice of them. I mean, it's nice to be polite to your fellow man.
On one of their max protections, they had the tight end. It was Harrison Bryant come across the formation and didn't really have anybody to block, so he stood and waited behind Titus Howard,
right?
Looking like he was almost like slow dancing with him, hands. I'll put my hands, and when you fall down, I'll fall down. It was not a smooth operation.
Yo, PFF, how about a column for politeness? Okay,
yeah.
You got pass blocking, you got run blocking. Politeness, please.
Oh,
all right, we'd be
excuse
first.
me. Oh, I didn't realize. I'm sorry. Was that your guy? Okay. No, you take him.
Right.
Oh, there's that. Wait. Okay. Well, let's talk about it for a little. Oh, CJ, watch out.
Much as I would like to avoid talking about the Astros, we must discuss them in headlines. They lost last night to the A's 6-0. This is the 6th straight time they've been blown out by the A's. 43-8. They've been outscored the last 6 games they've played against the Oakland A's. A 4-game sweep in July, and now the A's are on the verge of a sweep that is going to completely torpedo the Astros season and leave them watching the playoffs for the first time since 2016. A total of 5 hits last night. Framber's going today. We may be doing an RIP tomorrow on the Astros season, Seth. There's a very good chance.
This is the last chance for Framber to get things right, turn things around, and be a hero. Not just for the city of Houston, but for his financial planners.
Yes, his heirs.
Yeah, whatever commission his financial planners are getting. If Framber turned it around, the pitches a shutout, 9-inning shutout tonight, and then goes on and is the best he's ever been in the playoffs, and they make some kind of a miraculous run, he could gain back tens of millions of dollars.
He could.
I think that's a possibility. Yeah.
If you
can't do it for us, do it for yourself.
If he pitches well today, they make the postseason, and he pitches Game 2 of a wild card series and spins it, throws like 8 innings, 1 run. I'm being serious. That probably erases the last couple of months for the teams that are going to be his suitors in the offseason.
I think for some of them it won't. I think for some of them the whole Salazar incident seems to have been
I agree with that.
The final straw. But for some others, yeah.
It just needs
one. It might
one.
bring some others into the mix that hadn't really thought about it.
He only needs one.
Yeah.
You just need one team to fall in love with you. That's all you need.
You know who really likes their sports psychologists is the Yankees.
Okay. Now, they're kind of overspent on pitching right now with Fried and Garrett Cole.
Yeah. Oh, no, the Yankees are overspent. Surely they wouldn't overspend again.
They're not. You're right about that. This version of the Yankees at least acknowledges the competitive balance tax, unlike George.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't have one back in George Steinbrenner. If George were alive, Framber would be a Yankee by November. Yes, I agree with that. It is kind of sad. Like, this might be I know he's been a jerk for the last 2 months, but this might be today might be the last time you see Framber Valdez in an Astros uniform. We've had some good times with Framber through the years.
Like it is with any complex person. It's hard because at times you love them, at other times you get angry at them. But then underneath it all, that he's kind of he's got to be on some level a little bit of a tortured soul. There's something that's just a little off kilter, and I feel bad for him. It doesn't stop me from being mad at him in the middle of a baseball game when he's falling apart.
We've had some good times, man. We've had some good times with Framber. Hey, congratulations to this was announced by the Astros yesterday. The Astros have their baseball media wall of honor in the press box. He is the 2025 inductee into the Houston Baseball Media Wall of Honor. They will recognize Bill Worrell in a pregame ceremony at a regular season game next year. I'm a big Bill Worrell fan, his voice on those 90s Rockets teams for a lot of people. And obviously he did a lot of baseball back in the day with the Astros. That's why he's on the Wall of Honor. And just one of the nicest guys, too. So congrats to Bill Worrell.
He was a guy, when I first got into the radio business, gave me some words of encouragement, and I've always appreciated him for that.
Yes. Yeah, he's that type of dude, man. He's a great guy. So congrats to Bill Worrell, Houston Baseball Media Wall of Honor. I know a lot of people associate him more with the Rockets than the Astros, but he's done it all here in the Houston area. So congrats to Bill. All right, those are your headlines. If you want to text in, 713-572-4610. We're getting some interesting texts that we'll get to in the 7 o'clock hour. I had been kind of bracing myself for this. J.J. Watt going on the McAfee show with the Texans where they are now and the Colts where they are now. We know McAfee, a former Colt, is not shy about his Colts allegiances when he brings J.J. on the show. Where are we at right now with the Texans, J.J. Watt speaks on? And the back and forth between him and McAfee on the two teams is pretty classic. We'll have that for you coming up next. But first, let's get you guys feeling better. If energy level's an issue, motivation will be.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, definitely. I think, just seeing, everybody's families after the game, seeing, guys on the phone with their kids, things like that. For me, that motivates me as well. But yeah, it's easy to have faith, when, you're doing well, but now it's, we've been checked. And now it's, that's when real faith kicks in when you can't really see it just yet. So, our process is right now. We just got to just put it on the field. And I think that motivation of having everybody around has been good.
We got a text. Hey, guys, side note, did CJ seem a little more upbeat yesterday in his press conference? I got this from a lot of people. Like, hey, CJ seemed like he's in a better mood. You know what progress would be, Seth? Progress this season, obviously wins would be progress, but I think coming with that would be, let's not monitor CJ's emo-ness every press conference, all right? Let's just let this thing. I don't think CJ's ever going to be a guy that when he's over the moon is going to be rah-rah kind of guy, and I think his tone is one that if you're 0-3, you naturally read into, like, wow, this guy is really down in the dumps right now.
Yeah, there's times I maybe midway through his second season, I tried to stop reading into that as much because I think, as he himself has stated, he's kind of got more of a low-key personality than, say, a guy like Nick Caley.
Yeah.
Like, if Nick Caley all of a sudden came in one week and he had the energy level of C.J. Stroud at the podium, I would think, all right, that's
We're
something
doomed.
there. Yeah, with C.J., and C.J.'s talked about how he's had to work on his body language and everything. I think there's certain parts of just his personality that aren't as maybe naturally extroverted or whatever it might be. And look, it's the classic, when things are going well, people are going to point to it as that's why he's so good. When things aren't going well, they're going to point to it as like, that's why he's no good.
Yep.
It's the Eli Manning effect.
Yeah.
Eli Manning was a dope with no leadership skills and everything until they won a Super Bowl. And then all of a sudden, Eli Manning, without changing his persona whatsoever, was like, well, that's just a guy that's just, he's so cool under pressure. And he's just so calm, cool, and collected that's exactly the demeanor you want in a quarterback.
He's Cool Hand Luke, man.
Yeah,
and he's winning Super Bowls. Hell yeah.
He had a couple moments like where he laughed and everything and made some jokes.
CJ, you're talking about yesterday? Yeah, he did. He was playful. He was up in spirit. I think I truly believe that this is a symptom of Deshaun Watson 5 years ago when Deshaun requested a trade and David Mulligett is his agent. And I think there's a lot of Texan fans that are still very much in on C.J. Stroud, wanting him to be the future face of the franchise at quarterback, but they're scared, like, oh, my God, is he disappointed in this offense that he's been handed? Oh, my God, is he scared? Like, the offensive line he's getting beat up. Is he going to request a trade? How is he? Is he okay in this press conference? Is he in a good mood or is he in a bad mood? Oh, I hope he likes us.
When he's talking about having faith in the process, and he made the analogy to, faith in God and how it's a lot easier if God was standing right in front of you than when you just have to go by genuine faith. Yeah. He made that analogy to talk about the offense or the team, and I think there is that element to it. And I'll go back and I'll talk about, like, Deshaun Watson and learning Bill O'Brien's offense. By the time Deshaun Watson hit 2020, the way I understand it is that Deshaun was very much like all on board with Bill O'Brien's offense, and he felt like he really finally had command of it, and he liked being able to be in control and in charge of everything. He ended up having a really good year passing the football that year.
Yes, he did.
It just was out without Bill O'Brien for 3/4 of it. So I think that CJ, at least as of right now, it seems like he believes in what they're trying to do here. Mm-hmm. It's just that there's a lot of moving parts when you run an offense this way, and you've got a lot of new people, and it's new to CJ himself, that there's going to be a burn-in phase. It's just you gotta accelerate the burn-in phase somehow, some way. And a lot of that comes back to Nick Caley, not just CJ Stroud.
Yeah. It's easier to do the burn-in phase if Henry To'oTo'o makes a tackle on Baker Mayfield and either Dare or Nico don't fumble on a game-winning drive. If you're 2-1, then this is just problems you're trying to fix while you're still in the playoff hunt early here in the season. When you're 0-3, it's triage time, man.
It's like right now, it's like you're just learning but you tell your garage band that what you really need to do is, we need to put together a 16-track masterpiece.
Yes.
And we just need I want to have rising and falling action and all this.
Right.
At some point, we need to bring a choir into it. Like, no. Let's get Stairway to Heaven nailed down, okay? And then we'll start to do some of the funky stuff.
And 0-3 is, and we got to pay the rent.
Exactly.
We need money, man. Like we got to excel. We can't just sit here fiddling around with the guitar.
As you're sitting there trying to write the great American novel, sometimes you gotta take some jobs for a smut mag and write some articles under a pseudonym.
Smut is a great word.
You gotta. What was the old one? The ones with the letters.
Penthouse Forum.
Forum, yeah.
Penthouse Forum.
You gotta take a pen name and write some articles for Penthouse Forum.
I know this story sounds crazy, but it's 100% true. That's what they all started with.
We should veer away from this until later. I know I brought us here, but we gotta go.
We gotta go. Okay. Let's get to J.J. Watt. Something wholesome and all-American like J.J. Watt, the opposite of smut. J.J. Watt was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday and talked about where we at with the 2025 Houston Texans.
The first 2 weeks, you got the Rams and you got the Bucks, and they go down, and they're very tight, very close games against first in their division teams. So those are very tough losses, but they're losses that you can look at and be like, yeah, those are two very good teams, and we played right down to the wire. When I got out of the booth this week, when I was done calling the Steelers-Pats, and I checked my phone, and I see that the Texans, that's one where you're like, oh, okay, this is not what is normally happening, because you kind of, after the first 2 weeks, you're like, all right, we're going to figure it out and get on track, and clearly didn't get on track this week. The offense is struggling, haven't gotten it going, so there has to be some form of improvement shown there. And from what I'm seeing and what I'm reading, sounds like the play action game isn't quite there, and it just hasn't developed. This offensive scheme that they've wanted to develop this offseason when they brought in Caley hasn't quite hit the ground running the way that everybody expected it to from everything we've heard all offseason.
JJ, Go ahead.
I just said, and I honestly, those guys kind of scoffed when JJ brought up how they had a couple of difficult first opponents.
Yeah.
And he could have really taken it even one step further and talked about like, hey, look, I know, listen, it's impressive. You guys beat the Dolphins. I know. Hey, you beat the Broncos, which at the time, that was before people realized that, wow, the Broncos really might not be that good this year. And then you took on the Titans and defeated the Titans.
Okay, so you're talking about the
good
Colts.
For you.
I was confused.
Yeah, the Colts, good for you.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah, you guys are incredible.
Yeah.
Look, we've played actual football teams except for the Jaguars. Yeah, I don't think the Jaguars are – the Jaguars are not whatever the hell the
They're
Colts
bad.
Are right now. The Jaguars
They're
are not
bad.
That,
The Jags that was two bad football teams playing bad football.
They were playing one of the worst
Sunday.
football. The first three quarters of that game was one of the worst football games I've ever watched.
Yeah.
It was awful. It was just complete incompetence on both sides of the ball.
It was so bad. And I say the Texans bad football. That mean they're a bad football team. Do I think they can turn it around? Yes, I think they can turn it around. But that was JJ in describing finding out about the score, to me, like, I'm putting myself in his shoes, and I'm like, that is one of the more underrated, like, bad feelings as a sports fan. Like, when your team's not going good, but you haven't been following how they're doing in a game. Like, this is the last two nights for an Astros fan, right? Like, most Astros fans went to bed, I would think, maybe before the games against the A's even started, and you open up your phone, like, I get up at 4, whatever, and I open up my phone, and I'm like, okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Like, it's pending doom. And I'm like, let's see what happened. 6-0. It's just the feeling right before you open up your score app or before you see your push notification is like, oh, it's a horrible feeling. And that's probably what JJ was feeling actually, JJ sounded surprised about the Jags score.
You're right. Well, you expected the Texans to. I mean, it wasn't like they were heavy. They weren't favorites or anything.
Right.
But I think it's just that's the back to reality moment where you can make excuses. You can make excuses when it's a couple of likely good football teams in the Rams and the Bucks, and you play them down to the wire.
Yep.
But when you play the Jags down to the wire, that's a whole different scenario.
Well, and to your point, watching JJ hadn't even watched the game. There's 17-10 games that are watchable. That was there were a bunch of games that came down to the wire last week.
It was it was an intriguing weekend in the NFL.
Totally.
The Texans game came. The Texans game, if you watch the fourth quarter, you might be fooled into thinking.
Neither team wanted to win the game. It was like they were giving it to each other, you know?
Right, and that's the thing. It was even the interesting things in the fourth quarter were a really bad interception by CJ, a really bad interception by Trevor Lawrence. Like, just not even the excitement wasn't even hard-earned excitement. Yeah. It was bad plays by the quarterback.
Yep. More from J.J. Watt on the McAfee show. Here is a back and forth between J.J. and Pat McAfee on their respective squads.
There's another team that's playing better ball than it's ever played before. Mm-hmm. Okay, harder start than Peyton Manning. Yeah. Danny Dimes here in Indianapolis. And then whenever you think about the defense, Lou Anarumo, they're balling all over the place. So, Jay, it's just, it's not as fun when the rabbit has the gun here, huh? Remember, you had a couple years there where you had a little bit of fun. Remember, you guys?
Easy. The years aren't over. It's week 3 here.
Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy.
Who's the last team that was 0-3 to start that went to the playoffs? Us, I believe.
Yeah, who's on that team?
I know we did it.
Hey, J.J. Watt ain't walking through that door. CJ.
Will Anderson is.
Or is he?
Or has he been?
Will Anderson's in that door. Daniil Hunter's in that door.
0-3.
I know. Daniil Hunter's a dog, too. Same with Will Anderson. And
what's going on up in Indianapolis? Like, what? I'm not able to watch these games closely. Every week I feel like I'm asking the same question.
We're great at football.
What is going on up there?
All right.
This is what's going on up there. For one, Shane Steichen, I think, is really good with quarterbacks and gets the most out of them. But as we discussed all offseason long, it's not just Daniel Jones with Shane Steichen. It's Daniel Jones with Jonathan Taylor stays healthy, running behind a really good offensive line. That's one thing that's kind of been lost in the mix is that once the Colts got rid of offensive line coach Chris Strausser, the Colts offensive line got back to being a good offensive line again as the Texans hired Chris Strausser. Somehow the Texans hired Chris Strausser away from the Colts the last couple of years. That Jonathan Taylor, is he leading the league in rushing right now?
He's got to be. He's been over 100 every week. Yeah.
Look, they drafted a good young tight end. They've got speed on the outside. And the biggest difference, though, especially, I think, is that Lou Anarumo, the defensive coordinator, seems to be 29 times better than Gus Bradley, the previous defensive coordinator, because the defense is playing real well, too.
I blame the Bengals for this. If the Bengals just could have been a competent defense, then Lou Anarumo wouldn't even be available to the Colts. Thanks a lot, Bengals.
You know what? I had to check the roster this morning just to be sure that one of the things that they got rid of, too, beloved former Texans defensive coordinator Richard Smith is no longer the linebackers coach for the Colts. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
You got to get together with EJ Speed sometime. Maybe not publicly.
I got to ask him about his time with Richard Smith.
Yeah, the two of you just
it must have been.
Need to go out for drinks or something.
Yeah.
And just
how much did you learn from Richard Smith about this great game of football?
Yes.
And how the hell has that guy had a job for decades in the NFL?
Yeah, like if you want to do an episode of your YouTube channel with EJ Speed and talk Richard Smith, I'm there for that. But if you want to do it privately and invite me, then I'm there for that too. Either one.
Talking motivational speech yesterday that one of our listeners brought up
we played Eric Armstead talking about Coach Campanelli in Jacksonville showing them actual Jaguar videos.
Right, as a motivational
tool. Like actual Jaguars in the wild mauling other animals.
One of our listeners brought up Richard Smith's motivational tactic, which he had the first year he was there. It was something having to do with a rock. And this is the thing. The first day he presented it, you could tell he was so excited about it because he just come up with this great metaphor. And he puts up a picture of a rock up on the screen.
Like a boulder?
I don't know. There was nothing to tell the scale by.
Oh, there's no contextualization of the rock?
You couldn't tell.
It could have been a pebble.
You couldn't tell whether this is like a rock, a boulder on a cliff, or whether it was a pole. There was nobody standing there or anything. There was no way to get the frame of reference on it.
Like a pet rock back in the day.
Yeah, by my best estimation, the rock was sandstone, which he couldn't even go igneous on us. And and then the metaphor would switch from like the first time he brought it up, it was almost like that we are the rock, we're supposed to be the rock, like strong, and nothing will affect you except water erosion over thousands of years.
But that's thousands of years.
He didn't go into that part of it, but still, yes. But then the next week it would turn into we need to pound the rock like until it breaks and cracks, and you're like, wait, I thought we were the rock.
Wait, hold on.
I don't know I don't know where am I in this metaphor.
So
With this what the hell are we talking about
This
here?
was a series then of there was a Rock speech one week, and then the sequel was that the Rock was getting hell
to
beat
his
out.
credit, he did end up having I can't remember what they called the Player of the Week, but it was something having to do with a Rock. But you would get a T-shirt if you were the Player of the Week, and the T-shirt was pretty badass.
Was it?
It kind of looked like a Skeletor type of football player, but wearing a uniform. It was pretty badass. I'll give him credit for that. The T-shirt was dope.
I think it would. I think it would be better like if it was a T-shirt with a picture of the Rock on it, like Dwayne Johnson, like the Rock. Like if you smell la 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 la.
I don't know if the Rock had been born yet back then. That was this was a long time ago.
2006.
No, he was The Rock at that. By 2006, The Rock was already on that Lil' Kim song. You know?
No, Rock was a big star by 2006. Yeah,
that was when I knew he was fully mainstream. Was when Lil' Kim used him on that.
Hell
drop.
yeah, man!
Yeah,
crossover hit.
It doesn't matter.
Crossover hit. All right, last one from J.J. Watt and Pat McAfee. So they're asking J.J. So you're not out on the Texans. Gives us a little Titans preview as well.
All right, and down at the Texans, Jade, you're not dead on them? You don't think they're completely out?
No. I'm definitely not dead on them.
Who are they playing this weekend?
Titans.
You're out on them.
They're laying 7 against Tennessee.
He doesn't even know.
I have.
Divisional.
Tennessee. Tennessee's going through some stuff.
So are you guys. I think you guys are going through. So you just cut CJGJ out of the middle of nowhere. What's that all about?
What is that about?
Yeah, no, I will actually give Tennessee. Jeffrey Simmons playing phenomenal football. Great. Despite a tough start here, Jeffrey Simmons, phenomenal football player.
GJ.
Yeah, he did. He pivoted away, and JJ will always give shine to the defensive linemen of the other teams. You know, like you've pointed out several times, he was on the Danielle Hunter Express long before Danielle Hunter was a Houston Texan.
Yeah, I think if Brian Baldinger didn't already have the gushing over defensive lineman market cornered, JJ would be good for that. JJ could do one that's maybe a little bit more technical, that breaking down, highlighting a player of the week. Baldinger does such a good job at it. I've done a couple videos like that, and people have really liked them. But I got to be honest with you, I'm like, I don't like doing it and sounding at all like Baldinger, which is hard because Baldinger's kind of got my same personality. So I'm trying to. So I don't like doing it because I feel like I'm trying to corner in on his gig or something.
Sure.
So I got to figure out my own voice for that.
How do those types of videos do? Because they're like the technical ones. I think like there's a feeling do fans really want the technical stuff like that?
You like Baldinger's videos?
No, I'm talking about like
well.
I'm asking about your videos that you've done that are like that compared to other ones that you've done. Like you said before, the biggest traction you've ever gotten on one didn't even have to do with the Texans. It was Caleb Williams' video.
Caleb Williams immediately after.
I'm just curious, like for you, do those videos do better than the
anything that's more mainstream and just emotion. There's emotion and newsy. If it's newsy and if it's emotion, that's
the reason
what
I ask is because if I were you, I just wouldn't do them if they weren't getting traction.
No, but it's fun. I mean, like there's when you do the more technical stuff, what you do is you get they end up being more kind of loyal to you, and they appreciate it, and they like subscribe and everything. So it's more of a long-term success with those. Those are the people that'll stick through you, stick with you. So you try to find a balance. But yeah, I mean, it's like when you ask, hey, how come on ESPN people are just yelling and shouting all the time and talking about stupid stuff? Because that's what people watch.
Well, you texted me yesterday and said your CJ Gardner Johnson video you did yesterday or 2 days ago, whenever it was, is one of the highest trafficked ones you've had in a while.
It's for a long video, but just because it's newsy, it's not like because I did anything special or anything.
No, but it involves C.J. Gardner Johnson and a thumbnail that the thumbnail was very, very like bug zapper for people. You did a really good job with the thumbnail.
No, that's the other annoying thing I've learned on YouTube is just, and again, it's not annoying. It's just it's a reminder that humans are driven by emotion more so than reason, and even the ones who think they're driven mostly by reason are still at the base of it driven by emotion.
Right.
So All right. And it's only depressing when you see the way that people can be swayed in matters that actually matter these days, and like actual real life stuff.
Right.
And you're reminded, like, nobody's actually voting based on issues. They're just
emotion. Yeah. So
who can grab the emotions of a big enough hunk of people? And this is 100% a bipartisan take. Everybody, don't get all triggered. That is 100% humans at large.
For those wondering, if you haven't seen it, go find it on YouTube. The thumbnail that Seth did for his C.J. Gardner Johnson video shot TJ Gardner Johnson after he lost his contact lens, I think, right? And his eyes were like bugged out,
eyes were all
wide
popped open, yeah.
And Seth's on the other side of the thumbnail, I think, impersonating him, right?
With my eyes wide.
Yeah, it was really funny.
That's what I've noticed. The thumbnails that do the best sometimes are when I'm mimicking whatever the other person is doing.
They're funny.
Yeah.
I'm like, if I didn't know you, I'd be like, I like this guy.
I like this guy.
Yeah.
And then if you had to, the other thing I've learned too is that the people are a lot cooler when they watch your videos if you start off with let's get things straight here. Listen, all right? I'm not a serious person. All right?
Oh, yeah.
So listen, don't get all triggered and angry over this. I'm having fun with this stuff.
It's a form of self-deprecation, and people like that. People like self-deprecation. Hey, Ben, let's skip down to D'Amico 15 here because I want to because I see Seth put it in, and it says, D'Amico 15 on CJ was really interesting, but pissed me off a little. So I'm intrigued.
Emotion.
Emotion, right? Right. So here's what I can't wait. Here's what D'Amico had to say about CJ Stroud yesterday.
Meeting CJ this week, man, I feel like he's in a really great spot mentally, clear mind, understanding, like I got to play better. Right, he understands that, and that's the first step to making strides and getting better is understanding and admitting, like, hey, I know I have to play better so the team can be better. Let's go. So I'm excited to see him press forward, go play better. Excited to see everybody around him play better as well.
Okay.
All right. It sounds like that's a good situation.
What pissed you off?
It sounded to me like, oh, hey, CJ is now acknowledging that he himself needs to play better. Am I wrong to take it that way?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I mean,
remember, I'm happy-go-lucky, Seth.
I get it. No, I get it. I get it. No, it can definitely be construed that way for sure.
Okay.
I don't think it 100% means that CJ hasn't taken any accoument
No, I think he's taken accountability.
Yeah.
I just almost honestly, I'm not trying to be a jerk about this or anything, but. There's there's things that are not his fault in this offense right now. There are things that are his fault.
Yeah.
And some of that is some of the inaccurate throws. I mean, it's just people have been trying like hell to say that it's Christian Kirk's fault for not running a corner route on a route that wasn't a corner route, where CJ threw the ball to the corner. They're trying like hell to act like Christian Kirk was supposed to run a different route or adjust to the ball midair or what have you, where people I talk to and former receivers and whatnot saying like, no, that's CJ missed the throw.
Yeah.
Like he's missed throws.
Yep.
That's just flat out what the one of the issues is. There's a lot going on that isn't CJ's fault, but he does need to play better.
He's missed throws that he's made in previous seasons.
Right,
that's the thing. Like it's there with certain quarterbacks that have accuracy issues, there's an expectation level like, all right, he missed that throw, but he's Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones may be a bad example at 3-0, but not a great thrower of the football historically. Guys like that. CJ, like 2 years ago in Jacksonville, that throw to that he missed to Christian Kirk was a drop in the bucket in between three guys to Tank Dell to open that game. Like it was like you expect him to make those plays, CJ. CJ was funny yesterday at the press conference. On the last time he had a season where he started like this. Keep in mind, he went to Ohio State where they win 11 games every year. And his first two seasons in the NFL have not started. They were 0-2 his rookie year, but that was a rebuilding year, and then they end up winning a bunch of games. The last time he started out like this was in high school. I thought this was pretty funny.
I learned a lot. It was. I was probably like, it was my first time starting in high school, my junior year. I was like 15 or 16. It was tough, man. Like the whole school hated us. Like people were riding on the boards. Like our football team is trash. Like it sucked, but I think like it prepared me for like, what's going on now. And that's why I just, I stay rooted and anchored into, the people who pour into me, who love me, and who I love. And I kind of just let the cards play where it's at. And I think for this team, like, I was talking to Kels, like, to Aaron's point, like, they were 2-6 last year and everybody wrote them off. So that's what you give people an inch to take a mile. And I think that's the goal is, like, to keep it internal and keep our eyes set on our goals, whatever it looks like. It changes. Like, if we went 3-0, it would look different. We went 1-2, it would look different. So every year's going to look different. So, in high school, it definitely was tough, but I think it's prepared me. College, same thing. lost the order, and I sucked too. Everybody hated me again. So, like, I'm kind of just, like, it is what it is. And I just, just stay true to my process, my beliefs, and my faith.
The high school part was sad to me. Where like everybody hated us, and they were writing on the board that they were trash.
I'll tell you what. I played with a guy, Jeff Cortez, a college teammate of mine, who played at De La Salle in California. And De La Salle's,
football factory, man.
Right. And he talked about how because they didn't win the fictional national championship or whatever it was, or their conference championship, the year he was a senior, he's like, it's almost like we're not welcome back at the school.
Yeah.
Like nobody, like they don't want to see us. Nope, not going to get honored at halftime for anything you did, anything like that.
Yep.
So when you got high expectations, especially at a school, man, it sounds like he had a similar circumstance to CJ. And Rancho Cucamonga, they're not as good as De La Salle, but they're always a good team, right?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I think they've had some notably good teams. They don't have the same. But yeah, high school's rough, man. There's never more pressure on you as a football player than there is in high school football because you're 100% surrounded by it all day long. The entire community, at school, you can't take classes. I mean, you could take classes online, but like that.
Now you could,
what was the fake high school a few years ago?
Oh! I forget the name of it. I'll look it up.
Right.
I forget.
Yeah,
it's a meme.
But
now.
anyway, like it's plus it's guys that you've been playing with. You're in fourth grade, so yeah. There is never any more pressure on you in the way you feel it than there is in high school. I will believe that until the day I die. I don't care about the national media coverage or anything else like that. I'm talking about the people that you have to actually literally rub elbows with as you're walking down the hallways.
That is a take right there.
I talked to Owen Daniels about this. Because I was really happy to talk to him about this because it's because he confirmed my theory. Owen Daniels won a state championship in high school.
Naperville Central. I lived in Naperville for 3 years, yes.
And he won a Super Bowl in Denver.
Yep.
And I asked him, like, which one really, like, felt more meaningful and which one was bigger at the time. And I can't remember exactly how I framed it, but he basically said, yeah, high school. I mean, it's for all those reasons I just listed. Man, when you're a kid, you've got no perspective on life. Everything is the biggest thing in the world. I remember when I was a kid, in my mind, when I was in sixth grade or so, didn't really know the difference between Joe Ferguson and the starting quarterback in my high school team.
Yeah.
If I would have been equally as excited to have a conversation with either of those guys because the high school quarterback and those kids loomed so large in my mind.
Dude, it's fun. I have a funny Owen Daniels story, a quick Owen Daniels story. Two of my kids went to Naperville North, which is the rival high school with Naperville Central, Owens High School. They play, like when those two teams play, they play in the local college stadium. It's a huge game. Like, it's a big deal. Sammy, my son Sammy played at Naperville North. One of the first times I brought up Naperville in the interview, but I thought he went to Naperville North. And I'm like, so you are a proud Husky from Naperville North, and you would have thought that I called him some sort of slur. He's like, I forget what they are, Naperville Central, the Warhawks or something like that. He's like, I am a Warhawk. Don't you ever call me a Husky. I'm exaggerating a little, but he was not happy with me that I pinned him at Naperville North. Yeah, you're right.
Well, why don't you work a little harder and come up with a different name than just Naperville North and South Naperville?
Yeah,
get over it.
Yeah, that's on you for using a compass.
Let's get him on the horn. We're going to have him as a guest later in the show.
Use a compass to name your schools. Bishop Sycamore is what you're thinking of, by the way.
Yeah, Bishop Sycamore.
Sycamore. I put in who was the fake high school, and I've got
that's what popped right up.
Oh, dude, AI
not
has
even football.
No, I just put who was the fake high school, and the search query most likely refers to the Bishop Sycamore football scandal, which was made into the documentary BS High. Oh, what a great title for a documentary about a fake football school. That's excellent. Here's another one from CJ. CJ got asked about the Yankee hat yesterday. I think it was Sarge who asked the question. Good job on that. And it turned into an answer about blocking out the noise. But here's CJ. For those of you who are upset that CJ wore a Yankee hat into the stadium at Jacksonville and then at the press conference after the game, he was asked about it yesterday.
Yeah, I don't see none of it. I'm not on social media. And Yeah, I the right to their opinion. If they don't like what I wear, I would just not look at it if I was them. So I'm gonna wear what I want. You know, and I'm not. I don't think I'm being disrespectful. If I was being disrespectful, then that's a whole different, case. But at the end of the day, everybody's entitled to their opinion. I'm all good. But yeah, I just don't really pay attention to it. And I just try to just focus on what I can control and focus on the people who pouring on me and around me. So yeah.
My immediate thought after that was, man, that's going to look a lot worse on a transcript than when he's saying it.
People are going to hear, I'm going to wear what I want.
I'm going to wear what I want, and they don't have to look at it. Yeah, like that's the one. That's the one. If somebody, I hope somebody doesn't grab that and put that up as a.
You should do a YouTube with that as the caption. CJ.
Well, no. The other thing I thought somebody could do is, if they were really dirty, it would be like, I'm not going to be disrespectful, like Case. And then in brackets put Keenum, like he's throwing shade at Case Keenum or something.
That's good.
I didn't understand where he was going with that actually when he said Case too. I did think he was talking about Case Keenum, like Case was like Case told me. So I thought he was going to go on to something Case told him or something.
Yeah.
Okay, there's two things about this. Because one, and as you guys all know, I really don't like talking about this hat stuff, and yet I know that a big portion of the fan base really cares about it, and I understand where they're coming from. They get offended because they're also big baseball fans and they just don't want their franchise quarterback.
It's exacerbated right now too because the Astros are trash.
Right. And it's the teams it's the Mariners, it's the Yankees. I get it. There's a part of me that says, man, all right, I know. Look, as a quarterback, you can't say if they don't like it, they don't have to watch. Like, dude, you make your living because people specifically want to watch you. Yeah. They want to watch press conferences of you, which are the most boring things in the world, and yet because you're a quarterback, they care about it. Yes. Like, that's where I still feel like there's a little bit of tone deafness. The thing that I liked about it is that what do I ask for all of these guys? Train your inner circle to not tell you all of the nonsense.
It's a big
Train
positive.
your inner circle
yes.
not to be bringing all the drama to you, this, that, the other thing. And he did, in his exchange with Sarge before that, he did seem genuinely unaware that anybody at all was upset about his hat. So that seemed like news to him. So I think he's probably done a good job of shutting out a lot of the noise. The only thing I might suggest is that, just like coaches do, you might have one person whose judgment you trust who will tell you about the things that you need to know.
Yeah.
Like coaches try to ignore the noise, but they got to be on top of it if there is a potential brewing controversy or something like that.
Yep.
Might be good if somebody, either maybe from the Texans organization or somebody else says, you know what, CJ, I know it doesn't seem like a big deal or whatever, but for what it's worth, a lot of the fans really get upset about your choice of hats, and seems like a pretty easy thing to do. Let's just let's not wear rival baseball teams baseball caps.
So you think he was legitimately you think there's a better chance he was legitimately unaware as opposed to Southern belling the
I don't think he was being coy about it or whatever. Okay. I think he's legit. During training camp that people were upset about it, weren't they? Or no, they just asked about him in the press conference.
Yeah, the Seattle hat you're talking
about. And then if he's really genuinely staying away from social media and everything, he might not have realized that there was many fans that were upset about it.
That was honestly, like listening just to the first 10 seconds of that cut.
Yeah.
I was like, yes, good. Like when he says I'm not on social media, and I thought the same thing you did. Like because I watched the press conference live, and like he did seem legitimately a little bit taken aback by the furor over this hat. Yeah,
because Sarge mentioned something about the baseball cap, and CJ he did a little bit of a double take.
Yeah,
almost.
Sarge legit.
That's a thing.
Sarge legit had to follow up a couple of times with this is happening out here. But
so
you're right.
I like that.
Yeah, I do too.
And I like that also. I mean, and I do believe also that I don't think it's some signal he's trying to send or something. I think he genuinely is just not thinking about it at all, other than the color of the hat and whether it goes with his clothes or what have you. Yep. So it's and again, so I ended up talking about this ridiculous thing for 5 minutes, but my main takeaway is still, look, you're the franchise quarterback. Like, your relationship with the fans does matter for a lot of different reasons,
especially now.
And like, this is like the simplest thing in the world to not piss off the fans by wearing a hated rivals baseball
cap.
There's
a lot of fans. There's a lot of fans who would be angry unconditionally about the hat that you wear if it's the opposition. There's a faction that just don't care. There's in between that if you're 3-0, you can wear whatever you want to the podium. You know, like it's
you wear an Aaron Judge jersey.
You can wear an Aaron Judge. You can wear a Dallas Cowboys star on your head. Yeah. That was good stuff yesterday. All right. We got to get back to the Astros. We'll do that at the top of the hour. The playoff torch is dwindling here. The fire.
I'll get back to them when they get back to us.
Yeah, that's right.
Tell you that much.
When they get more than 5 hits in a game that they have to have. So we'll get back to them at the top of the hour. Are you a paranoid and distrustful NFL fan? Because one of the all-time greats thinks that many of you out there are paranoid and distrustful over the optics of a current situation with him. So we'll get to that in the next segment. Also, the Hall of Fame announced who some of the nominees are for this year's Hall of Fame. A few Texans names on the list that we'll run through for you as well. And a reminder that our football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL and get started today.
Where's the best place to make picks?
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, any of you out there who have concerns over Tom Brady being Fox caster for NFL coverage, $37 million a year, and being a part owner of the Raiders and sitting in the coach's box during games, well, you're just paranoid and distrustful, okay? According to Tom Brady. In Brady's weekly newsletter, I didn't even know Tom Brady had a weekly newsletter. I might need to subscribe to this. Tom Brady's weekly newsletter, in an entry titled Do Your Job, published yesterday, Brady wrote that only the, quote, paranoid and distrustful believe that there's a conflict in his roles. Here's the full quote. I love football. At its core, it's a game of principles, and with all the success it has given me, I feel I have a moral and ethical duty to the sport, which is why the point where my roles in it intersect is not actually a point of conflict, despite what the paranoid and distrustful might believe. Rather, it's the place from which my ethical duty emerges to grow, evolve, and improve the game that has given me everything. So not only, Seth,
it's his ethical duty to grow the game.
Not only is he not being unethical,
yes,
it is his duty to do both of these roles, to grow the game that we all love.
Okay, this is the fun part about this, is because it'd be one thing if he was taking on Florio specifically or something, but conflict of interests, it's not like people point out conflicts of interest and then they're written into the rules of how organizations function because they acknowledge human nature. Is it cynical to acknowledge human nature? Should it be no big deal for a judge to preside over the trial of his son? I can't believe. You know what, Ben? This feels like a Southern Belle moment. This feels like Tom Brady's having a Southern Belle O'Brady moment. Let's get the Southern Belle music going. I'm aghast. I'm aghast as I sit here on my porch, looking out over workers in my cotton fields who I just care for so much. I take care of them, I do. And never would I be accused of not caring about the people who work for me. That I am aghast that people would question whether or not it's okay for me to be given access to information that other owners are not given access to, because it is impugnation of my character to suggest that I, if given information, that I would take that information and with my brilliant football mind, use it to my own advantage. I have an obligation to the game of football to never tear asunder the columns that support this great game, this great institution of ours, by dastardly acts such as that. And I defy you to find anything in my history as a football coach or as a football player or as a New England Patriot that would suggest I would ever deign position.
Multiple cheating scandals.
How dare you?
All right.
How dare you, sir?
I mean,
I'm full as a tick on this one with anger and rage.
Full as a tick. Impugnation is a word.
I'm up to have a duck fit over this. I cannot believe that you have questioned the integrity of Southern Belle O'Brady on this.
Googling Spygate and Deflategate. There's multiple gates on this guy right
now. This is where, as you guys know, I'm torn here because there's a part of me that says, all right, like this is a weird situation where you're allowing an owner of a team that's involved with the day-to-day operations of the Oakland Raiders to sit in and, in an environment where players tend to give more information than they would give to other reporters and everything else like that. So, yes, I recognize that I think there's a conflict of interest. I'm not all worked up over it at all. Yeah. But then when Brady goes off and acts like anybody who points out the conflict of interest is just bearing their dark soul for the world to see because you can only recognize a world in which self-interest is the only thing that matters. Like, no, dude, tamp down the melodrama a little bit on this.
Paranoid and distrustful. That's what these people are.
It's like, no, conflicts of interest are a real thing, and that's why people address them. That's why you don't have a judge preside over the trial of his own son.
Makes sense.
That's why you try to create some separations there so people aren't tempted. I had a restaurant manager tell me once about how, like, look, you got to be realistic about human nature. And, like, if I leave this bunch of employees in the world, but if I leave $20 out on the counter every single night, somebody's going to take it. Like, it's just going to happen.
Yeah.
You're testing human nature at that point.
Yep.
So you've got safeguards to test human, to guard against human nature. But then on the other end of the spectrum, you've got Florio, who needs to act like it's the worst thing that's ever happened in the history of the world, and that there's vast conspiracies that are allowing it to happen.
Florio.
Like, so both of them, I don't like either of them in this instance.
Okay.
And I'm stuck in the middle.
Yeah, here you are. Here you are.
Just the simple football fan.
I'm just a simple Southern belle in the middle.
Yeah.
Impugnation is the
Is
act.
that a word? That's a word?
I looked it up while Southern Belle Brady was talking.
I knew. Well, I just figured I know what impugn means, and I figured I would just go for it. Yeah.
Stick an ation after it.
Okay.
Impugnation is and you used it properly too. Impugnation is the act or instance of impugning, which means to challenge, question, or attack as false, dishonest, or lacking integrity. It involves expressing doubt or criticism towards someone's statements, motives, or character.
I will suffer these impugnations no longer.
Yes. Good
I'm
job.
fixing to do something about it.
Good job, Southern Belle Seth. Good job. All right.
I like that he feels he has an ethical duty.
Yeah, it's his duty. This thing that you think I'm doing out of dirtiness and underhandedness is actually my duty to grow the sport. I don't know what y'all are looking at. I mean, you gotta.
Because I can't believe that you guys would question him making $20 million a year as anything other than his ethical duty. I have an ethical duty not to make $20 million a year at this job, but to further the sport. Yeah.
Oh my God. Hey,
that's like a billionaire trying to tell you it's his ethical duty that he's improving the world.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, you're only doing it out of ethical duty, huh? Let's see.
The Hall of Fame announced yesterday their ballot for this year. They have 128 nominees that'll get whittled down pretty quickly, down to, I don't know what it is, down to 50, down to 25. And then ultimately it'll be a 4 or 5 man class of Hall of Famers. The first year of eligibility, guys, Seth, the two headliners are Drew Brees and Larry Fitzgerald. I think Drew Brees gets in on the first ballot. I think he's a first ballot Hall of Fame. He's right there next to Brady on a lot of the volume counting stats, and he's won a Super Bowl. Never won an MVP, though, Drew Brees.
You bring up Drew Brees, and this is what gets so annoying. I get so annoyed with this, is because they're doing it with Arch Manning right now, too, where they take quarterbacks who started their careers in the late 90s or early 2000s and then stack up their early career stats to somebody who's playing in the modern era and act like there's act like those two things are relevant. Yeah. Back when teams ran the ball more than 50% of the time and everything. So you go through that and people will point out like his stats aren't that impressive, whatever. Brees is a first ballot, right?
Yeah,
I think Fitzgerald would be a first ballot, even though first ballot being a thing is dumb anyway, but I think he'll probably be a first ballot, partly just because of the way the football media has always looked at him.
Yeah, well,
for whatever reason, they hold him up on an incredible pedestal.
His dad was one of them for decades. He was a football writer up in Minnesota for decades.
Yeah, is that it? Is it as simple
I think that's part of it. I've thought that through the years. I
like this University of Phoenix ads on the radio.
I like Larry Fitzgerald. I think he's great.
I do too. Yeah, I guess that's part of it. Is just he seems like a genuinely good dude.
How many times do you think Larry Fitzgerald was a first-team All-Pro? He played all his career. He played for the Cardinals. He played 17 seasons from 2004 to 2020. How many years do you think Larry Fitzgerald was a first-team All-Pro? He was thought to be one of the best 2 or 3 receivers in football.
I think because of the team on which he played.
Went to a Super Bowl one time.
He went to a Super Bowl. No, he had some, but I'm guessing it was twice.
One time.
One time.
One time first-team All-Pro, 2-time second-team All-Pro. Like Larry Fitzgerald is a high-level compiler. He is an incredibly talented, great dude. stayed with the same team his whole career. I think those are really, really in the football world. Those are virtuous things. Yeah. I think Andre Johnson was a better player than Larry Fitzgerald was, and it took Andre 3 times to get in.
And also, I mean, the biggest thing too is yes, he's a compiler, but he's not just a compiler. He's second all time in receiving.
Yeah, high level compiler. Yeah, high level,
like a high level compiler.
Yes, ballot now too. Frank Gore is and Frank Gore's like third all time in rushing, and Frank Gore.
There's going to be some heated debates in football nerds circles over this one.
That's a compiler right there.
Yeah, was Frank Gore ever first team All Pro?
He was. I'll check. He was. I think he was All Pro. I don't know how many Pro Bowls he even made, let alone All Pro.
His durability, though, as a running back in this modern era, you talk about. He was so durable that he actually spanned 2 different eras of NFL football.
He did.
He went from when the running back was a really big deal to when the running back became more of an afterthought. But he was just churning out yardage the whole while.
Frank Gore was second team All-Pro 1 time.
Yeah,
second team All-Pro. He made the
really
Pro Bowl,
never had. He never had an incredible stretch of games where the kind of things like Terrell Owens can get in when being the opposite of Frank Gore, guy that didn't play. Did I say Terrell Owens? I mean Terrell Davis.
Yeah.
Terrell Davis just had an incredibly impressive span,
like 4
and that
years.
was enough to get him in as a running back.
Yeah, MVP.
Gore never had a stretch like that.
Yeah.
But he was just a solid, dependable back for a long, long time.
Yeah, he had a bunch of 1,000-yard seasons. He had one huge season. The season he made All-Pro, he had 1,700 yards. It was his second season. And then after that, it's 1,100, 1,000, 1,100, 850, 1,100. Good. He had averaged 4.3 yards a carry throughout his career. But he was durable as hell. You're right.
He's third all-time in rushing.
Yeah. Yep. Those will be interesting debates. By the way, the Texans that are on the ballot, I don't know that any of these are going to make the Hall of Fame. Jake Delhomme and Jeff Garcia are on there. They're former Texans. Arian Foster is probably the biggest name that's on the ballot. I don't think he's going to be a Hall of Famer. I still contend that a healthy Arian Foster is one of the 10 best running backs I've ever seen. He just wasn't healthy enough.
We talk about receivers and how in quarterbacks in the passing, the yardage just doesn't match up when you compare errors or whatever. It's the opposite effect with the running backs where it's hard to match up errors. Sean, there is one active player who's in the top 59 of all-time rushing yards right now.
One active player, top 59 of all-time.
You can guess who it is.
All-time rushing yards. I would guess top 50. Is it Nick Chubb?
Derrick Henry.
Oh, Derrick Henry. Oh, my God. Derrick Henry. Yeah, okay.
Do you want to know who the second most career yardage is for active players is right now?
Is it Nick Chubb?
No.
Okay.
It's whereabouts unknown Joe Mixon.
Oh, okay. So, I completely forgot about Joe Mixon.
Joe Mixon is currently 60th in all-time rushing yards.
Oh, my God.
Saquon Barkley's just behind him. I think Saquon's got a chance to surpass him.
That is a great indicator. Yeah, I think
he's
so.
He's 18 yards behind Joe Mixon.
I think he'll catch him. Yeah, I think he'll catch him.
It's nuts, man. None of these guys are going to surpass it. None of these guys are going to end up in the top 20, I don't think. It's crazy how much things have changed.
It is. It's wild.
Oh, wait, no, Saquon probably will.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's head into the 8 o'clock hour here. And let's circle back to the Astros. Season on the brink right now. I don't think something you all thought a week ago I was crazy for talking about, I don't think is out of the question now. It is up next. Let's play some Prize Picks. I'll tell you, that's one thing. You could cash in big on Prize Picks if
AM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The Astros lose again last night, 6-0. 5 hits in this game, 3 hits in the first game of this series. And it's bad enough that they're completely collapsing, that they're collapsing across the board. Pitching, hitting, odd defense, at least in the first game of this series, with the pop-up in the infield on the very first inning of the series against the A's. You got, their Keystone Cops out there with a pop-up dropping in between 3 of them because of the lighting in the stadium or the sunset or whatever it is. That's the part to me. They're going down without a fight. They've been outscored 43-8 by the A's the last 6 times they've played the non-city having in their name A's. And not to mention all the other teams they're losing to here, getting swept by Seattle in pretty embarrassing fashion over the weekend as well. They are going down, Seth, here right now, like a team that doesn't even resemble what their final record is going to be a record of a team where you go, all right, well, that was a decent team. They're going to win 86 or 87 games probably, whatever it is. They are playing like a team. They're playing like the Colorado Rockies of late. Man, it's
fun too, because you've pointed this out multiple times now, where people are doing write-ups, appraisals of the teams in the playoffs, and you can tell that some of the writers are just going through and looking at the season stats, because they'll say you had one write-up in there where somebody said, well, Framber's been himself, but he had a really bad series versus the Mariners, or a game versus the Mariners. What the hell are you talking about? No, that's not even close, because they look at the ERA, and it doesn't look horrible. It looks like he's having a rough season, right? Or an atypical season. This is his lowest ERA since 2019. But it's a tick above 2020, but so you don't realize he actually had a very respectable ERA until he completely fell off a cliff.
Until he cratered, He's had an ERA over 6 over the last 2 months of the season. The one you're referring to, because we had one from The Athletic a couple of days ago that was ranking the pitching staffs of the potential playoff teams. There were 15 teams, and the Astros are ranked 6th, which felt a little high just based on they've been slaughtered by injuries. They don't have anybody left. And I'm like, wow, 6th is high. But the guy writing that one, there was 2 guys that wrote that one, I can't recall their names, said that, you got to be mindful that Framber in the postseason has been a little up and down. It's like, postseason? He's been horrible for 2 months. They didn't even acknowledge that. The one I think you're referring to now is ESPN's David Schoenfield. He gave a report card to all 30 Major League Baseball teams, which is a weird thing to do with a week still left in the season. I feel like making the playoffs or not making them, I call me crazy. But he graded all 30 MLB teams on the season in its totality so far. Gave the Astros a C+, so whatever. There's a fair argument that they're a C+ baseball team. But this Schoenfield guy is another dude who clearly has not been watching the Astros or Framber Valdez the last 2 months. This is what he says. The bullpen was great, and Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez were great until that Seattle series in which both had losses, but the back of the rotation was a mess. Talking about the season in its totality.
Yeah, and okay.
Framber was not great this year.
No, Framber, and plus the back, the back of the rotation was a mess because of injuries and whatnot and what have you, and it was actually more impressive than you should have expected for a large stretch of the season. But no, so he's being even lazier. He didn't even look at the actual stats. Right. Because even if you look at the season stats, you're not going to say Framber was great.
No.
He is right now. Let's see. I looked it up. So he has the worst ERA he's had since 2019. Yep. He didn't vault up to that worst ERA since 2019 just with that performance with the Mariners. Yeah. It's his last 2 performances. Before the last 2 performances, he was still slightly better than his 2020 ERA. Okay. Now it's the worst one since 2019. Yeah, it's just been an absolute train wreck. Yeah. And he hasn't been I don't know how you look at his ERA and say that he was great this year. He's been a below average starting pitcher just by looking at the
I know I would submit that 2020, A, it was the COVID year, and B, Framber hadn't become Framber yet. Like 2021 was when he really, I think, kind of burst onto the scene. And 2022 was the year that you could pencil him in for a quality start literally every time he was going out there for 25 straight starts. Watching Fromber since that 2022 season, and at times he's been great. There's no question about that. But like you really get a feel for just how amazing he was in 2022, that there were 25 straight times that this guy, who is now calling out teammates and having blow-ups again, that this guy went out and pitched 25 straight games that would be deemed quality starts is, in retrospect, one of the most improbable streaks in the history of sports, maybe.
And I'll tell you, that's how bad the collapse has been, because actually I was wrong. His current ERA is 3.75, which puts him as an above-average pitcher. But still just, it does not tell the story, obviously, of what he's been for this last 2 months.
Well, he's above it, right, compared to the rest of the
above average on the season.
On the season,
right.
yeah.
But not great.
No, and that's what but that's the thing, that you need him to be great. He needed to be great for, as you pointed out earlier, his heirs and his grandkids and everybody else. Like he's most assuredly, without unless he goes out today and puts the team on his back and they go on to make the postseason, and then he goes and has a really nice postseason, he has lost tens of millions of dollars through his performance on the press conferences.
The other little tidbit in here that annoyed me was, and maybe it hurt because it did ring true to a certain extent, he said, quote, "And the Astros never did figure out left field after the silly Jose Altuve experiment didn't work out," unquote. All right, here's the thing with that silly left field experiment. Yeah. It's been kind of a silly experiment at second base, too. All right? The experiment looks less silly when you realize that, he's just not good as a fielder anymore at any position on the field. Yep. And yet you need his bat out there. So I still give them a pass on experimenting with it, because they recognize the reality of the situation is he's 35 years old and he is not fielding well, no matter where you place him right now. Yeah, has he? I haven't paid super close. I've watched every game, but I haven't paid close attention to where he's been. Has he played left field recently that you remember? Left recently? Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just wanted to look I thought you were going for his run saves, because I think he's equally bad at both positions now.
Yeah, he's just not good defensively. He's not. With Jordan out, they've been able to park him at DH way more than they probably anticipated at the beginning of the year. So that's probably where he's done most of his playing. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Yeah, this is just and by the way, it is very much in play that Joe Espada is not the manager of this baseball team next year. I just want to point that out. I'm not campaigning for him to get fired. I'm pointing it out to those of you that think that because he was able to manage his way through all these injuries, and that because people were touting him for manager of the year within the last 3 weeks, that if the Astros not just collapse, it is completely embarrassing like it is right now, that an owner that let a GM go after a World Series, like a week after they won the World Series, he let James Click go, and then decided to GM the team himself with Jeff Bagwell and Reggie Jackson, that the owner that would do that wouldn't fire Joe Espada for some reason. Those of you who think there's a 0% chance of that happening need to check yourselves, because there is a chance that happens if it looks like this. Collapses remove immunity from everybody. Anything can happen after a collapse, and this is a collapse. They had a 93% chance of making the postseason a week ago after beating the Rangers in 3 straight games, and now they're a bad Framber start away from having it in single-digit % chances of being.
And that's a part of evaluating a baseball manager that's just impossible to put a number on or figure out, is exactly just the whole motivational side of things and creating a culture or an environment where you get the most out of guys. And it's easy to point out in-game decisions and things like that. But when you've had so many guys drastically underperform, when your stated goal during spring training was to have better judgment at the plate, like back in the golden era, and you're actually one of the worst teams in the league at that very thing, that's where it's hard not to wonder, all right, would these guys be responding to a different manager differently? Yeah. It's you can't pin it down to one statistical data point. What would the Magnificent Gladstone call it? One statistical touch point?
Touch point. Yeah, it's a touch point.
Yeah.
touch point for 713-572-4610. People are angry at the Astros. Should have traded Altuve and Bregman 2 years ago when I said so. And yes, I did let them know. Did you send a strongly worded letter to the Astros texter a couple of years ago?
When was that again?
I would say, by the way, I think that's a good argument for writing physical letters these days, huh? Probably much higher chance of it being read than an email.
No doubt.
It's so, man, I delete so many important emails that I really should have read that I just, because I'm going through and batch deleting things that I accidentally don't read it. So if it's I think if you send a physical letter, there's a good chance that it's going to get read.
Is this a passive-aggressive request from our boss or for our boss to write you letters instead of emails? Yeah.
That's what I would, either that or by courier.
Yes.
I feel...
Yeah.
Given my status and importance to the station,
For sure.
the U.S. snail mail, not good enough. I need a courier.
Courier?
And I want him to ride up to my house on a bicycle with a little hat, a little Telegram boy hat.
And one of those little bells that you ring with your thumb, like ring, ring, ring. Yeah.
And look, I'm not a sexist. It can be a Telegram girl. I don't whatever. But just a person delivering me my Telegram and or mail the way
professionally dressed, though, right? Not like a
Telegram person.
Not a scantily clad Telegram girl.
No, a Telegram outfit.
Yeah.
No, why are you turning this dirty? No, I'm saying, I was trying to. I was sitting here saying, because I said Telegram boy.
Yeah.
But, except, the 2025 version, it would be Telegram person.
I'm just checking because I would prefer the scantily clad version. That's all. I was just seeing if you're, that's...
and that's why you don't deserve, and nor have you... That's why your request on unheeded.
I am less important to the station than the most important person, Seth C. Payne. Absolutely. Payne and Pendergast with you. Here was Cam Ward, the quarterback of the Tennessee Titans, on the Texans defense at his press conference yesterday.
I just think they're really explosive. They get off the ball well. They rush the quarterback well. So, we're going to have to, block them as best as we can. Got to get the ball out. Got to help my offensive line out. And then I think the biggest thing is that we got to stay above the chains versus them. They love keeping offenses behind the chains. They're going to get back on track situations, so we just got to stay above it.
Okay, I play that one because I love hearing other opposing quarterbacks talk about how awesome the Texans defense is. Two, I went back and double and triple checked this, and I'm looking at all the cuts from CJ's press conference, and maybe this is an indicator, too, of just how into CJ's emotions everybody is. In looking at this, and again, I'm scanning this multiple times, I don't think CJ was asked a single question about the Tennessee Titans in his press conference yesterday.
I do get to points in some of the press conferences where I'm like, all right, can I deal without? I'm not in the mood for philosophical CJ or CJ. How are you avoiding the distractions or CJ? Can we talk some nuts and bolts at some point?
Yeah.
I think this. And maybe it's because there's just a lack of intrigue about the Titans in general.
You're 0-3. You need to be asking about the opponent.
I'm intrigued. I'm talking to Blaine Bishop this afternoon, so former Oiler and Titans player who now does radio there. And so we'll have some clips from him tomorrow, Sean. I'm going to do the Lord's work and get some. And, really where he is right now is guy with incredible talent, but he's got a completion percentage in the 50s. And when I hear that, and when I see a pick six already on his resume, I think, okay, there's two ends of the spectrum. If you're completing 50% of your passes in your rookie year, you've got Josh Allen on one side, you got Anthony Richardson on the other side.
Yeah.
And at this point, there's not a chance in hell I'm going to get cocky and start thinking that Cam Ward's
Josh Allen.
Cam Ward. Well, I'm not going to get cocky as a Texans fan and say that Cam Ward's going to be Anthony Richardson.
Right.
Because that's. Cam Ward did something that Anthony Richardson didn't do, which was he played really good football in college.
Yeah.
It makes more sense, So I worry more that he's going to scale up to that Josh Allen side of the equation more so than the Anthony Richardson side.
Yeah, man. Dude, I'm looking at it, and the closest thing that CJ got asked about the Titan was do you consider this week a must-win?
Yeah.
Nothing about Jeffrey Simmons or the absence of Tavondre Sweat or L'Jarius Sneed. And maybe CJ didn't know about this when he got stepped to the podium yesterday, but L'Jarius Sneed disrespecting Nico Collins. If you missed that, we'll have that later on this hour. It's a weird time right now, man.
The other thing too is I've just surprised that D'Amico hasn't been asked about the allowing the Jaguars to score and going into that decision, which I think it was the right decision.
I do too. I agree.
It's an atypical decision that we saw 2 weeks in a row.
Yep.
If you guys are upset about the Texans season so far. 2 weeks in a row in which a defensive coordinator instructed his players to allow the other team to score. I feel like that's a trend now. It's a notable enough. I think other teams are going to see this and start to be like, all right, you know what? It does make sense. I don't know why we're fighting like hell to basically help the other team win here. Let's just concede it, and I'm cool with it. There's no ethical part of me that thinks that's mentally weak or something.
No. Teams want the ball last. I mean, it is analytics in a way. I mean, teams want the ball last.
I'm surprised that it hasn't been more common already.
Yep. The Suns owner spoke on Kevin Durant yesterday and spoke exactly like you might think an owner would that just traded away one of the top 10 players in the sport. We'll have that for you. And how many Rockets landed in the top 100 for ESPN in the NBA? We've got that for you coming up next as well. If you're not sleeping well at night, boy, you hit me with that one hard there, Ben. Yeah, that's me right there. That's what I sounded like sleeping at night back 8 years.
by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we know the Rockets, been a rough week. They lost Fred VanVleet for the season, it would appear, with a torn ACL. We'll find out more. Monday is their media day, so and camp starts on Tuesday next week. So basketball is here. Several teams are having their media days this week. I don't know if this is a media day thing, but the Suns owner, Ishbia is his last name. What is it? Matt Ishbia, owner, Suns, Ishbia? It is Matt Ishbia, yes, is the owner of the Phoenix Suns, who, of course, traded Kevin Durant to the Rockets for Jalen Green and Dillon Brooks. First, two cuts from the owner of the Suns, who says some wild things. Let's start there. He said this season for the Suns will not be measured on wins.
My expectation is that we win more games than we won last year, but the truth is it's not going to be measured in wins and losses this year, but it is going to be measured in success.
Okay. It's not going to be measured in wins and losses. It'll be measured in success.
I know where this is going towards. This is some kind of a process type of thing.
That's what it feels
like success within the process and all of that. He's going to be very, very clever in how he delivers this message, because it's more important to be clever than to actually win basketball games. Sean.
Yeah. I'd forgotten how coked up he sounds. Like he's very sort of hyper. I'm not saying he's coked up. I'm saying he sounds coked up.
Right. I like some people are just like Will Anderson. Remember we played that clip a few weeks ago where it sounded like
we were debating if it was sped up or not.
Whether it was artificially sped up or not.
Yeah.
Oh, Ben, did you save the clip where I slowed it down to normal speed?
I don't have that, no.
Okay, I'll find it. We got to play Will Anderson slowed down. it's
so slowed down below normal, or like
to a normal cadence, but him speaking 1,000 words a minute, but slowed down.
Yeah. He sounds like.
Some people just are really fast talkers, really excitable.
Yep.
Yeah.
This kid,
this billionaire, is he self-made or is he a
good question?
Nepo baby?
I'm not sure if he's. I mean, he just bought the team within the last. He bought the team. I don't know where he got his money from to do it. He didn't inherit the team from anybody. Here's another one. He said, of course, they traded Kevin Durant to the Rockets for Jalen Green and Dillon Brooks. Team trade. Remember that? 7-team trade to get Kevin Durant here. He said KD just not really a fit for the Suns.
Yeah, well, we're really excited about the players we got. Kevin Durant's a great player. There's no one that can ever question that. Just wasn't a fit for what we're doing going forward. Obviously, he's had an amazing career, but he's not a fit for what we're going to do going forward, and we got great players back. Like Dillon Brooks, tough-minded, winning type guy. We love that. That's what we have to build out here. Because Jalen Green, 23-year-old upside, leading scorer and played all 82 games last year. We love Jalen Green. But then we got the 10th pick and Kaman Malawas. We're excited. And with the other picks, we end up getting Rasheer Fleming, Kobe Bryant. We got 5 players, and we love what we've got for it. So we're looking forward, not looking back. Obviously, it didn't work with Kevin. We wish him the best. But for us, going forward, we love the guys we got. We love what we're building. And it takes time. It's not going to happen overnight, but we feel great about what we've got here in Phoenix going forward.
Are you buying Matt Ishbia's spin on the Kevin Durant trade?
If I'm a Suns fan, I think I would now part of the trade. If I'm a Suns fan, there's 2 parts of it. Is that one, okay, you're not going anywhere with Kevin Durant, and it's not Kevin Durant's fault, but we got to do something. But then you kind of traded for a bunch of guys where there's just a whole lot of redundancy, and it doesn't necessarily make sense. So then you got to go one step further and say, well, in basketball, you just got to look at these things as chips that can be traded and moved and everything else. So I'm not buying wholeheartedly into all those guys, because I think that 3 of them might not be there on the team by the end of this season. But I can get with the notion of, all right, we gotta accumulate as many assets as possible and just somewhere along with basketball.
I'm intrigued to see what it looks like with Jalen Green and Devin Booker on the floor at the same time. These are 2 guys that tend to need the ball in their hands to do their thing.
I know it's the case you could make for it if you really wanted to, give yourself a hernia over it. Is like, hey, the Rockets did it with Chris Paul and James Harden. Everybody pointed out that you got this issue with guys who are 2 ball-dominant guys, and then you basically just ended up with an A squad and a B squad. That's how the Rockets handled it. I don't know if that you you can't put Jalen Green certainly on that same level as Chris Paul and James Harden.
No, they're very different.
So when you start talking about having two ball-dominant guards like that, and one of them's a guy that's still got a lot of growth and developing to do, it's not as intriguing.
There were 4 Rockets that made the ESPN NBA's top 100 players. Kevin Durant, they're revealing the top 10 today, so it's an assumption. Kevin Durant's name has not been called yet, so it's an assumption he's in the top 10. Just a question of where he is in the top 10. Alperen Şengün, 25th. On ESPN's got a panel of people that vote on this thing. 25th.
I am so happy.
You should be. 25 is pretty good, Alpy. It's pretty good. Amen Thompson, 37th on the list. Jabari Smith Jr., 74th on the list. So you get 4 that make the top 100. Jalen Green did not make the top 100. He was 52 a year ago.
Yeah.
And he fell out. He fell out of the top 100, which if you want to see how much postseason is way off, like, because Jalen Green was better in a lot of key statistics last season, and the team that he was playing on, he was the leading scorer on a team that was the 2 seed in the Western Conference, and yet he fell from the 52nd best player, with the Rockets having not made the postseason with him on the team ever, to falling out of the top 100. I'm guessing, Seth, in large part because he was awful in that series with the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, if he'd gotten injured in the last regular season game, I think he would be on this list.
He'd be higher than 52 probably.
Yeah.
He was a better player in the regular season this year. He was a better player than the one that got ranked 52 going into the season.
I think the one that people are going to get most agitated about in Houston is Amen Thompson being 37th. And I get that. For me right now, I'm kind of like, all right, look, like Amen Thompson is just now entering the consciousness of a lot of people in terms of being like, oh, wow, this guy is the real deal. Mm-hmm. I kind of like seeing him at 37 as a reminder that, look, man, yeah, he's got to really put an emphatic stamp on it this year.
Yeah.
And it might be more difficult if they have him take over a lot of the point guard role, because he's going to have to be a different type of player, and it might be a little bit of a hiccup at first. I don't know. I'm optimistic in the long term that he can handle that challenge if that's how they decide to go with it. I don't think it's as simple as him picking up where you left off last year if his role is going to change a little bit.
Yeah, 37 feels okay to me, only because I feel like if you've never made an all-star team, and you're outside the top 25, like that's what it is. You need to have an all-star team at least once to be considered one of the 25 best players. So I'm cool with Amen at 37. Jabari Smith creeping in there at 74. I was a little surprised until I saw that he was like in the 80s last year, so a little uptick for him. Isaiah Hartenstein's the interesting one. I mean, he was a role player for the Rockets for like just a minute. He's the 56th best player. I mean, when you're doing stuff for the NBA champs, that raises your profile. Isaiah Hartenstein, the one that got away.
Matt Ishbia, by the way, the owner of the Suns.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mortgage
Definitely
guy.
a Nepo baby, but would we call him a bootstrap Nepo baby?
Okay.
I always like to see, okay, where have you taken, you were born into a family with a very successful father. So he transformed the company his father founded. This feels like it was written by a PR firm. He transformed the company his father founded into the largest wholesale mortgage lender in the U.S. He grew the company significantly after joining in 2003 and becoming CEO in 2013, taking it public in 2021.
Okay, there you go. Taking it public.
Is he a bootstrap Nepo baby, or is he just a Nepo baby?
No, I don't think he's a Nepo. I think bootstrap Nepo baby for sure. He's not a Nepo baby. Is somebody
Nepo baby.
That's like a Nepo baby is somebody who inherits it and then just doesn't do anything with it.
That's a pure Nepo baby.
Or only has their role because they inherited the business.
I don't know. In Hollywood, you'll call an actor a Nepo baby if their parents were actors.
Yeah.
You know, like people call Ben Stiller a Nepo baby, even though he's done it all. Like he did it. But then he did it on his own, you know, and he forged a really nice career. Like he was a much more famous actor than his parents were.
He's a bootstrap. He's a bootstrap
Nepo baby.
He's a bootstrap Nepo baby.
If you advance the position,
yes,
that's what it is. If you're not just hovering wherever your parents left you, then you're just a pure Nepo baby.
Yep.
A bootstrap Nepo baby picks himself up by his Dior store bootstraps.
I was going to say his diamond-encrusted bootstraps.
Ends up being better, yeah.
Yes.
You go from flying first class to private jet.
I love that you and I were trying to think of the fanciest bootstraps you could possibly have for Matt Ishbia. Yeah.
The thing is, I don't know. I'm going to have to dig into Matt Ishbia this weekend because this is the key. He took over the company, the mortgage company, in 2013, which means he didn't have to guide them through the Great Recession and the real estate bubble collapse and all of that. So I don't know. Like look, hey, anybody can make money in real estate if you're picking up after everything's been burned to the ground.
Where are we on the guiding it through the pandemic? Real estate did pretty good during the pandemic, I think.
Yeah.
I know we sold our house during the pandemic.
Real estate, by and large, has been the really smart thing to do, except for
back 07 or whatever it was,
that 1 year in which I also retired from football.
And got into real estate.
I was leveraged at 50% in Florida.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right. Titans-Texans, 0-3 versus 0-3 doesn't quite pop for the national audience, I would say. Got a little bit of juice yesterday with a key matchup in this game. We'll have the audio for you on that coming up next.
Speak of the devil, Trajan Wealth. Boy, I'll tell you what, when it comes to having a plan,
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I love the raw emotion of this text. For the love of God, is it really too much to ask for a win from any professional sports team in Houston? That's what it feels like, man. Hey, we're all in this together, all right? We're going to get through this. It's a rough patch, but the sports gods don't just let you sit here and have success all the time. You know, it's a give and a take.
So why are people with needing their sports teams to win?
Yeah.
Let's talk about that for the next hour and a half,
Yes,
Sean.
yes.
Why is it that people feel entitled to seeing a victory in a calendar year?
Right.
If the Texans won a game this calendar year, what was the end of the season
the
Titans.
Week 18 and the Charger playoff game were both in January.
Yeah, the Chargers. That's right. Yeah,
they made the playoffs last year.
How many regular season games then? Just the Titans?
Just the Titans game, yeah, because
this is the only team that regular season win they've had in the calendar year is the Tennessee Titans.
Yep.
Back in a meaningless game.
Get right. Yeah, and Ross Tucker was on the call for that one, too.
Things are lining up.
Oh, yeah. For sure. This matchup did get a little bit of juice yesterday. L'Jarius Sneed, cornerback, highly paid cornerback for the Tennessee Titans. They traded for him a year or so ago to get him from the Kansas City Chiefs. He was asked about Nico Collins a couple of times in his little media scrum around his locker, an open locker room. And a couple of times he said, who? And construed as disrespect for Nico Collins. Nico was asked about it yesterday. Here first was just Nico just talking about wanting to get back on the field. He's dealing with a little bit of a knee thing. He was limited at practice, but seems excited to get back on the field and try to get a win.
So thoughts on going against Sneed on the other side?
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Can't wait for the matchup. Can't wait to get back on the field with the guys and play again. You know, that's the most important thing I'm most excited about, getting back at that with my teammates and my brothers.
He asked about you, and he said who a couple times today.
Okay. Yeah, he knows who I am. Yeah.
Okay, and then a follow-up about this whole L'Jarius Sneed who thing.
If somebody doesn't know you, what should they know about you after Sunday?
They know? Nah, my bad. Yeah, I'm a dog. You know what I'm saying? I'm just me. I don't say much. I just play. You know what I'm saying? You can talk all you want. I'm not hearing it. You know, just line that up. Yes, sir.
Yeah, honestly, I'm glad L'Jarius Sneed did that because Nico's not a big talker, but he talks with his shoulder pads, I think.
Yes, he does.
To the tune of honestly,
and his helmet in the last game.
So Travis Kelce baits guys into unsportsmanlike by kind of getting up in their faces after the play and everything. A real D-bag move that he does and gets away with over and over again. Nico Collins drew a penalty by lowering his helmet into Eric Murray and destroying poor Eric Murray. But Eric Murray got knocked back 5 yards and drew a penalty for unnecessary roughness because he lowered his helmet. And then, at the end of the game, I think if Nico had just turned and run, things might have been different, butterfly effect and everything. But he went for contact. So Nico thrives on big games, big moments, and being physical in those moments. We've seen in the playoffs, in the play-in game a couple years ago, that's how he speaks. So I kind of like this because this is a game that otherwise, by and large, is going to be ignored in the NFL. As of a primetime game as you can get. Yeah. This might as well be played at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
It's 2 0-3 teams in the AFC South. Yeah.
It's a London game being played in Nashville. Or no, it's here. In Houston, it's here. Sorry.
Yeah, and then YouTube's got carriage issues, so it's nobody's watching it other than people in Nashville and Houston. But this adds a little bit of extra juice. Yeah. Sometimes bulletin board material is overstated as having an impact. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it 100% does not. Sometimes guys get that little extra edge and they approach their preparation in the week more. I like Nico getting maybe a little bit of something to be offended by early in the week this week.
Nico had a big game statistically against Jacksonville, which is what he does. He's historically, over the last couple of years, he's dominated the Jacksonville Jaguars. 8 catches, 104 yards. He had the 50-yard touchdown. It didn't feel like a dominant Nico game. Maybe it's because the offense is just so stuck in mud right now. He got 50 of the yards on one busted coverage. Credit him. A great stop-and-go move by Nico on that play to get Tyson Campbell to kind of overcommit. But he had 8 catches. I looked at the box score afterwards. I'm like, Nico had 8 catches for 104 yards?
Well,
wow.
And the big missed opportunity was the one that would have been 50 yards or so on the deep over in the first series of the game where CJ just couldn't connect with Nico. Was that the first play of the game?
Might have been,
whenever it was early in the game.
The first play of the game was CJ doing that little rollout and running for 5 yards. I remember because I was like, oh man, because nobody's near CJ. Someone's got to be open, and then
I'm watching so many different cut-ups that I forget the actual flow of the game.
Yeah.
But it was the first on the reel that I was watching this morning. But it was just in classic 2025 Houston Texans offense fashion. That play there were multiple little things that were a little off kilter on that play, to where the play call itself, I think, it was dialed up right, and CJ had Nico wide open over the middle, or coming open. And if CJ had nailed the throw, if there hadn't been clutter at CJ's feet, if Nico slowed up a little bit, and I don't know exactly if the relationship between CJ and Nico on that play was exactly right, but they dialed up the right play there, and that's where I still have hopes that it's going to click at some point in a big way, specifically with CJ and Nico, and it could very well happen against a bad football team in the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, it's got to be this weekend. It's got to be this weekend, and because I was about to say, because you got the Ravens coming up next weekend. Now the Ravens are a bad defense right now too. But the two teams that have really destroyed them here early in the season are the Bills and the Lions, and there's really no crime. There's no shame in getting beat by the Bills or Lions.
Giving up 40 points to the Bills or the Lions doesn't make me think that the Texans are going to score 40 points on the Ravens.
Or even 24 points on the Ravens.
Right, no, and because you still have the questions about this defense versus the Ravens specifically. Mm-hmm. What are they going to do? And that's the hard part about it. They might be in a position where it's been pretty rare that they score 30-plus points these last couple seasons.
Even when they've been good. Even when I say good, even when they've been, in 2023, they didn't score 30 points a lot that season.
Yeah. And last week, Matabike and Kyle Van Noy were both out for the Ravens, too. So if the Texans are facing them at full strength, that's a whole nother deal. Yeah, I don't think there's a single Texans fan right now who's thinking Ravens don't look like they're typical.
No. I was just thinking ahead of them because I'm like, man, if you don't get well this weekend offensively, you got the Ravens. It's like, okay, it's not the same Ravens, but you're right. Like, it's still a Ravens team that the Texans should be scared of every defense in the league right now.
The Ravens defense last year started off slow and then really turned it on in the second half of the season.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm not going to look at the Ravens defense and think, oh yeah, this is who they are.
Yeah. I mean, this one, no Tavondre Sweat, that helps.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Longhorns.
Jeffrey Simmons.
He's not done for the year.
No.
But he's on the short-term IL.
He's on the IR.
Injured reserve designated to return. They can bring him back.
So we may see him in Week 11 when these two teams play again. We'll see. But yeah, the offense has to get well this weekend. I feel like the levels of things that could happen this weekend, like a loss is a complete disaster, and I think is gonna turn whoever's not apathetic right now. I feel the feeling I get from the fan base right now, Seth, is more anger than apathy. I know there's people that claim apathy out there. That's fine. I'm just talking about what I feel like the majority feeling is. You lose to the Titans at home, and they lost to them last year at home. You lose to the Titans at home, then I think it's going to be a lot of people checking out of this thing. I think if it's a win that looks like the first 3 games of the year, but the Texans come out on the right side of it, then I think it's going to be like this short-term dopamine hit that, hey, at least it's a win and we're not talking about a loss. But I think the confidence level in the team is going to stay at the same plateau. If they go out and beat them 28-10 or something like that, I'm willing to go, all right, here's a little bit of, that there's some good things that we just saw. Let's go. Let's see. And especially if the Ravens, I want the Ravens to beat the Chiefs because I'd rather the Ravens be 2-2 than 1-3 going into that game. But if the Chiefs start plowing through the Ravens like the Bills and the Lions did in the first 3 weeks of the season, then I'll feel like because the Chiefs are not a good offensive team right now. So if the Chiefs get some things done against the Ravens, then I'll feel like, okay, maybe a little bit of confidence if the Texans are able to unlock some things against the Titans. If it's a convincing win that involves competent offense, good red zone, multiple trips into the red zone, no silly turnovers, blockers look like they know what they're doing, that kind of thing. Like just a win that you should have over an 0-3 team with a rookie quarterback at home when you're a touchdown favorite.
Yeah, if the Chiefs start off 1-3, I'll be so happy. Just out of sheer pettiness and disgust and all of that other thing. Like, hopefully the dynasty is indeed dead and over.
They've had their run, man.
Yeah, you've had your time.
You had your time, yeah.
I'm tired of Chiefs fans acting like they don't understand acknowledging them as the greatest thing that ever lives. Like, yeah, this is welcome to America, all right? That's not welcome to being a human being. Right. You don't think that this is the problem. People watch too many documentaries about old sports teams of the past, and they don't realize that people hated those teams back then too.
Yeah.
No, but there's never been a time where people loved the team that their team couldn't beat, okay? So just get over yourselves, Chiefs fans. You're about to join the rest of us, okay? Back down here on Earth.
Yep. Welcome to Humanville, population us. Welcome in, Chiefs. Here's your basket for moving into the neighborhood. Welcome committee for the Chiefs. It's us. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. The first time D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud have spoken about the C.J. Gardner Johnson release was yesterday. What was D'Amico's most revealing answer about C.J. Gardner Johnson yesterday? We'll have that for you coming up next. Liqueur 43.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We get a Nick Caley press conference today. We get a Nick Caley press conference and a Framber Valdez start in the same afternoon. Two of the candidates for public enemy number one in the city of Houston right now. The offensive coordinator for the Texans and the number two starter for the Houston Astros. By name, at least, I guess, number two starter for the Astros, Framber Valdez. What do you choose? Do you choose to watch Nick Caley try to explain away this offense, or Framber Valdez put out his next start to torpedo the season? And I'm just going to watch nature videos of animals mauling each other. That'll be easier.
So the biggest thing that can, I mean, what if Framber goes out and pitches a no-hitter tonight? A little bit.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd
be awesome.
It would be awesome.
Can you let me dream about this? Like buying a lottery ticket, okay? Like
clear.
I know it's unlikely. I know the odds are similar. But like I just for 12 hours, let me dream about being either a billionaire or Framber pitching a no-hitter.
No, I am not rooting, and I know you're not implying this, I'm not rooting against Framber Valdez or the Astros or anything else. I don't think this is a show where you've got a couple people saying, I don't even want them to make the postseason. I think that's one of the silliest things. Even when your team is playing poorly, you don't want your team to get in and have a 5% shot at making a run at this thing, or 2%, or whatever it is. It's more baseball. At its core, it is more sports. What are we doing? So I'm anxious to find out if Lopez still has that view, because when he brought that up yesterday, we all looked at him like, really? You don't want them to make the play? You just want the season to be over? And he said, today I do. We'll see. Like he's leaving the door open to change his mind. I can't imagine a 6-0 loss to the A's last night. It's going to bring Lopez in and go, you know what? I'm back on board. Let's go. Let's make a run. Let's go to the postseason for the 9th consecutive year it would be.
Yeah, boy, I'll tell you what, that billboard in the Galleria for the lottery, really effective on me. If you ever wonder about whether outdoor advertising is effective, I
dream about that $900 million.
I am so philosophically opposed to buying lottery tickets, but I see that billboard, and within 5 minutes, 100 yards down, 6'10", after I see that billboard. That's the other reason that one's so effective, is that you can look at that billboard 27 times as you're trying to make it through the Galleria. I feel by the time I get north of the Galleria, I feel like it's almost financially irresponsible if I don't pull over and buy a lottery ticket.
There's a gas station there that sees Seth Payne once a week.
Yeah, I'm just like, I feel like it's being irresponsible. I've done well in life, but I haven't taken care of all of my family and extended family the way I would really dream of. Why does not every single one of my first cousins have everything they've always wanted? I need to buy this lottery ticket.
I've taken care of my family in life, but you know what I haven't done? Bought a fraction of an NFL team yet.
Right. Yeah. I've done pretty well in life, but you know what I've never done? I've never bought out an entire nightclub for my birthday party and had bottle service for everybody. Yeah,
I've never hired Sade to play my birthday party.
Right. Yeah, that's the key. Yeah, renting out a nightclub. You can figure out a way to do that. Yeah, I need A-list celebrities at there pretending to be my friends on social media.
I'll pay all the appearance fees. Tell me what it is. Here's your check.
Mm-hmm.
All right, D'Amico Ryans. He would be delightful to have at my birthday party. That would be amazing. He met with the media yesterday. Now, CJ Gardner Johnson at your birthday party, that would be fun. I would not cut him from my birthday party. That could get a little crazy. Seth just got the crazy eyes for a second.
He's never had any off-field issues that we know of, right?
Right, I know. He'd be.
There was that weird putting a hit on, like that social media rumor or whatever. What was it?
It was Malik Neighbors.
What was it? Did he put out a hit on Malik Neighbors?
Something like that, yeah.
It was something weird. Yeah.
It felt like one of those.
Yeah, no validity to it at all, I don't think, but it was a weird rumor this summer.
Felt like one of those fake Facebook stories that we see 15 of every day now on Facebook. D'Amico Ryan, but CJ Gardner Johnson, no longer a Texan. Be anxious to see who picks him up or if he gets picked up. Here was the exchange at the very beginning of yesterday's D'Amico Ryan's press conference, back and forth with the assembled media on C.J. Gardner Johnson's release.
Just started, I know everyone saw the news where we released CD, just wish CD the best. Unfortunately, we just moved on, and for me, every decision I make is always in the best interest of our team. I felt this was the best decision for us to move forward, and so now we're here, and we're on to the Titans.
Why did you think it was in the best interest of the team?
Yeah, because it's my decision to move on. I know it's best for my team.
Performance or something else? There's been a lot of news reports on it.
Yeah, I'm not going to go into all the details of it. It was coming from me, the head coach. It's my team. It was the best for our team, and that's why I made the decision. So I'm not going into any further details on it.
Yeah. So he
seek a trade partner, or did you get any interest from other teams?
No.
Okay, so that's that last question there, did you seek a trade or was there interest from any other teams? That was a one-word answer that was pretty forthcoming. Like, no. 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 He Devers it. Yeah, Rafael Devers it. Was the most revealing answer that I believe all the reporting about the issues behind the scenes. Look, you don't cut a starting safety 3 weeks into the season. Even if he's playing poorly, you bench him. You don't cut him. When you cut him, there's issues behind the scenes. It's been reported by multiple outlets that there were. I believe all of that. I think people wanted to hear D'Amico Ryans acknowledge that in some way yesterday. I thought this was the most revealing kind of tacit acknowledgement of there being issues behind the scenes between C.J. Gardner Johnson and some of his teammates.
Yeah, I don't think it was a surprise. If it is, that's the league. It's always surprises each and every year.
Okay, that's fine. That's enough right there. He goes on to talk about how guys were surprised. That's the league, and they'll be okay. The question was, Cody Stutz asked it, were the players surprised by cutting CJ Gardner Johnson? And he said, I don't think they were surprised. Like cutting your starting safety, if there were no issues, would be a shocking thing to people. To say that the guys weren't surprised that something like this happened, I think is to me, it was very revealing.
Well, the part where he said if they were surprised, hey, that's life in the NFL, or however he phrased it. Yeah. Without reading too much into it, but just maybe I'll look at it through my lens or filter. Maybe it is a little bit of a all right, look, if you're surprised, welcome to the NFL. This team, this is where we're going to handle it. If you handle your business this way, there's not a place for you on this football team. And that also, whoever was feeding the afterwards to the media, maybe it was players on the team, but it could possibly have been the team itself. I think that sends a message as well, is make no bones about it. We're not accepting this kind of behavior. And if you're surprised by it, then you better learn real quick what we expect around here. So I like that part of it. The basic nuts and bolts of it is you're a team right now that needs to be carried by your defense. The way it's been framed by either leaks or whatever it might be is that CJ Gardner Johnson very well may have cost you a touchdown in each of the 3 games that you've lost. You've lost each of those games by a touchdown or less. They don't have room. There's no wiggle room here on this team right now. Until the offense figures some things out, the defense they have to carry them. And they have to be, even though they've been good, they need to be even better. So that part of it, I think just from a pure nuts and bolts perspective, it makes sense. Because I saw some people say, well, they're looking for a scapegoat because they're 0-3 and you got to have somebody be the sacrificial lamb. No, I think they genuinely feel like CJ Gardner Johnson actively hurt the defense, and that's something you could roll with and try to figure out and work your way through if the offense was out there actually scoring more than 1 touchdown per game.
Yep.
But right now they're not.
I saw some people the day that CJ Gardner Johnson got cut upset that there was not a trade for CJ Gardner Johnson, to which I would say I'm for Kenyon Green.
Right, they were able to get him for Kenyon Green, and it was after the Eagles had told CJ Gardner Johnson, according to my source, CJ Gardner Johnson, on the Pivot podcast, they told him they were going to cut him. And he just, basically asked them to get him into a situation that was good or whatever, help him there. So they end up working a trade, which was a nominal amount for the Texans to give the Eagles. Yeah. They gave him Kenyon Green, and then there was a 5th and 6th round pick swap. So it's not like the Eagles, in the Eagles front office, I tend to give them the benefit of the doubt. Yeah. The Eagles were ready to release him. Yeah. And I think the way that it happened with the Texans now is there might have been, and I'm eager to see if something does emerge or something, there might have been a pivotal moment where the Texans said, all right, that's it. No, you're out of here. We're not dealing with this anymore. Yeah. We're going to nip this in the bud, and we're done right now. Yeah. And we don't need to hang around to see if there's a 2027 7th round pick or something out there.
Yeah. I mean, the Brian Thomas catch and run, if it were an on-the-field thing, it's clearly probably the Brian Thomas catch and run where CJ Gardner Johnson completely ignored, if you believe the cut-ups that we've seen of that play, completely ignored his assignment and left Kamari Lassiter, left him holding the bag on that play. Maybe after that game, it was a 3rd straight game of him bitching at his teammates, requesting a trade, blaming others, pointing fingers, whatever. It's just, for those of you that are upset that the Texans didn't it's probably hard to drum up interest for a guy who is clearly getting moved because he's an issue behind the scenes, and who, by the way, has a whole back of the football card that is slathered in that type of stuff because he's been on a different team in week 1 every season since 2020.
Yeah, and those other teams are going to say, well, no, you're probably going to cut him anyway, and I can probably get him at a deal less than what. If we're going to bring that into our building, then we're probably going to want to pay him less than what his current contract is.
Right. And they have film there too. They can see that he wasn't playing well for the Texans. It's not like he was, it's not like he had 2 picks in the first 3 games.
Somebody had also asked me, like, doesn't it seem odd to you that the Texans are so tight-lipped about Joe Mixon and everything, but then all of a sudden all this information is out there immediately afterwards? It doesn't. I think it's notable, but it's not odd. I think that's exactly what teams that are really tight-lipped and savvy about what they do and do not leak, that's what they do. So it doesn't seem weird. It just seems like, that's probably like I said at the time, I think they were doing a pretty good job on the PR side of it, of just like, all right, we'll hear a rebuttal from CJ Gardner Johnson at some point, I'm guessing.
Yes.
But it doesn't seem odd to me. Yeah. It seems like, that's what teams do sometimes.
Yep. Here was C.J. Stroud when he was asked yesterday about the Texans cutting C.J. Gardner Johnson.
I don't really think I felt like that or the team. I mean, I think they have their own reasons, Nick and D'Amico, and I think as a team, we brought him in, and everybody was, our whole team is close, like we all hang out with one another pretty much. It's sometimes like defense, offense, or DBs, quarterbacks, like whatever that would. I thought he did well with his DBs and everything, so it's not really, my position to speak on that. I like CD as a person. I think he's growing as a man. He's trying to find a relationship with God, which I think is dope. So I wish him nothing but the best. And I'm gonna always be here for him if he ever needs me. But I'm always gonna be a fan of him.
I thought he handled that perfect. I thought CJ did a good job with that answer.
Oh yeah. No, you never want to. Don't get down into that muck of it or anything. Yeah.
No.
And like, who knows? Like, not to say that, and from CJ's perspective, who knows what the actual muck was or anything.
Yeah, he might not have seen any of this stuff.
There's a lot of times on a football team where everybody's in their own silos for most of the day, and the offense doesn't know what's going on the defensive side of the ball necessarily, and vice versa. So CJ might have genuinely been ignorant of a lot of the stuff that CJ Gardner Johnson reportedly did. Go back to the Houston 93 documentary where Warren Moon said that he didn't know about some of that drama that happened in 1993 until he was being interviewed about it.
Would that be the Kevin Gilbride, Buddy Ryan stuff, probably?
I think so. Well, he probably knew about that. There were some of the other, I don't know, I never watched the full documentary. There was just a lot going on that team.
Yeah. That's a good one. It's a good one.
No, you can't ignore it. He would have known that Buddy Ryan, maybe he didn't know every detail about the Buddy Bryan and Kevin Gilbride.
He would have. Oh, you're saying until he was asked about it for the documentary.
Yeah.
Oh, I got you. Oh, yeah, he would have known about Sean. He would have known about Gilbride and Buddy Ryan. They punched each other on the sideline.
It's been shown for years and years.
I misunderstood the timeline. Text message, hey, Seth, does Caley need to go upstairs to see the whole field and call the game up there? Leave Gerard to calm CJ's anxieties on the sideline. What are your thoughts on that interaction, field versus box?
Yeah, I think it's worth a crack at it. I get the appeal of being on the sideline, and obviously many coordinators have done it well that way. I've just always been amazed that any offensive coordinator really wants to be down on the field.
I am too,
because
man.
It's such a crappy seat.
Yeah.
It's really hard to see. Well, you guys know when you watch anything from the end zone, sometimes it's hard to tell how many yards a guy even ran for. There's runs that look like they're really good runs that go for 3 yards when you're watching from the end zone at field level, and then there's runs that are really good runs that don't look like anything at all. And it's like that for anything at field level compared to being up in the booth. I would be all for it if he did it. I'm not going to say that that's the thing that's all of a sudden going to turn everything around, but some guys. You know what? We won't know unless Caley does both of them. That's the part that, even though he's spent time in the booth on staffs before, he doesn't know the difference until he actually does it.
Yeah.
So maybe they experiment with that. Maybe that's something they talk about at the bye week. You don't want to switch things up too much right now, but at the bye week, maybe they decide to put him in the booth.
He did both in the preseason, right? He did, test drive in the preseason. The sideline just feels so chaotic. There's so many moving parts around you that it would seem to me to be hard to focus. Whereas if you're up in the box, you obviously have other people in the coach's box with you, but it feels more like a video game up there, where you can see everything and whatnot. So I would be, If he did that, I'd be in favor of it. You know, it's especially if they continue to struggle, then you got to try something. There's a huge this is a text. There's a huge portion of Astro fans that aren't old enough to remember the Astros before all the success. Welcome to mediocrity. How old? I guess probably teenagers, right? That like they've for their whole sports watching life. The Astros have been good.
I don't know, man, because some kids are into it like at the age of 5 and actually know stats and stuff. I'd say the average. What do you think the average age which young kids get like really into sports and watching it on a level where they know about division leads and things like that?
I can tell you,
12 years old?
my two boys younger than that. My two boys, my two boys were into it. Probably like fourth. Like I would get. I mean, they're both going to text me and correct me probably. So no, I was like 4 and I knew everything. I would say probably like for my two boys, it was probably like 4th grade, 5th grade, somewhere around there. Yeah. That's when it was for me. Like I just watched it as something on TV with my dad until I got to like 5th grade and I got into the We Are Family Pittsburgh Pirates in 1979. That was my squad. And then that's when you get baseball cards and the and things like that. So I don't know.
So if you're 10 years old in 2023, you're 22 years old now, give or take.
Yeah.
So maybe like 22-year-olds and under don't remember what it was like.
What it was like.
And it might not necessarily have been in even on the radar as much back in 2012, 2013.
Right. All right. There was a signing yesterday in the NFL that allows us to dust off maybe the greatest audio of 2025 so far. A dream re-realized possibly by an NFL player. We'll do that coming up next. Football Talk is presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone is back in the hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversaries yet, forcing him to fight for everything he's built and protect his empire. Watch the new season of Tulsa King, now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Mokaram.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, there actually is a legitimate football angle to this. I hadn't realized this. I just saw the signing that I teased into this segment as an opportunity to play some hilarious audio for the roughly 50th time on this show, and it gets funnier every time. The Ocho Cinco Shannon Sharp, former Take-A-Mania champion take on rookie defensive tackle, 460-pound Desmond Watson, who was in Tampa Bay's training camp as an undrafted free agent and then cut, had his dreams ripped out from under him if you listen to those two. Well, the dream is alive again. We'll play the audio in a minute, but I find the football angle to this very interesting. You brought this up during the break, Seth, and I hadn't realized it, but Desmond Watson, who condemned now for the Bucs to bring him back onto their practice squad and possibly elevated this weekend. The Bucs play the Eagles this weekend?
Yes, the Eagles who run the tush push.
The tush push. So share the theory that's out there about why they're bringing 450-pound Desmond Watson back on the squad.
To stop the tush push.
To stop the tush push.
Yeah, it's not all that elegant a theory.
I just wanted you told me, I wanted you to tell the audience.
Well, right, it's like, you don't have to tiptoe around it. You can't. It would take you 17 steps to tiptoe around Desmond Watson.
Literally.
I'm all for it, man. Like, people are trying to figure out how to stop the tush push. Some teams have had success versus it. It's just not as many as you would hope. The NFC Championship game, the Commanders really just gave it a good shot and had some success stopping it at times.
Kept jumping off sides.
They kept jumping off sides, right? Because people always wonder, why don't you just have a big fat guy out there at defensive tackle on goal line? The answer is that there is. I know it doesn't look all that athletic, but there's a lot of athleticism that goes into playing defensive tackle, even if you're a really big guy. You got to be able to move your feet. You got to be able to adjust the zone blocking, all those things. In the tush-push scenario, a lot of that falls out the window. There's still technique to firing off the ball, but just sheer body mass could make a big difference, and you don't know it until you try it.
Yep.
So the other thing that does, too, is if you can have a big 450-pound dude in there, but maybe also cover the perimeter a little bit better, so you don't have to load as many people. You can take a linebacker and move them off the line of scrimmage just in case they throw it or run it to the perimeter. That it might work, and I think it's one of those classic things. Is what's the right way to stop the tush push? Well, nobody really knows because we've got such a small track record of it, and the only team that's really, really good at it is the Eagles.
Yes.
So it's not the same. Other teams haven't run it nearly as successful as the Eagles and the Bills have. So, what is the secret sauce to beating the Eagles at it? Maybe it's having a 450-pounder in there.
Is the biggest reason it's successful Jalen Hurts or the Eagles' offensive line?
I think it's a combination of everything.
Okay.
It's the timing. It's Jalen Hurts himself. There's just no – Jalen Hurts, and the reason people refuse to accept that he's a quality NFL quarterback, or at least some people do, is that he doesn't fit into any box. I don't know how many quarterbacks there are out there who can squat 3 times their body weight.
Right.
It's just he's a unicorn,
Mm-hmm.
So there's things you can do with him that it's just different than any other pure passing quarterback or even dual threat quarterback. It's different than what Lamar Jackson is as a quarterback. So I think a big part of it's Jalen Hurts. A big part of it's just their offensive line is really, really well coached, and they have a lot more time spent committed to this than other teams do.
Yeah.
I think other teams have dabbled in it and said, we'll give it a try, and lo and behold, they're not as good as the Eagles at it. Stuff just adds up to they're better at it because they work at it more, and they've got guys who are physically different than other guys out there.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. So Tampa Bay is reportedly or rumored bringing Desmond Watson back on, call him up from the practice squad for a game, and see if he can be the kryptonite for the tush push.
He might become a tush push mercenary, where he just goes from week to week to week to a different team on the Eagles' schedule.
Oh, like a traveling salesman, just going from city to city, stopping the tush push.
As the stakes get higher,
yeah,
and as you get closer to the playoffs and then you get on into the Super Bowl, he could end up that could be very, very lucrative for him.
Hell yeah.
Now, the problem is I don't think you're allowed to sign a 1-week deal. So you'd have to have some kind of a fancy contract that would give him, I don't know, like a no-trade clause or something. Because otherwise then it just becomes teams trading him to the next team that plays the Eagles. And he might be SOL if the next team up isn't is in the division or something.
Okay, so they play Tampa Bay, and then he would get signed by the Broncos, the Giants, Minnesota, the Giants twice. He'd get signed, cut, re-signed by the Giants a week later. Yeah.
Where it gets dicey is if you've got two NFC opponents in a row. If let's say the Commanders and then the Giants were playing the Eagles, the Commanders obviously aren't going to want to just give up the tush-push killer. If it's going to hurt them,
I love
depending
this.
on what the playoff circumstances are.
All right, so the best part.
I mean, they might want to help take down. I picked the wrong teams. If the Giants are above the Eagles in the standings, maybe
quite
whatever.
the chess match. We get to play the audio again. That's the most fun part of Desmond Watson getting signed by the Buccaneers because Chad Ochocinco and Shannon Sharp were lamenting the fact that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers ruined this kid's dream. And now the dream is alive again. Here's what the dream killing sounded like.
The Buccaneers waived Desmond Watson, the former Gator rookie, listed at 449 pounds with the Bucs. Are the Bucs giving up with Big Dez too soon, Ocho?
I would like for him to allow him to play and see how he plays at the size he's at now. He played at that size at Florida, so I understand what you guys are trying to do for safety reasons, but it's how he played at Florida. So why draft him if you're not going to allow him to play the game of football? Why not let him finish out his childhood dream? Why even put him through the ringer like that?
He's 6'5".
Yeah, big boy.
He only gonna get so small through diet and exercise. 6'5". You're not gonna get him to 350 because if you get him to 350, he can't play football because you taking all his strength away.
Hold on. If he's how much Vita Vea weigh?
Vita Vea probably 350.
So he's 365. Desmond Watson 365?
450.
Oh.
The other part that we never point out was that's how, obviously Chad Johnson wasn't really all up to date on everything on that story. But I forgot, too, that they said they drafted him. Why not came out? No, they didn't draft. Undrafted rookie free agent.
Undrafted. I just like when Shannon Sharp says, through diet and exercise. I don't know why that makes me laugh so. You cannot get to 350 if you're 6'5" through diet and exercise.
I could listen to that every morning. I love that. That's by far my favorite Take-A-Mania winner where I don't have any – there's no part of me that thinks like, oh, you idiots, how are you? So because it's such a silly topic, and they're so far off.
They're so unprepared.
They're so but in Shannon's logic, it's just so far out there.
6'5".
He's 6 foot.
Can't get down to 350 if you're 6'5". Dude.
Have you seen an NBA game? Those guys all weigh what? 697 pounds?
Chet Holmgren is 7 foot, 110 pounds.
No, Sean. He's clearly at least 450 pounds.
Yeah,
he's only going to get so. He's only going to get so light.
My scale is a little off here, I guess. Yeah.
But yeah, I think that for that specific play. Bring him in, Desmond Watson being what's his name?
Desmond Watson. Yeah, Desmond Watson.
I keep saying I think I've written Deshaun Watson like 8 times as I've written down Desmond Watson.
Yeah.
Desmond Watson is the commissioner should want this because maybe the Eagles just stop there. If Desmond Watson becomes the all-time tush-push defender, that just any team can sign him at any given time, then maybe the tush-push just goes on its merry way and people don't do it as much.
See, now Desmond Watson to stay in place, that's going to keep him employed in the NFL.
You know who needs to sign Desmond Watson after this game?
Who?
Okay, so if the Bucs, in a dastardly way, don't allow Desmond Watson to live out his dream, as Chad Johnson put it, so if the Bucs move him down to the practice squad, the Eagles need to sign Desmond Watson.
And just Bogart him from everybody else, just like a Desmond Watson embargo.
The other part of this, too, is I love how this phone conversation would go where the Bucs call up Desmond Watson thinking, you know what? boy, maybe Desmond Watson against the tush push would be a great deal. Meanwhile, Desmond Watson is off on a journey trying to lose weight, talking to former NFL players about how to do it and everything. I could just imagine the Bucs calling up Desmond Watson and be like, "Hey, man, how you doing with the weight?" And he's like, I'm down to 360, guys. And they're like, "Oh, that's a shame." Yeah. Because you know what, really, I know we told you that all you had to do was lose this weight. You actually don't meet our needs anymore. Sorry.
Yep. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, then they really torpedo his dreams.
Yeah.
Or they just say, turn around and go back to 450.
If Desmond Watson is at 360, he could beat a 450 by Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if there's one thing I know. Sean, I could be up to I don't want to do this experiment. No, I don't. I almost committed
Just say
to
it. Just say it. That's okay.
I'm going to say I'm not committing to it.
No, that's okay.
I'm too old now to do it.
Yeah.
No, I think realistically, I weigh 260 pounds right now. I could get up to 300 within 2 weeks.
2 weeks? Pound 2 weeks?
Yeah.
What is that?
I would take creatine puts 15 pounds on me.
Okay, so we're at 25 in 2 weeks. Like
and then when I start eating like a bulking season diet,
that's true. I've seen this before.
all those carbs, you retain. I think it's 4 grams of water for every gram of carbohydrate in your system. And if I started squatting again and everything, I could have to. You know what? No, I can't do this.
No. But if you do, just if I'm just doing if you do it. The stretch of Texans schedule where they have 3 straight home games, week 8, week 9, week 10, so I can sit next to you while you're
in the press box.
While you're fat man loading in the press box. Yes.
Oh, I don't know if I might.
Don't do it, man.
I could realistically.
Dude, I want you to live for a long time. Don't do stuff that's bad for your health.
Oh, but Sean, the social media fame is so much more important than mere life.
Oh, the before and after pictures would be incredible.
Oh yeah, boy.
Think about it.
And it's not like I'm worried about the long-term life expectancy. I'm worried that, I'm going to have a stroke or something.
Yes.
If my blood pressure is going to go through. So you're not allowed to make me angry during that span.
Fair.
So
yep.
We just won't do a 6 a.m. segment because it's always 6 a.m.
It's always the first segment.
Where I flip out for some nonsensical reason.
Why is Seth coming on at 6:20?
I get all pissy about some simple thing like Sean asking me how I'm doing. The 6 a.m. segment, this will make our YouTube numbers spike, will be you talking about sports while I eat last night's pizza. Yes.
On the other camera. Oh, man. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you.
Randy's not listening right now because I need to ambush her with this. She can't know that we're... All right, listen, I text my wife. She cannot know that we're going to do this experiment.
Stop contacting Seth's wife, all of you, okay?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean don't contact?
She says, I don't know how they all get her number. She says that got like 7 different listeners that are always talking to my wife on the phone at odd hours. And she's always saying she keeps her phone upside down all the time.
It's got to stop because of this gimmick we're going to do, okay? All right, final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys on In the Loop.
Crap, she was listening. Already got 3 texts.
In the Loop got going on. We'll find out. And we'll ask the question, if this is it for Framber, how will we remember Framber Valdez? If this is it today for Framber, how is he remembered? We'll talk about that coming up next. But first, let's get you guys into that brand new Lincoln.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
That'll do it. Astros with a total of 1 run in this series have dropped the first 2 games of this 3-game set as they stay 1 game behind Detroit for that 3rd and final wild card spot. Again, they lose the tiebreaker, so they need to gain 2 games on the Tigers in the last 4 days.
All right, that's Todd Cal. I'm just laughing at some of these texts. Hey, Seth, I talked to Brandy a few times a week. I won't say anything about you getting up to 300 pounds.
Hey, yeah, don't turn this into your pillow talk, okay, guys?
Someone says texting Brandy, tell your me. I don't know why I'm laughing so hard at this. So that was Todd Cal. We laughed to keep from crying because Todd Callis was just telling an awful story there in that audio that we were listening to bumping in. A tale of woe of a 6-0 Astros loss last night to the cityless A's. Ugh.
I wonder if Daisy French Onion Dip will be cool with me talking about my journey to 300 pounds.
They would love it.
I don't know if they would or not. I don't know if they necessarily want to. You know, and honestly, sour cream not as calorie dense as I need for this endeavor.
Oh, really?
So I'll make it a part. Now the chips and the wings and everything. Yeah.
It's all part of it. Framber Valdez pitches today. It's a day game today. I think 2:30 it starts. Basically, where the Astros are right now is the Tigers are the team you need to be looking at. We just got to eat what's on our plate, try to get the 6th seed, and catch the Detroit Tigers, who are they're equally inept right now. They are as bad as the Astros are. They play the Guardians today, and we're rooting for the Guardians. Pretty much, Seth, to get into the playoffs, the Astros have 4 games left. The Tigers have 4 games left. They've got 1 against the Guardians, the Tigers do. Then they play at Boston this weekend. The Astros play at the Angels. So the Tigers have the harder schedule, but they've got the 1-game lead and the tiebreaker. So any permutation of 4 games between these two teams where the Astros are picking up 2 games in the standings gets you in. If the Astros go 4-0 to go 2-2 or worse. You go 3-1, the Tigers need to go 1-3 or worse. You go 1-3, you're sunk. So you can't pick up 2 games going 1-3. 2-2. You need the Tigers to lose out. So any combination that the Astros are picking up 2 games, and it starts today with Framber Valdez.
The closest and simplest way to do it is just to win 4 straight games.
Yes.
And something else will shake out along your way, most likely.
Yeah, hopefully.
So just, what's their percentage chance of making the playoffs?
24.6% chance of making the postseason right now.
I guess so. If you go if you win 4 games in a row, it probably puts you at over 50%, right? That's all you got to do. And all you have to do is start it with Framber Valdez.
Tigers are 79.9% chance of making the playoffs. So you're paddling upstream right now if you're the Astros, for sure. But yes, it starts with Framber Valdez today.
I like that, and it's honestly, people will forgive Framber for all of his many transgressions over the past couple months if all you have to do is go out and pitch a no-hitter tonight.
That's it.
Yeah, or at the very least, could you do us a complete game with a victory?
That would be good.
That's all I'm going to ask for. A complete game.
Complete game victory. 9 innings.
Yeah,
that's what you
that's
want.
all.
9 innings.
That's all.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Is that crazy to ask? No. You've been
not for him. It's not.
The good performances are pent up within him right now.
Yeah.
Like all of these, he's been saving them and holding them in. All he has to do is choose to release them, and there you go. And then it's off into the play. All of a sudden, you go into a 3-game series in the playoffs, and you got the actual Framber Valdez, not the Mr. Hyde version of Framber Valdez.
What if they throw him out there today, and what if he's having the same outing that he's been having for the last couple months, where by the 3rd inning he's given up 4 runs, but they just leave him out there? Just leave him. Throw 200 pitches. We're just going to leave you. It's the last game you're ever going to pitch for us.
Torch him.
Leave him out there. Why is Framber Valdez at 175 pitches? It's his last game. We don't care. Whatever happens to him.
Ken Giles, man.
Yeah.
There'd be a moment, right?
Would.
Yeah, there'd
Come
be
and
something.
get me. Yeah, he'd walk off the field.
I mean, that's like this. Honestly, the only thing in my mind right now is that the Astros have to figure out a way to win, because I don't like wrapping my head around all the different scenarios.
Yep.
I know that if winning 4 games against these next 2 opponents is not like an impossible dream or anything.
No.
Even if you're a bad team, The Rockies have had, I'm guessing, at least several multiple game win streaks this year.
Maybe.
So it's like...
Maybe.
It's kind of a casual thing to throw out there, I guess. Yeah.
We'll check on that one.
Have they won 3 games in a row at any point this season?
Probably, yeah.
So, listen, all you have to do is that's all you have to do is 4 games in a row, and that includes Framber tonight. So, with me thinking, look, you got to win 4 games in a row. Tonight really becomes the entire season is hinged on this Framber Valdez performance,
question.
which I feel like is perfect.
Yeah.
This is perfect for everything, for all of the, credit the Astros for even being in a playoff position despite setting a record for the most in a Major League Baseball season.
Yeah.
I credit them for that, but you can't go out like this.
No.
You can't go out like this.
No.
You can't go out scoring 8 runs in the last 5 games.
Right.
Dropping games to getting swept by the Mariners. Like, you can't go out like this.
No, you can't. You got to fight, man. They're going out meek right now. If this is Framber's last game as an Astro, how does Seth Payne remember Framber Valdez? Like, what is his, I hate using the word legacy, but what is, like, what, when you think of Framber Valdez in the future, what do you think of?
I would go through, I think, the golden... just like the biggest stretch where it felt like he had defied all the narratives about him, and everything was when he was on that quality start streak.
Yes.
I think that's kind of like, man, boy, this guy's really figured it out. And everything that he used to be and all the issues he used to have, he's conquered them, he's defied them. And I know that version of Framber is still in there because he's done it once before. Whatever demons plague him or are causing him issues right now, he's encountered them before, and he's dealt with them. And he's coming back from a guy who way back in 2000, when was his like 6.0 ERA season?
Had to be early in his career.
Yeah, no, there was a time where you would thought that Framber would become a reliable, steady veteran.
Yeah.
I don't. Let's see. It was his 5.86 ERA in 2019.
Yeah, it's one of his first years he got called up.
Yeah, his second year that he stand games, or that was really the first year he played 26 games that year.
Yep.
So he's done it before. He can do it again. Just do it now.
Yeah.
Do it in the
today.
next 12 hours.
Do it today. Yeah. Do it this afternoon. I'll think of 3 things with Framber. If this indeed is his last game, I'll think of 3 things. One, I can't help but think of the last 2 months. Like it's sorry, I've been through a divorce before. Sometimes you think of the bad times too, So so I can't help but think about that. But if I'm trying to stay positive, I will think of the 25 consecutive quality start streak that you just touched on, Seth. Like a streak that in retrospect sounds more and more remarkable when you talk about it, especially with this pitcher who feels like it feels like he's one bad beat away from just having a 5 ERA for a month. And he got on the mound 25 straight times and went 6 innings and gave up 3 runs or less 25 straight times, Framber. So I'll think of that, and I'll think of the 2022 World Series, where you can make an argument that Framber Valdez should have been the MVP of that World Series. I'm happy Jeremy Pena got it. It was a great story. Got it as a rookie. Framber Valdez could have been the MVP. He pitched Game 6 of that World Series, the game that got turned upside down by Yordan Alvarez in that 3-run home run. So those will be the things that, and I'll think of him too, inexplicably adding the extensions at the All-Star break in 2022. Like, what are you doing? You just made the All-Star team. Why are you messing with the mojo? And what did Framber do? Went out and kept pitching quality start after quality start, and after every flash right over at me and said, I like my extensions, okay? And they're giving me strength. I draw strength from them. That's what I'll think.
Rockies had at least 3 instances this year where they won 3 games in a row.
Okay, even bad teams, man.
They won 4 games in a row versus Atlanta and Washington.
Okay.
Yeah.
If the Rockies can do it, if the
Rockies can win 4 games in a row,
so can we.
Then the Astros certainly can in this situation in the moment. Yeah.
Yep.
Come on, do this.
Yep, do it. Let's do it, guys. Reggie Atatula is here. John Lopez is here. John, has your status changed at all when it comes to the Major League Baseball playoffs? Have you changed your status on Facebook back to it's complicated, or are you still Are you still single and not in a relationship with the playoffs?
I am still where I was yesterday.
Yeah.
Yes.
You don't want the Astros in the postseason.
Why?
Because it's the playoffs.
Okay.
It's hope.
Well, it is hope.
Yeah.
It
They
is
have a
hope.
chance to capture the imagination of the America.
Yeah,
See how much America's going to love the
It's
Astros?
an underdog story is what it is.
Reggie, do you think your co-host is in the majority on this in Houston?
Kind of.
You do? You think a majority of Astro fans don't want to make the postseason?
Are resigned to a fate that is inevitable.
That's fine. That's different than not wanting to
But
make
that's
the postseason.
why.
That's fair.
why.
That is
I don't want to do
fair,
this
right?
to myself again. I have
Do
enough.
I think they're going to win anything? No, but I want them to make the postseason. It's more baseball.
So you can be miserable.
Well, yeah, the thing about it is...
It's sports, man.
I'm miserable too much.
Crosstalk brought to you by DNM. Yeah, I got a crosstalk brought to you by DNM Auto Leasing.
And
what were you
the
going to say?
thing that I keep thinking about, which is a phrase that we've taken to saying probably way too much on these airwaves, and I think John Lopez has really enjoyed, is, this is the postseason is more national attention, and I don't want to be embarrassed in front of the hoes.
It's not you getting embarrassed in front of the hoes.
Look, all of baseball watching
you're
public.
an Astro fan? Oh.
Yeah, but it's even worse, right? You give them more opportunity, although I guess the opportunity exists even if you don't make the postseason. Yeah. But at least at that point, I don't have to. I'm feeling it. The 9:05 first pitch.
I don't feel good
about down. I'm clearing. I left an event to make sure I got home for 9:05 to watch this baseball game.
Yeah.
How many innings in? I'm mute, off to pay attention.
No, they
to something
disappointed
else.
you greatly. It doesn't mean that I don't want them in the postseason.
That's fewer days that they do this to me.
Yes,
if they're not in the postseason.
I'm not happy that I'm not happy in this place.
No, I'm scarred. There's a difference.
I'm not happy.
Where are you on this, Pope Zaza? Do you want them? In the postseason?
I'm just like when I fight all of my instincts and buy that lottery ticket.
Yeah, that's what I am.
I hate the notion of buying a lottery ticket. I think it's the dumbest thing in the world. And
Fromber is the billboard on the 610 loop.
I've got a Fromber. I've got a Fromber folded up in my back pocket in my wallet.
Yeah.
It's hard to sit on, kind of off kilter, but it's I'm not gonna let go of it.
Nope. Oh man.
And then you know what's gonna happen? Just like the lottery ticket, I'm gonna find it 3 months later and be like, I better double check this just in case. That's gonna be me with.
I heard that.
I'm going to pull Fromber with all his numbers wiped off out of the wash one day. Like, I'll never know if I won or not.
Oh, man. Well, in that spirit.
What spirit?
Actually, it is relevant.
What is the question? Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What is the question of the day?
What memory is going to stick with you forever from this Astros run?
This segment right now, you telling me you don't want to go to the postseason. I'll never forget this for the rest of my life.
You joke, but that actually says something. In some ways it's good, some ways it's bad, clearly, as all of this is, which is, look at how far we've come. We had gotten we had become spoiled in this way.
Yes.
Where it's like,
yes, if you're listening
October
in
baseball was a given.
If you're listening in Pittsburgh to this segment right now, to John Lopez, they think you're the biggest jerk of all time. Nah, I don't think I want to be in the postseason. We're going to get knocked out in 3 games.
We're spoiled.
Big waste of time.
You know what sucks about marriage? All the demands for oral sex.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, man.
I thought at some point her sex drive would wane. It's really annoying. Yeah.
29 straight years. All right, so that's a great question. What is the most lasting memory? For me, it'll be, this is what I'll always think of. The second World Series championship, watching the game at home, Game 6, that gets hit. And if you recall, we were planning to do shows that night. We did shows that night at Little Woodrow's in Edo. We did the show. We did an on the scene. We're here for the party down in Edo. Radio show down there. The whole station. We all showed up and took different segments of the show, chunks of the show, and whatnot. And I'll never forget, Jordan hits the home run, and Amy and I look at each other like, we got to get downtown. Yeah. Like, they could win this thing. And we were sitting in the back of an Uber driving downtown when Kyle Tucker caught the last out. I'm getting chills talking about it. Kyle Tucker catches the last out, and they drop us off right there on, I guess it's Chartres Street down there. And it's a zoo. It's crazy. People filing out of the stadium. That was so cool. They won it at home.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll never forget walking into Little Woodrow's, and there's a sea of people walking in, a sea of people walking out, and I Want to Be a Baller was playing.
Yeah.
It was playing. And anytime I hear that song, I always think of that. And then doing the show, it was my chunk was with Ron. And we just had so much fun, man.
Yeah.
Like people were spraying beers. We were having such
glass was breaking.
I will never forget that night. That was one of the greatest nights as a sports fan.
Okay, so the question is from the entire run.
The entire run.
Yes.
Honestly, okay, the first thing that came to mind was the segment that Mike and I did that morning after the 2017 World Series, after they won that. We kind of, I don't know how we stumbled into it. We just started talking about what each specific Astro was doing at that moment. Like at that, because and it was Bregman definitely found a batting cage somewhere, like in East LA or something. He's out there, Correa and wherever the hell he was. All his, it was so much fun. Like that show was so much fun, just taking calls and kind of just feeling like you get that emotional high where you don't feel tired or anything.
Yeah.
Nobody slept, and it was just such a unique moment in any individual city's like sports experience in that. We had just had Harvey, and then you win a World Series. It was just like an emotional release at the end of that stretch of 6 weeks or so. That was just, it was just so crazy. Yeah. That entire stretch of time from Harvey.
One of mine
Series.
is going to be tied in directly with the one that Sean said. I'll mention that one at 10:40, but the one that ties in right now to what Seth said. I remember the next day, or it might have been that late that night, that picture. The picture of Jennifer Dean and her husband Jim Dean in a gutted house watching the Astros clinch the World Series after Harvey. There's insulation on the wall.
Lawn chairs in there.
He's sitting on a lawn. Yeah. She's sitting on a lawn chair. He's standing up with his head on his hands on his head.
Yeah.
And I got chills again right now.
I got chills.
I'm
welling up here in that, man.
I was like, that's everything.
Yeah.
That's everything in one
sports,
picture.
Man.
Yeah.
And that's why you should want to be in the playoffs.
Yeah. Steve Gonzalez. Shout out to
that.
Steve Gonzalez from the Chronicle who took
that shot. Yeah, that's a great one.
Mm-hmm.
Not to dampen the mood or anything, but I also, as we're talking this through, I remember the 2017 one. Unfortunately, a memory tied to that. Literally the very next day, it's a Thursday, Twin Peaks, triple threat, doing the show, and Ted Johnson showing me his phone that Ian Rappaport was reporting that Deshaun Watson tore his ACL.
Yeah. That's all part of it.
The day after winning the World Series.
Sincerely, one of the thoughts that I had that I wasn't going to mention because we were all kind of waxing nostalgic.
4 hours on this.
But one of the thoughts I had is I wonder how many people think about, one, just things outside of 17 and 22, but how many people think about negative things within here. Like, I imagine that's going to be nostalgia in the
high on my list is I'm a representative of myself.
That's it. Garrett Cole, boy, this is going to be good. It is this 10:40.
Yeah,
I don't think we're going to have enough time. We
you could do 4 hours on just this if you wanted to.
I'm gonna shame everybody into really pulling for Framber Valdez tonight, not just because of our own selfish interests. Always remember the lesson of J.R. Richard, where people had a whole lot of hot takes about what a bum J.R. Richard was, and that wasn't tough enough and everything. And it turns out, he'd had a stroke.
Yeah.
So who knows? Maybe Framber is fighting his way through some injury that he's just soldiering on through. And he's actually the epitome of bravery.
You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2, Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Sorry to get that in, Seth, under the gun.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I know, I know you want to sandbag J.R. Richard.
I've often said that.
That's fine. Whatever.
Off the air, it's all he ever talks about.
Sean's got 3 hit pieces on J.R.
I got it loaded and ready to go, man. Yeah. Now that the truth is out, I can say what I want. All right, you're listening to Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. This will be a fun show, gentlemen. Looking forward to it very much. Seth, I'll see you for a Football Friday tomorrow, my friend.
Antibodies and onward to 300 pounds for me.
I can't wait. Again, save it for when you're in the press box next to me 3 times. That's all I ask.
Yes.
All right, we are done. We are out of time. It is time for In the Loop. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start now.
You heard the man. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Thursday to you. We wish you that. every Thursday because that's how that goes. I don't know why I explained that, but now I'm caught in the loop. That's John Lopez.
I can't stop myself.
Here. I know it's one of those things. Do you guys find yourselves in those circumstances where you're like, why am I still talking? Move on. Which is what we'll do here on this Thursday. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, and you get involved with the program on the text line 713-572-4610, and appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. All right. So we are on our way to Week 4 football. Must win, right, Fig?
Yeah.
Right, Lopez? We can't get you there, huh?
Nope. It's not.
Because technically it's not over.
Hey, now you got me talking like Adam Spillane.
That's right. Why did Adam Spillane have to get that? You didn't have to do that to him. All right. There's a lot of things happening today. We have a couple of people that we'll get on the phone. Obviously, Thursdays we like talking to ND Kalu. We'll do that at 11:20. We'll also go behind enemy lines at 1 p.m. Talk to Ron Slay out there in Nashville to get a little bit of an idea of what the vibe and the tone and the tenor of conversation is around this Tennessee Titans team. That'll be at 1. It's all week long. We've been Cougars, UH Cougars versus Texas Tech. Next week, we will do that again in the 12 o'clock hour. But we begin after yesterday. We finally got some practice. We got to hear from D'Amico. We got to hear from CJ. And there's some things. There's some notable things, especially because this was a wild week that brought the Houston Texans into the, into the national media space. But not for nothing, the good. Obviously, CJ Gardner Johnson no longer on the team. We got to hear D'Amico give us his explanation, or whatever we would like to call that, his response to the circumstance. In fact, I'd like to start here. This is how D'Amico, the head coach of the team, started his press availability yesterday, knowing what we needed to talk about right out the gate.
Just starting. I know everyone saw the news where we released CD. I know everyone saw the news where we released CD. Just wish CD the best. Unfortunately, we just moved on. And for me, every decision I make is always in the best interest of our team. I felt this was the best decision for us to move forward. And so now we're here. We're on to the Titans.
Literally said on to the Titans.
Real Bill Belichick. I'm sure you love that. I'm sure you just
Cincinnati.
Mr. New England South himself over here sitting across from me.
You didn't take note of that? On to the Titans.
That's the first thing I think a lot of people took from that.
Yeah. It was a little bizarre the way he handled it, because one thing about D'Amico, he will talk about players and how they're progressing. He'll talk about the previous game. He'll talk about things that have happened based. But he didn't talk about this.
Now, you were surprised by that?
No, I was going to say.
Okay.
Now, obviously, some of it is understandable. They don't want to, put all their dirty laundry, because it's dirty laundry. I mean, there's no question there is dirty laundry over there. They didn't want to put it all out there, so I do get it. But boy, he just kept, shout out to the press corps there, which kind of came back in different angles, trying to get some sort of semblance of an answer.
All right, just for the sake of completion, here's some of that. This is the follow-up. Hey, wait, D'Amico, why did you think it was best for your team to make this move?
Yeah, because it's my decision to move on. I know it's best for my team.
Okay, there's another one.
All right, D'Amico, it seems like, is there any more details you can give us on this?
Yeah, I'm not going to go into all the details of it. It was coming from me, the head coach. It's my team. It was the best for our team, and that's why I made the decision. So I'm not going into any further details on it.
So yeah, he's pretty staunch on not getting too deep into that. But I mean, he seems pretty clear he's going to follow that same MO with how he handles things, which is he's going to handle it internally. They're not going to let handle this in mixed company necessarily.
Yeah.
I found it interesting that he very much got into Papa Bear mode with this, though. This is my team. I know what's best for my team. And what I found even more interesting about this is that obviously it's still a day of practice, and you go into the locker room afterwards, and you hear from CJ on the podium, but you also hear, I think Kalen Bullock was one of the most interesting ones, because that is the safe for Johnson in these circumstances. And both of them express seemingly a feeling of, well, I mean, if this is a decision that they made. In fact, I probably should have CJ's audio here. And which cut is this again? I'll have to pull it up. This is CJ Stroud being asked about CJ Gardner Johnson. This is cut 3 here Figgy. CJ, at what point did y'all realize, you all being the operative word here, that CJ Gardner Johnson may not be a good fit for the team?
I don't really think I felt like that or the team. I mean, I think they had their own reasons, Nick and D'Amico. And, I think as a team, we brought him in and he was part of the locker room. And, everybody was, our whole team is close, Like, we all hang out with one another pretty much. It's sometimes, like, defense, offense, or DBs, quarterbacks, like whatever that would. I thought he did well with his DBs and everything, so it's not really, my position to, speak on that. I like CD as a person. I think he's growing as a man. He's trying to find a relationship with God, which I think is dope. So yeah, I wish him nothing but the best. And I'm gonna always be here for him if he ever needs me. But yeah, I'm always gonna be a fan of him.
I don't think I felt that way or the team.
And then again, you have Kalen Bullock. I'll save you the audio here, but he basically was like, he had a similar sentiment to CJ there, where it's like, hey, they're going to make the decision. And I found that interesting. I don't know exactly what to make of that. What did you make of that, John?
Well, I clearly also realized CJ was Stroud was choosing his words very carefully.
Of course,
he was pausing,
absolutely.
He was thinking, he was making sure he had the right word. So I think there's more to that, even though he did give us a lot in terms of I don't think I felt that way or the team. So at minimum, there is some level of disconnect between what the team believed and what management believed. And so what does that mean? I mean, it could mean any number of things. Maybe there was something altogether different that they decided they needed to make a decision on CJ Gardner Johnson. Maybe it was as simple as, I don't care what you guys think of him as a person on the field. As we've learned, he's not doing the job that we need him to do. It could be any number of things, but at minimum, there's a difference of opinion in what the players think, according to C.J. Stroud and Kalen Bullock, and what the management thinks.
Right. Oh, yeah, no, to me, what I got from it is it seemed like C.J. kind of went off like, hey, I didn't have an issue with him, or our team, didn't have it. I don't know if it was one person or maybe a couple people that had an issue, that something happened. I ain't trying to do a reckless speculation, but it seemed like something happened. That's kind of like if one person get into it with somebody here, and then it's like, hey, we were cool. That's always gonna be my guy, but the team decided to make it. I don't know if something like that happened where maybe it was just one situation or something where they felt like they had to make that decision, but it seemed like throw anybody under the bus or anything.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, or if you believe me to be wrong here. These answers that we got from like CJ and that we got from Kalen, they didn't really feel to me like something that we see from time to time with this team, which is, okay, that's a company line.
Yeah.
Right? It didn't feel like, hey, we had a meeting. Guys, you're going to be asked about this. Keep in mind, we don't want to, let too much out in the media or whatever. Like, it didn't feel quite like that.
It was not the company line.
Right? With CJ, I can easily see, especially with him being so big on his faith, that being like the way that he responded being more of a lean towards, I'm still in the business of dealing with individuals.
I didn't feel that way.
With people, right? Like it might have just been like, hey, CJ's a man first. I believe, team stuff sideways. Yeah. But you're right. He also still kind of labeled that caveat. But I can imagine that coming from that place. And again, I'm not trying to say that Kalen doesn't have faith or whatever, but that one felt like if there was going to be someone who was like, yeah, I kind of get it. He was like, they made the decision that made it, and it is what it is kind of feeling. And that kind of made me feel a little weird because, it might have been, and of course now I'm speculating because there was reporting that maybe CJ Gardner Johnson was like complaining about someone else getting their payment. That sounds to me like Jalen Petrie in that secondary getting that payment. It's reckless speculation, understood. But I'm like, this doesn't feel like a move that you make, especially as quickly as it seems like it happened when you have CJ Gardner Johnson on Monday after the game saying like, let's regroup, and then you end up on Tuesday, Wednesday, and he is gone. Yeah. It doesn't, or Wednesday, rather Tuesday, he's gone. It doesn't feel like that's like a, this was building, and those answers don't feel that this is all on the field, which all feels weird from the organization.
Well, on the field, but it also led me to think of this, and tell me what you guys think of this. Keep in mind, not just the salary talk or what somebody's getting paid. There was also a real there was a real sense that C.J. Gardner Johnson didn't like the way he was being used, the way they were playing defense in the secondary. That was very much part of this. So when I heard these players, and it was just two, but these players sort of say, "No, we didn't have a problem with him." I thought of this: what if they're on his side? What if they think, you know what? Because we all know this. What's a sure way to get fired in this world?
Mess with the money is the first thing I would say.
Well, the boss.
Sure.
Contradicting or going at the boss. What did C.J. Gardner Johnson do? He went right at the boss. Both bosses. Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, because he felt like they were doing it wrong. Like they need to use him in a different way. This is my strength. This is what I can do. What if his defensive teammates kind of said, yeah, we need to use him a different way?
It's possible. The thing that I was just fascinated at is that if the people that he had, personally wronged with these poor plays or these going into business for yourself, Kalen Bullock is one of those. No doubt. That would have been the instance for him to even show a little bit.
But I'm talking
of a
bigger picture.
No, of course.
Yeah.
And so I thought that would have been an instance for him to show a crack, and he didn't. Now, of course, maybe that is just personal restraint, but that could lean to that. I don't know if I lean that way in general.
What if they're in that locker room going, man?
The what if of it.
It could be a thing where they like, man, maybe you do need to blitz more. I don't know why he ain't really using you that way like they did in Philly or whatever it was.
Right, and that my ultimate where I was going to come to and meet you with your point is, if that's the case, which again is a big if, that actually creates a little bit of separation between, as you mentioned, the coach and the belief of the players.
Yes.
And belief is what you need more than anything when you're getting out here playing the car crash sport. I don't know that that's the case, but the idea of way this played, it felt like it was further away from what I imagined the responses would be when we got some answers from some players. So that was super interesting to get yesterday. Obviously, look, you're going to have to go out and you're going to have to prove it on Sunday versus the Titans. Whether you win or lose on the field is ultimately the big thing, but it was a very odd circumstance there with the Texans. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, the Astros. Is the run over? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about whatever that was last night next.
Ready? It's must-win territory for the Texans Sunday afternoon against the Titans. Cue the matchup right here with pregame.
Like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair.
Sports Radio 610.
Peggy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my favorite. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Did the bath salts, or not bath salts, the smelling salts, is that when everything went bad? Is that, did we
start it all?
Was it bad juju? Do we need to sage the studio? Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We were just talking about, trying to finally put the final touches on CJ Gardner Johnson thing, because at some point, like, this team, they say they're moving onto the Titans. We probably need to move on just generally. But the way the conversations that were had were just kind of odd. Like, again, someone said on the text line, and again, 713-572-4610. First of all, come on, guys, you truly think that the players were going to say, yes, he needed to go? No. Mm-hmm. That's not what I'm saying. But there was,
but they could say something else.
The thing is, you've seen players be very generic when it comes to stuff like that, saying, "Hey, that was the team decision," and wish them the best. And I'm seeing generic the way they put it.
Yeah, I was like, I thought that there's still room for you to acknowledge and still say, hey, no hard feelings to that, but obviously it is what it is. We moving on, what have you. It didn't feel quite like that. I thought that there was still room between acknowledging that there might have been something happening there and just completely it's almost seeming like, yeah, no, they made that decision and then we're just rocking with whatever they do.
It really seemed like two friends that got into it, and the person that's in the middle is like, man, I'm cool with everybody at this point.
Yeah.
And I ain't got an issue with them or anything. So it's that's what it kind of came across.
Mm-hmm. And we might be wise citizens on YouTube. We might be reading too much into it. It felt odd in that way. I will say, though, and we'll circle back around to CJ and this offense, which again has been obscured by all these conversations. The offense is still something that needs to progress in a large way if you want to win against the Tennessee Titans or anything else going further. So we'll get into that. But CJ also just sounded more human than he has recently.
You texted that
in his press conference availability. And we'll get to that later, because that one hit me in a particular way. Something that felt very inhuman for me last night was watching the Astros. Like, it drained the life out of me, Lopez. Like, it very much did hit me that, okay, this thing is a wrap. Was that also how you felt watching the Astros lose 6-0 last night?
Well, they were checked out. It's the worst thing you can say about an athlete or a team. They quit. That looked like a team that quit. That looked like a team that was lifeless.
They kind of playing like a team. They kind of playing like the Rockies at this point, where they know it's over. Mm-hmm. Probably got as you like to say, Lopez, the clubs in the trunk.
Yeah,
ready for vacation. Mm-hmm. And it's like, y'all one game out of the wild card.
There was nothing about that game, Reggie, that looked like this was a team.
No urgency,
engaged, urgency. Fighting, passionate. They were lifeless.
And that one felt like a game where this should have been probably your best shot.
Probably.
Right, you got Hunter Brown on the mound.
Dude, Luis Severino?
Yeah, Luis Severino is not a good pitcher.
The worst pitcher in baseball.
Coming in with
right
a
now,
terrible ERA, and you didn't run the first against them. I mean, one of the things that keeps sticking with me, and it isn't the biggest thing, but it's the thing that keeps sticking with me, is just I see Jesus Sanchez.
Yeah.
I had him in my dreams legitimately last night, because I'm seeing him look terrible. Mm-hmm. And I'm going back and looking at like Marlins fans, and they're like, I promise he was a good player earlier this year. Mm-hmm. And I remember that because he was a good player earlier this year. And I'm seeing him in, damn near game 158, 157. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, he looks like a bad baseball player. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm talking about, terrible at the plate, making just little league type errors in the outfield. I'm like, this whole team has brought the level of play down for guys that even just outside of the ecosystem of the Astros, we've seen him be a good player, and that was big old L at this point from that acquisition standpoint. And that's what it feels like. That's a small microcosm of just the way that the season has gone. The overachieving that they were able to do at times when they were, making a little bit of something out of nothing. That is far from here, and I think that for me is why I join you in the. I don't think I want to see them play in the postseason because where do they find the additional level of play?
I mean, maybe they can flip a switch, but we've said that a few times already this year. And by the way, we didn't even mention official as of last night. They're not going to win the division. The Seattle Mariners clinched it. It hurt to see and hear. Do you have it, Figgy? Let's go.
Here comes the 1-2. Ball game! The Mariners win! Seattle, you've waited long enough. It's time to party like it's 2001.
You could have waited longer.
The Mariners are the 2025 American League West champions.
All right.
That don't even sound right.
That doesn't even sound right. But this is why
I didn't realize it was since 2001. Like, they literally had to go back
Let's look up the lineup.
A historic season.
Look at their lineup from 2001.
Well, I know Ichiro Suzuki was on that team. I think he was a rookie, an MLB rookie. That's how long it was. That's how long ago it was. But here's the reason I wanted.
Was Randy Johnson on that team?
Probably.
Oh, wow. Mark McLemore was on that team.
Yeah, 2001.
Edgar Martinez, obviously. David Bell, Al Martin, Mike Cameron. On the pitching-wise, you had
Pat Borders. Pat Borders pitched against guys like, Rusty Staub and stuff like that.
You had an age 38 Jamie Moyer who was still 10 years from retirement. Damn. Not just playing. But no, yeah, that's forever ago and literally, a historic team. You're dating back that. But yeah, man,
But the reason I wanted to I wanted to share that and it hurt so much is because I wanted to, you always talk about juxtaposing this with that. Okay, juxtapose what you saw in the Astros last night with what you saw in the Mariners.
Well,
it was very familiar looking. It just wasn't Astros uniforms. It was Mariners uniforms.
Well, the first thing is that they hit the crap out of the baseball. I mean, you had Cal Raleigh hit home run number 60. Mm-hmm. I can't remember the last time I saw a home run from the Astros. Like, I legitimately am trying to think back. What was it? Mm-hmm. Of course, joking-wise, but still, like, you have not seen the frequency with which the Mariners hit home runs. That used to be the Astros. Like, there used to be genuine fear that you would that balls would be crushed. Yeah. Now you're like, they might hit a single.
But the energy, the excitement, the clutchness of it all, Cal Raleigh, but the whole lineup, the pitching. I mean, they went back to back the Mariners with just nails on the mound. And I'm looking at the Astros and I'm like, what the hell happened, man? How are we here so quickly? We knew we talked about it in spring training, that this might be a team, sort of taking a step back. Dude, it's over. This is an aging team. No real pitching that you can rely on. Fromber's gone. Luis Garcia's gone on another year. We'll get to that, of course. Which, I mean, just
to be honest, that didn't help either, right? Because I imagine once the realization sets in, if it does set in for you, that this is over. As with any sport, right? Like, hope springs eternal. Because once one season is over, there's another one coming, and you go, all right. So what do you do to get ready for the next one? And there's some tough questions that the Astros have to ask themselves, and there's some questions that I don't see easy answers to, right? Because where
start with the manager.
Manager is a question.
Yeah.
Manager is absolutely one that you have to ask about. And then I know when you talk about coaching staff, there's, people have been talking about batting coach for a long time. Medical staff is
training staff.
That is 1B, 1C. That has to be addressed because that's not just the season thing. Mm-hmm. That's the last few seasons, and it has hampered you, right? Like, are you in the wild card if you handle at least one or two injuries different?
Oh, for sure.
You're not in the wild card. You don't even have to see the Tigers.
How about
in that
you
situation.
Don't start the season with an injured Yordan? Let him get healthy first before you trot him out there for however many games it was, and he just aggravates the injury. You can talk about the manager, the athletic and training staff, the medical staff. The general manager, for goodness sakes. Remember during spring training, before they played one game, we were saying, boy, they really need to add some pitching. Didn't add pitching.
Do you trust them to rebuild?
That's what I'm saying. Tough questions.
Okay.
Dana.
These are questions that we'll have to be asking ourselves relatively soon, I imagine.
Gone. Farmer's gone. Lance McCullers. How you feeling about Lance McCullers?
I think I need to stop feeling about Lance McCullers is honestly the answer here.
I mean, it's what are you going to do with at third base with Altuve. All this thing about he's going to play some left field, that went out the window, and he's doing a lot of DH and second base and everything else. Altuve's going to be, 38? There's a lot of stuff happening, and it came at you fast.
Yeah, it sure did. But I think the big thing for me, and honestly, this is a question that was asked by Ocho on the text line that I'm going to turn to you, Lopez. Are we sure the Astros quit, or are they just this bad? And the question I ask you is, which is worse? Which is better?
You know they were not a great team at the end of the year, but the last two games, it's clear. They're just out. It's both, basically, is the answer.
Which is probably the worst of all of it. And I don't even know if I can be too mad at them when all things considered, because they've had to struggle through a lot, but it does. You know what? Actually, that's BS. I can't be mad at them because you had the opportunity. You still had a lead in the AL West as recently as, a week or two ago? Yeah. You still had a lead. You still had a path even once you gave up that lead. And you just needed to give me a little something. And, you have.
And now in 4 games, they have to be 2 games better than the Tigers. Which is not a huge ask at this point.
They're in a free fall, and you still aren't sure about that.
Yeah,
that's the crazy part of it, and that's why I think this is over. Like, all things considered, we'll see what continually happens with the Astros. It's Framber Valdez on the mound today. Does that give you any confidence? You're in the loop here on Sports Radio.
I just want to see how he go out.
This is his last game as an Astro.
Yeah, is he trying to?
That's cute.
Is he trying to make a good game and maybe get a bigger contract, a little money, or
what if he goes full rogue and just starts bleeping everybody and?
I thought you were going to say, what if he goes full rogue and gives you 7 stellar innings?
Like he knows he's out.
7 innings, 12 strikeouts.
He points at the dugout at Joe Espada. You don't know what the hell you're doing. He points at the outfielders, tells them to move over.
And then he doesn't walk into the dugout. He just climbs into the stands and walks out of the building.
Yeah.
Throws a pitch at the catcher's face mask.
Yeah. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 from the 281. Man, quit whining. They gave you almost a decade of some of the best baseball we've ever seen. Everything comes to an end. All right.
Funny you should ask.
I hear you there. So let's go to our question of the day next. If the run is indeed over, what memory is going to stick with you forever from this run? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about that next.
Use data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Not sure which grill is right for you? The experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, question of the day. What is the resounding memory that will stick with you forever from this Astros run? 713-572-4610. Very few people with their favorite sports team, with any other sports teams, gets a run like the Astros have seemingly put up, or not seemingly, they have put up, that whether or not this is the tail end of this portion of it and whether they go into a retool or a rebuild or whatever other words you want to use, there's a lot. There's a lot to reminisce on. This is going to be one of those feel-good sort of nostalgic things because there's so many to pick from. And I do wonder how many people will go with like a feel-good answer. And some of them are that way. The resounding memory does not inherently have to be one that is good, although there's been so much good that I imagine that the first few ones that should come up for you are probably good ones if you are indeed an Astros fan.
8 straight postseason appearances, 7 straight ALCS, 4 World Championship appearances, World Series appearances, 2 World Series championships. And when I asked this question of myself, I said, self, what are the lasting memories? What's
yourself say?
I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
Two immediately came to mind. The one, it wasn't even like in the moment. Obviously, we're all watching when they're in LA and they clinch it in 2017. It was obviously, exhilarating and happy. And I actually tuned in. Paul Gallant, remember Paul Gallant was broadcasting all night. We had champagne. He was getting drunk on the air and everything else. It wasn't even really that. The first one that came into mind is that picture, man. That picture taken by Steve Gonzalez of the Chronicle and I looked up their names, Jim and Jennifer Dean. You guys know what picture I'm talking about. Right after Harvey, that we're still recovering. Their house is gutted. I'm guessing it's their family room or living room or something. Wires hanging from the ceiling. There's insulation, on the walls, bare bones, obviously the framing is still showing and they're in lawn chairs, but he connected his damn TV and he's got his hands on his head like, I can't believe this finally happened. And she's got her hands down crying. And I'm just like, that right there, that was everything about 2017 and the world's one picture. That was the first one I thought of. The second one tied in with what Sean was saying earlier. He said he was at his house watching it on TV in 2022. Jordan hits his home run, and he says, we got to get down to Little Woodrow's because we were going to broadcast through the night into the morning at Little Woodrow's if the Astros won the World Series Game 6. Well, I've mentioned this in the past. That's a special memory for me because I was at that game. I was at Minute Maid Park. We were sitting in right field. Jordan's home run landed to our right. Obviously, Tucker making the clinching catch was kind of in front of us down the foul line. And that was great, but the memory that I immediately thought of is like we had to go. I had to go to Little Woodrow's. A little bit less of a commute for you. We had to walk. Yeah. Because the street, which honestly was probably more difficult. Well, that's what I was about to say. Like I remember walking and the streets were just flooded with people. Like sometimes you had to even turn to the side and you're walking down the middle of the street. It was so crowded. You had to turn to the side to get through people because we were walking kind of fast. That's it. Just like the exhilaration and the people going nuts. They won it here in Houston. And the other thing that I remember, and I think I talked about it during the show and then the days that followed, the entire downtown area was a cloud of weed smoke. I think we all got contact high. Like everyone was smoking weed down. They're like, we have the high of a win. We're high on life. We want to be high on something else right now as well. My wife was like, that's strong. I was like, yeah, it is.
Hey, they won. We about to blaze up.
Everybody not caring. It was just an incredible scene.
Yeah, it's funny because I wasn't going to make it about myself, and then Sean was talking about that experience of like 2022 and, realizing they needed to get to downtown. Funny enough, and of course, I'm still working up in Dallas at this point, but for some reason that day I was coming down to Houston to spend time with my family. And so I vividly remember I was on 45, about to make my turn on to 10, and I hear the final catch on the, I think it was like ESPN Radio had at that moment. And I hear the final catch, and there was just something within me that felt so special about not just taking this in, but taking this in within city limits. Even though I wasn't at Minute Maid Park.
Yeah.
I wasn't in Edo. I wasn't like a part of the celebration, but something within me felt special about I get to be in the city as it's happening, as they're doing this thing where not only is it the 17 where there's the feeling of validation of, oh, wow, we've overcome this long stretch of time where we were in the wilderness and we finally made it to the promised land. This was also like, now that promised land breakthrough has been discredited, right? And you had 19, which fell through. And finally, you have 22 to say, hey, all these people that doubted what this team is and how good this team is, even in the face of it clearly being good year over year, hold this championship. And I love being able to be in the city, even if I was just in the car, driving on the highway, not a part of like all the festivities, being here for that felt incredible.
Yeah, I actually have a personal memory. This was 2017. And remind you, I moved down here in 2016, and I was running the board. That's when our studios was on the opposite side, right? Over there. Sean Bijani was working. I can't remember who he was working. It might have been somebody like Jeremy Branham or something. But I remember they actually clinched to go to the World Series, I want to say. It was a big game, and they won, and everybody was kind of celebrating. People was calling in. And I'm over here, I'm a young buck on the board. I'm picking up the phones, and somebody called in and said, hey, it's Shane Leckler. I want to talk about the Astros.
How about that?
I kind of got stuck because I knew who he was, but I didn't expect, I wasn't sure if it was somebody joking around or just trying to play a trick. And I'm like, Shane? He's like, yeah, for the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
And like, do you watch the Texans? Do you watch He was like, do you watch football? I'm like, yeah. But it just kind of.
I do love that Shane was like, clearly you should believe me, even though I just said I'm Shane Leckler, and that happens all the time.
Yeah, he was just like, do you watch football? And I'm like, yeah, but it caught me off guard because I was expecting to hear Joe in Conroe or something. But it was Shane I'm like, what?
Yeah.
So, just that moment. And I told Sean Bijani, I got in his ear like, hey, Shane Leckler on the phone. He was just like, what? And so he was just super excited about the Astros getting to the World Series.
He wanted to get in. That's Houston, man.
That was the, and I appreciate him just
being himself, like calling in like everybody else.
He could have called into the other stage. He called in to 610 to talk about the Astros.
Hey, we won World Series, says the 409. That's a special one. But not all of them are good, because the third memory that immediately pops into mind is just how miserable and mad I was.
Was it 19?
In 19.
Yeah.
First of all, we know what happened at the end of the game, and A.J. Hinch and throwing guys out there that didn't deserve to be out there.
Who was it, Will Harris? Or?
Yeah, Will Harris. But then Garrett Cole, like within 2 minutes of getting into the clubhouse, takes his jersey off, his hat off, puts another hat on, says, I'm a representative of myself. Get the hell out of here. Talk about reading the room, man.
His street cred over here went out the window, man.
Overnight.
Because that dude was the best pitcher in baseball.
Without question.
Yes.
He was nailed.
And just all of that. Like, I felt like he had no issues in this city at all.
He was loved.
But once he put that hat on, it was over. Honestly, to this day.
Even if he goes in a different way.
Yeah.
You're still good.
He
in
would
this
still
hood,
be
man.
a legend, man. And we'd probably feel sorry for him because we were trying to say how A.J. Hinch should have used him out the bullpen during that time. And all of that went out the window because he put that hat on.
I'll never forget that.
Yeah, the general feel, like that in particular, I feel you. The general feeling in 19 was frustrating, though, because that, and maybe that becomes even clearer as you near, if not reach, the end of the particular run that we looked at, because it felt like, oh, you had the opportunity to be undeniable by having 19 in tow, right? Having 3 as opposed to the 2 would have felt somewhat different, to be fair. Not the wrong Texan, and when Altuve couldn't throw the first for 2 weeks comes up. Obviously, the big one, someone said trash cans, and then someone else, I guess tied to that, somebody said Mike the Rat Fires. Like, that can't be taken away from all this, because again, that changes the way that all these things are viewed.
No, and the other thing about 2019 that comes up, that might have been one of the greatest baseball teams in history. They won 107 games.
Look at that rotation.
Justin Verlander,
check,
21-6. Garrett Cole, 20-5. Let's see.
You could just stop right there.
Yeah, that two right there.
I mean,
that's 40 wins right there.
That's
between
41
two
wins between two pitchers. Of course, they just kept. Ryan Presley was closing.
It was incredible.
They had Greinke.
They had Zach Greinke, who came in late and went 8-1. I mean, they had Verlander, Garrett Cole, and Greinke, and they won 107 games and didn't win the World Series.
Man,
good gracious.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of people for whom, obviously, outside of just individual instances, they're talking about the feelings that they've had and that the Astros have given them. And so I kind of I felt like it would lean more to the positive and wanted to get some of those feelings because somebody's like, oh, talking like it's at a funeral. They're a game and a half out of the playoffs. At least they're not the Rockies. The season's not over, 4 games left. I hear you on that. But the way that I felt.
If you looking at these games now.
Watching these last couple of games. One, I don't have confidence. I'm willing to say that flat out. You can hit me on the over the head with it here in a second, but you can ask these two gentlemen I'm sitting with. If there's one of the three of us who has had hope in me, that is drained.
They're on the verge of getting swept by the A's. Man.
Pardon me for trying to take a little hope or a little bit of happiness in this moment, thinking about what the Astros have done over this time period. And appreciate that. But that's what we tried to do. Keep those coming in if you have those moments because I would like to explore that more. Hopefully we'll find an opportunity to do that. But coming up next here in the loop, let's go around the NFL where we have Thursday Night Football tonight. And I want to get your feeling about some of these NFL players who have had slow starts. Who do you still have confidence in? We'll do that next on Sports Radio 610.
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the loop. I wanted to circle back around real quick to a question of the day where we were asking what is the resounding memory that you will take with you from the Astros run, if indeed it is done. We'll see how that looks over the last 4 games and, obviously moving forward for your Astros. Something that was texted in that caught my attention from the 832. I liked being the unstoppable villain in MLB.
It's a good one.
I feel like baseball needed us, especially when we turned heel. Mm-hmm. And I guess like that, it was one of those things that you kind of was a position that you got put into as an Astros fan. Is if you want to support your team in the midst of that, you kind of needed to embrace it.
Yeah.
I hadn't really considered how many people were just like, no, I actually like this place, and I feel like it suits us in the ecosystem of baseball.
I think it transitioned. At first, we didn't cheat. What about the Yankees? What about the Reds? It turned from whataboutism real quickly within a matter of weeks, maybe a couple of months, to all right, bring it.
What you gonna do about it?
Yeah, it's crazy too because I felt like Altuve was that lovable guy, won the MVP, small guy, and then once the cheating stuff happened, almost cuss. Once the cheating stuff happened, then it's like a bunch of Yankees fans, Dodgers fans. They come all from over because Yankees fans was pissed because he potentially took a MVP from Aaron Judge, and then you got the Dodgers fans because they beat you.
Yeah.
So it was.
Then it turned H-Town against all y'all.
Yeah, no, it was so cool to the point. I wore an Astros shirt up in Cleveland when I went back home, and everybody's kind of looking at me crazy. I'm just like, bring it, then. What's up,
man? Let's go.
What's up? Take it back.
That's right.
And of course, what's benefited you is that the Astros were damn good because if they weren't, like that stance does not get to be nearly as fun.
And about from 2019, from 2019 to 22. People freaking hated the Astros.
And what did they have to do?
They
just
hated
had to hold
even up in Minnesota.
They hated them.
Yeah.
Somebody said, love them or hate them, always remember the 26 curveballs in a row from Lance. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then from the 281. Again, Fromber's going tonight. Best case scenario tonight would be for Fromber to retire, take off his wig, and leave it on
Take off his wig.
Leave it on the mound.
Leave it on the mound, they said. Just go ahead and walk away with the extensions, with them locks on the ground. All right. We go around the NFL loop on Sports Radio 610. We got Thursday Night Football tonight. It's going to be Seahawks at Cardinals, a little NFC West matchup of teams that are kind of so interesting.
Little scouting, maybe?
That's also possible because, again, after Week 5, when you get the Ravens and then bye week, the Seahawks are on the docket. What are you excited for in this game? Because there's a couple of players in the NFC West in general, or actually in the West in general, that have been kind of disappointing. And one of those is number 18 for the Cardinals. Call him Junior because I don't like saying that other man's name. That's one of those things that I'm actually interested to actually get my eyes on is what the hell is actually happening with MHJ?
Look, there are a lot of players. Obviously, you can talk about some of the players that are underachieving on both squads right here in this game. And I think part of that is I was kind of kidding around about the scouting because it's down the road a little bit. But we're in that mode right now where if things don't go well for the Texans, all these games all of a sudden get really, really interesting. So, very interested. But I think a lot of players on both teams are going to have a lot to prove tonight. Yeah.
So who are some of the ones that you're looking at and thinking about? I mean, obviously the Sam Darnold is experience up there is interesting. I just want to get my eyes on because again, like these island games end up being great opportunities to get your eyes on teams that maybe you haven't had an opportunity to this early in the season in a real way. That Seahawks team, you said that, but I genuinely want to see what Mike McDonald has done there in another year. I believe this is year 2 as time seems to run pretty quickly with what he's doing up there.
Yeah, for sure that. And Kyler Murray is always one that's local guy kind of, from Texas. So it's going to be really, really fun just to watch two teams play football on a Thursday night. But beyond that, some of the individuals, are clearly in a place where both these teams have a lot to prove tonight. They really do.
Without question.
Yeah.
I think they both kind of exist in that place in the NFL.
Are they good or are they not good?
Right.
Yeah.
And I think the Cardinals probably a little lower on the are they good. I imagine that it probably helps if you look at the line as the road team. The Seahawks have a 1.5, or they're laying a 1.5 in this one. So I think that probably points to the Seahawks being the better in this one. But we'll see. Ultimately, all I ask for, give me a good football game, because that's the thing that will upset us all the most on a Friday or Thursday night, is just giving us bad football if that happens. So yeah, looking forward to watching that. Also, to some degree, looking forward to this. Drama sells in any facet, and in the NFL even more so. There's going to be a dramatic one here in Week 4. It is a bitter lovers have to then return to each other. Micah Parsons with the Green Bay Packers facing off against the Dallas Cowboys in Arlington. Still has his suite because there is no refunds. And apparently there's going to be a lot of love lost here, or maybe no love lost. I don't remember which way that goes, because Jerry Jones has made it clear that there will be absolutely no tribute video for Micah Parsons.
Is this a bigger story? Are they making this into a bigger story than it is?
Is he Jerry Wayne Jones?
I think Jerry Jones is.
Yeah, I guess so. To be asked about it, and he was like, he almost seemed surprised. Like, what? Was there even going to be one?
Actually, this is Micah Parsons' response, because obviously you know what it is, the media tag where one person says something. In fact, we'll get to that a little later. One person says someone, and then someone else has to answer to it. Yeah. This is Micah Parsons' answer to to finding out that there will be no video tribute to you.
No, there's a lot of things I can consider disrespectful throughout this process, but I wouldn't say the tribute is one of them. I would say, I just think, there's hard feelings maybe there for them, but, for me, I'm happy where I'm at, and we got a really good football team, so I guess I can give you my tribute and a win, I hope.
How long was he even in Dallas?
Was it 4 seasons? I believe it was 4 seasons.
Yeah, 4 seasons. I'm looking at it now. What would you even expect a video? On a bad team?
I feel like
they weren't always a bad team with him on there.
To me, I feel like his position, I felt like he probably would have got one if it didn't end messy. But it's not surprising that they didn't give him one.
Lopez, what are we talking about? Like Defensive Rookie of the Year, 4-time Pro Bowler, 2-time All-Pro.
I get it, but 4 seasons, I don't even know if I would.
He could have had those things over 8 or 9 seasons, and they look at him as a legend.
But it would have been 8 or 9 seasons. He would have been there for a longer time. That's what I'm saying. Like 4 years.
I feel like the video tributes are so minor. We kind of blow it up as a big deal, but I feel like anybody could get a video tribute at this point.
Passing them out like Skittles.
And that's kind of why it's wild. Where
it's Micah Parsons.
It's very indicative of the hurt feelings that if you're passing them out like Skittles, if that guy doesn't get it, I was like, all right, Jerry, I see what you on. I see exactly what time it is.
I personally, I was just like, I wouldn't have even expected anything.
Yeah.
And really, maybe that's the case. If they didn't do it, it'd been like, all right. The fact that it was announced, and I'm sure Jerry was asked about it. I'm sure that's kind of how one of those things goes. But the fact that was like, no, we're not doing this. This is not going to happen. And look, maybe I'm wrong. Someone's like, why would they do that for 4 years? Because for 4 years, he was one of, if not the absolute best player on your team. That's probably one of those things that you want.
I'm with the texter on this. I would have been like, it was a good 4 years. He was awesome, but 4 years, and we know there were some disappointments.
I'm trying to think, like, what if this situation, and I hope this ain't gonna happen, but what if it was a situation where Will Anderson Jr. ended up moving on after 4 years?
That's a good point.
That's the.
I think it really depends how it ends.
Would he expect one? I don't think so.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they did give him one, though.
Well,
but I don't think it's the end of the world if he don't get one.
No, but I think here is where it circles back into mattering to some degree. This I think filters into like how you treat your players and how you view your players.
Yeah.
And when it comes to free agency, which I guess maybe you say the Cowboys have basically punted on anyways, I think that's something that hurts your image around the league. And of course, it's not that in and of itself, but it's indicative of a mindset and the way that you treat your guys. Then people up and they go, I don't know if I want to like willingly go for that, all things being equal.
Well, I think there's a lot of reasons why players would not want to go to the Cowboys. But the way the Cowboys treat their players is not one. The Cowboys treat their players fantastic.
When you're in.
Yeah.
Do you think this could have something to do with the fans too? Where
I think a lot of it.
Because
you set yourself up for booze.
Yeah, will it be a bad look if they play this tribute and they just sitting there booing?
You know, it's a bad look. Not signing up your best player and sending him to another team for draft picks that you can maybe use to get a best player. Yeah, so like again, you were in a bad look.
That could be a reason to boo too.
Yeah.
So
you
maybe
already in a
let's
bad
not
look.
even.
You wouldn't know who they're booing.
Yeah, so maybe let's not even acknowledge Micah Parsons in that way.
I agree.
By the way, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, some other things around the NFL, and this actually comes close to home. Well, we'll start in Nashville, and then we'll return back home because obviously Texans, Titans, battle of the defeateds, 0-3 on both sides of this. Somebody got to leave NRG with a win.
Do they?
And are you calling your shot on overtime?
An overtime tie? No, I am not.
Please don't. Please don't do that to me.
No, I am not.
My heart doesn't deserve that.
Can you imagine?
And look, if you end up with a tie, I got real questions because you got bulletin board material, baby.
Yeah, you do.
It's none worse than the tie, man, because you leave that stadium not knowing
like a loss here. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I feel like it would be a loss. Like, you need a win. There are no other things. This is a very soccer response. You need a result, right? You need all 3 points.
You need points,
whether it's or you know what I mean, whether that's soccer or hockey, the way you view it. You need the points here. And you got bulletin board material for one of your best offensive players, because L'Jarius Sneed, cornerback or defensive back for the Titans, was asked about Nico Collins and how it will be having to deal with Nico Collins on Sunday.
Nico Collins this week. Who? Nico. Thank you.
He said who twice.
He said who.
Who? What about Nico Collins? Who? And Nico Collins responded with like a legitimate laugh.
Yeah.
Like a lot of times you get you get that question as you were just talking about. They ask it, or someone says something, you have to ask about it. Sometimes they go, ha, ha, ha. No, he was like legit.
This is Nico Collins' first response to the L'Jarius Sneed.
Thoughts on going against Sneed on the other side?
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Can't wait for the matchup. Can't wait to get back on the field with the guys and play again. You know, that's the most important thing I'm most excited about, getting back out there with my teammates and my brothers. Going there, rocking out, getting our swag back.
He was asked about you, and he said who a couple times today.
Okay. Yeah, he knows who I am. Yeah.
Do they have any history together? Like, are they cool? And he kind of joking around?
I can't even remember off the top of my head. I think division stuff.
It's kind of random too.
It is.
Yeah, and the thing that I got to was just like, who is this for? Why did you
that's
do
what
this
I wonder,
for?
because that's like me being out and about and somebody mentioned, hey, how does it feel working with Reggie? I say, who? I don't know who Reggie is. I wonder if it's like that or is it serious? I want to call it beef.
There has to have been at least something said or exchanged on the field.
Yeah, joking behind the scenes or something.
Or not joking.
Yeah,
like,
or is it serious?
There has to be. And don't you have to be a certain level of player to say who?
I mean, L'Jarius Sneed,
he's all right.
He's a pretty damn good player. The thing about it is, I talk about level of player. How about level of team?
Yeah,
I don't think I don't think either of these teams are really in a place where you start sending jabs or sending shots. It's not really like. And of course, there's the division rivalry portion of it. Obviously, that team came from here originally. That's that part of it. Me personally, and I'm not everybody, and everybody is not me. Clearly, I'd be keeping my mouth relatively shut on that portion of it. We're not talking too much trash. We'll get out there and do it, which is what obviously Nico Collins was alluding to. By the way, this is a little bit more of what the Nico Collins response was.
If somebody doesn't know you, what should they know about you after Sunday?
If they know? Nah, my bad. Yeah, I'm a dog. You know what I'm saying? I'm just me. I don't say much. I just play. You know what I'm saying? You can talk all you want. I'm not hearing it. You know, just line that up.
Okay, well,
yes, sir.
Better apologize twice.
I do love that. Like he ended up in that place. Salute to Landry Locker for that audio. The first one, obviously, Aaron Wilson on the second one. But the idea that he's in that space and he's kind of got that from Nico, because it feels like the start to the season. Last week was his first 100-yard game, and he's not that type of guy that's going to be, that's going to jaw. But I kind of like the idea of, hey, light a fire under him, because there's people that are looking at him like he's a good but not great wide receiver, and we were getting to a place where like, no, you need to respect him.
Mm-hmm.
I think that this could be a catalyst, even though I don't think that this is going to be the ultimate motivation, but this could be a catalyst to at least get some of that hope.
Well, not only do I like it, I want to see more of it. I think this is one of those things that Nico can really take a step up in. We know how good he is already. But it was just last week when we were asking D'Amico Ryans about leadership on the offensive side, and he said, me. I'd like, that Nico Collins is one of those players that can become that and maybe show a little bit more of, that pushback or the leadership.
And if for no other reason, not that we already went through this like last week, right? The idea of you need to get Nico the ball. Sometimes when you get like bulletin board material, it almost feels like when the team will then rally around, we need to make sure that you win this matchup. And that's not a bad one to lean into, right? Like making sure that we get the ball to Nico Collins, like another instance and reason for you to make sure that he gets the football and hopefully leads to a victory against the Tennessee Titans. Well, there you go. That's a little bit of around the NFL here. I'll save that, kind of the players with the slow starts. We'll talk about that maybe tomorrow. And when we go around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Gearing up for a big game that's going to face off, where you face off against the Tennessee Titans at NRG Stadium. In fact, we'll talk to somebody from Nashville, Ron Slay. He hosts out there at 1 to go behind enemy lines, get a better feel of the foes coming in, L'Jarius Sneed and the Tennessee Titans. Next, let's get on the phone with another gentleman, one that we know very well. On a Thursday, we give him a call. He is ND Kalu, and we'll talk to him next on Sports Radio 610.
Surprising isn't. Houston Literacy Foundation. That's over 1,700 underprivileged Houston kids who'll be getting a library of new books to call their own. You always step up, and we appreciate you. Thanks for helping us help Houston kids.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, gearing up for Texans Titans on Sunday. And as we move towards that, and as it's a Thursday, we always get a chance to get this gentleman on the phone. He's my Nigerian American brethren, former defensive lineman for the Texans and elsewhere in the NFL, and one of the best people that I enjoy speaking to every day. I think he's top 3, just ahead of John Lopez. His name is Nico Collins. What's happening, brother?
What's going on? You know what? I feel good. My head is growing with that introduction.
Man, he said ahead of John Lopez.
Yeah, that's right. Figgies 2-1, ND2.
Dang. I think we need to start there.
Obviously.
Hold on, you didn't say who's number 1. Is it Strawberry from Onyx? Who's number 1?
I'm gonna say it's the big boss lady because she's the one who pays me. That's how that works.
Well, that makes me feel better.
Make sure that money is.
Yeah,
that's
just
right.
A kiss ass. That's it.
Smart.
Want to get this out of the way so that we can talk a little bit football, but the CJ Gardner Johnson of everything. I mean, it came out of nowhere. I'm interested for you. Like, have you been in a circumstance where, and of course, we don't even know what fully has happened in the locker room, but can you take us into like what that feeling is and how you trying to navigate when you have a player that might be kind of going into business for themselves frequently, especially with defense, which is such a team construct, even more so than offense?
Oh, I like how you said going into it for themselves. As a defender, I've played with guys, that did that, where they said, you know what, screw the play. I'm trying to get my sacks. I'm trying to get my bonus. And, you kind of keep your mouth shut and you cover for them until it becomes a problem to where you're looking bad. So, like with defensive backs, you sometimes have the nearest defensive back to the receiver looks like he's the one who blew the coverage, when in reality he was just trying to cover for somebody else. When that happens too often, you best believe that there's conversations in the locker room like, hey, man, get your man, because I'm not going to be sitting here looking bad in front of everybody because I'm trying to cover for you. Where I played in the trenches, Reggie, it was you can hide it a little more. But anybody that's played in the league for over 3 years, you've definitely played with a guy who was definitely out for his, and that's all he wanted.
You know, the interesting thing about it to me, Andy, and you've been in this seat. I mean, you've played the game where you analyze and people say something and you try to postulate on what's what. I just found it interesting. You know, D'Amico did my decision. We're moving on, which was expected. But CJ Stroud were asked about it, and they both kind of intimated, yeah, we didn't feel that. We didn't feel like. And I'm paraphrasing, but said, we didn't feel like it was a bad, he was a bad teammate or anything. Do you think that's just covering for him? But because that was pretty specific.
Yeah, I don't know exactly because I didn't hear it, and for whatever reason, I didn't hear those 2 quotes. But very rarely are players going to publicly talk down on somebody, especially after he's been cut. So my thought is, when that happens, even if a player who's being interviewed who's still on the team, even if they believe like, man, this guy had to go, like this guy was a cancer in the locker room, the defense was breaking down because of him. And I'm not saying this is the case, but I'm saying if that is the case, they're not going to say it publicly. Like there's still, there's still a code. There's still a code where you don't air your dirty laundry out there because, 1, you're hurting the guy potentially getting a job for somebody else, and 2, you just don't want that to happen to you. So even if he was, I've played with some guys and I've been in a situation where guys were cut. They should have been cut. They went against the grain. They didn't fit in. But once that microphone was put in front of you, you said all the quote unquote right things.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking to ND Kalu here in the loop. And ND, now, I was actually talking about this with John because it seems like, a lot of the reports that we've gotten, obviously talking about the big blown plays that were given up, in part because CJ Gardner Johnson reportedly was not where he was supposed to be. And I was like, that kind of felt to me like when you're driving in the car, maybe back in the day, because I wonder how much this still exists, and you're like, I smell something. There's something wrong with it. You see, I've been driving with the parking brake on, and now I know what's been causing that. Have you had that feeling with this defense now going forward? Do you feel like now that we've possibly identified what the kind of oddness is with this defense, that everything's going to be back to good, or is there still maybe some little small concerns with certain things?
Here's the thing when I think about the defense, and I'm not just, saying this because I like the guys and I want to see them do well. I don't think defense is a problem. Like, there's no perfect defensive game. Like, a perfect defensive game is 0 yards rushing, 0 yards receiving, 0 touchdowns. And my point in saying that is, yeah, you had some breakdowns in the fourth quarter. You had some plays that you wish you could get back as a defense. But overall, if any other team's defense was playing like this, they would be 2-1 or 3-0. I still think that this defense overall is playing well, and there isn't even anything I could point to with the guy that just got released, CJ Gardner, to say, well, you know what, if he makes that play or if he plays better, then we win the game. It's like, I don't know. If we're scoring 9 points, 10 points, 19 points, I don't know if CJ Gardner's, play is the reason why the team is losing.
Yeah, all right. So that's perfect then, because I was going to ask you, just in a general, broad sense, analyze the Texans' offense. We're 3 weeks in. What are you seeing?
It's what I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing enough, scoring, obviously, not seeing enough big plays. I'm not going to sit up here and say the guard in a quarter, he missed his block. I don't know, but that's happening across the board when you're not able to rush, when you're not a threat running the ball, when you're not a threat passing the ball or even protecting your quarterback. This entire offense has to improve. When I look at what you've done against other teams and what other teams did against that team that you played, like, for instance, the Bucs who are 3-0, they held the Texans to 19 points. Even with their other 2 victories, the teams that they played scored more than what the Texans did. And we're talking about the Jets. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Jets scored 27 on the Bucs in a losing effort, and they hold the Texans to under 20 points. When you look at who was the other team? There's God dog it. I just looked at it. It came across my phone. But there was another team that beat the Texans.
Was it Atlanta?
But no, they haven't. No, I'm saying one of the Texans.
Oh, the top. I thought you were about the Bucs.
Was it the Jags or the Rams?
Yeah. So it was was it the No, I'm sorry. It was whoever they played, whoever they lost to, the team that beat them. They also beat the Carolina Panthers, and they held the Carolina Panthers to 10 points, and they held the Texans to 10 points. And I'm like, is that the company you want to be in when you talk about the offense? So I can't really break down the specifics, but one thing that they always coached up and they always preached, even when I was in Philadelphia when we were winning those conference championships, on the offense, Andy Reid always talked about big plays. Like, we need to have 5 explosive plays over 20 yards or more, and we're just not seeing that from the game, because you have a guy like Nico Collins. And I also feel like, and I'm guilty of this, we get so caught up in the preseason about the excitement of the new toys, the young rookie wide receivers, and, we're expecting them to have these huge seasons. They're still rookies. Like, they're still rookies, and you have to count on the guys that are proven, the Christian Kirks of the world. He was injured for the first 2 weeks. The Nico Collins, who, if you target him, he's going to show up. I just want to see John more explosive plays from this offense.
And D, were you surprised to only see 15 design runs, 19 rushes total from this Texans team last week in Jacksonville?
Yes, I mean, but what does that say? That means your offensive line is not getting it done. When you talk about a team that's struggling throwing the ball, a team that's struggling protecting the quarterback, or when he drops back, then you say, okay, let's just run it. So if you're not able to run that ball 20, 30 times a game, it's not just because of the running back. And I've always felt like a good running back can look great behind an offensive line that's getting it done, and an average running back can look good. But if you're only rushing 15, what'd you say, 15 designed runs?
Yeah.
I didn't even know it was that low. I remember watching the game and thinking, like, man, they're not running enough. But I didn't know it was, are you 15? Hold on, let's step back.
Yep.
15
design runs, 19 total rushes, obviously, when you had CJ scrambles.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's less than 4 a quarter. So I'm sure a lot of that has to play into them not having the ball. I would love to see their the time they have the ball.
What does that do for a defensive line when you have a team that's not running the football against you?
Well, one, you're getting back on the field a whole lot faster, so that doesn't help because when you have those incompletions, the clock stops, the 3 and outs, that means you're getting back on the field faster. And when you talk about running the ball for an offensive lineman, it is equivalent to playing defense in basketball. It's more attitude and heart than it is skill, and that's where you go to when things aren't working. And you say, you know what, for whatever reason, my offensive linemen, they're not getting their pass blocks down. They're not getting their steps down. But I know I got 5 dogs up front, so we're just going to run the ball. We're just going to push that line of scrimmage. We're going to pick up 4 yards a pop. And until they get their pass blocking down, we're just going to maul these guys. And you're not doing either. So, John, you asked me, and I wish I could have given you like a specific breakdown. Hey, this is what's wrong with the offense, but it's everything.
Yeah.
Like the answer is everything. But I'm still confident, and you have to figure out a way to get it done with the horses you got, because in week 4, you're not going to make any huge trades and you're not going to sign any big names that's going to help this offense. So you got to figure it out internally.
Well, you said it's everything, and I want to kind of ask you about a repercussion of that. Are you worried, or should anybody be worried about losing C.J. Stroud, confidence-wise, mentally, et cetera? Because it's a pretty long stretch now where he's shown some frustration. I think he had a sit-down with D'Amico Ryans this week. Is that something where you would be worried?
The reason why I'm not worried, John, is I remember he, in the preseason before we called his first preseason game, and I remember thinking, like, man, this dude is mature. He's wise. I like his outlook. And it's all good when things are going great. Everyone is saying the right things, and you can be impressed with someone's leadership qualities. But for him and Will Anderson to be voted captains as rookies, like, to me, that means you're a great leader. And this is when you show that leadership. This is when you show what type of mental toughness you have, what type of leader you have when things are down. It's easy to say all the right things, when you're 2-1, when you're 3-0, and everybody's patting you on the back. The honeymoon phase is over for C.J. Stroud. I'm hearing that when I listen to y'all's show and, when people call in and what I see on social media. But I do feel like he's mature enough and he has what it takes to get through this storm. And there isn't any better coach, in my opinion. I'm a little bit biased. If you told me, hey, we're going to start a season 0-3, expectations are not going to be met, who's the one guy you want to lead them out of that storm? D'Amico's name will come up. So I'm still confident that the end story is going to be great. Now, in 12 weeks, y'all could be like, man, this dumbass had no idea what he was talking about. But when I think of D'Amico talking to those guys, getting them ready, I'm not concerned. I just think, you still have, 13, 14 more games, the 14 more games, including this game coming up. There's still time to turn this thing around. Now, here's the thing. I hate to be a must-win guy this week early in the season. I hate to be must-win guy, but if our goal is to get to the playoffs, once the playoffs start, you start from scratch, and we know that there's not going to be a wild card coming out of AFC South. You have to win this game. You have to win this divisional game against the Titans.
There you go. Must win, John Lopez.
Hey, well, one more thing. Did D'Amico let the Jaguars score late in?
I thought so. Like, I didn't even. To me, it was obvious.
Yeah.
Like, and as I was watching the game, I was thinking, okay, they got to hurry up and score here so they get the ball back. So I know no coach will ever admit it, but as I was watching the game, I didn't even think it was a controversial thought. I was just like, okay, they let him score so they could get the ball back.
All I heard from you, Andy, is that the answer is yes if you were asking the question of can D'Amico and this Texans team stand the rain?
Yeah.
That's all I heard.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I forgot who sang that song, Can You Stand the Rain?
Yes, new edition. I just wanted to get that. This is me teeing up the opportunity to say that we will get you that CD.
Wow. How did I, that's why I forgot it, because that heifer stole my
Don't worry. We've located it. We're putting in the bid to get it in.
We found the heifer.
Wow. Okay. I don't think we did that, but we will get you that CD, Andy. We always appreciate you giving us some time. Have a good weekend. Hopefully we get a Texans win this weekend.
All right, y'all keep up the good work.
There it is. ND Kalu joining us here in the Loop on Sports Radio 6. He says that with reckless abandon, and I love it every time. All right, you're in the Loop. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including we got some more news And this is why my Astros feelings and my Astros meter is pretty down. We'll talk about that more next.
Thirsty.
Best burgers in town and so much more at Beck's Prime. 10 Houston area locations, BecksPrime.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on this Thursday. First of all, foremost, it is a Thirsty Thursday. So the fellas of the drive will be out on location. And if you are in or around Spring, it is your lucky day. The Buffalo Wild Wing, I believe it's the one off of Grand Parkway. I'll get you an address here in a moment. I just realized that I moved away from that where it was in front of me. However, that is where the fellas will be 2 to 6.
8507 Queens Boulevard.
Not quite close. 6825 Grand Parkway in Spring is where the fellas will be. Go out, hang out. You know, they never come empty-handed, so there'll be giveaways. There'll be, opportunities to win. So go out, see the fellas. Enjoy Sports Radio 610 live and in person as you always can on a Thursday or a Friday. In this instance, a Thursday. Also, don't forget we'll be giving away a 4-pack of tickets to see the University of Houston Cougars take on Texas Tech in the next hour, so keep it locked here. That was the good. Let's get to some of the bad, and then we'll get to the ugly. Because the Astros fall again yesterday, and it was with Hunter Brown on the mound for you and Luis Severino on the mound for the Athletics, which should have been a giant plus, like 3 stars in the advantage of the Astros, and ultimately the final score was 6-0 Mariners. It looked sloppy. Couldn't do anything at the plate. Or A's, right. Sorry, I'm thinking about the Mariners because that's where I'll go next. But thank you. It was the A's, obviously, that got the victory there. Sloppy for you. I mean, obviously couldn't do anything at the plate. It just felt like it went out with a whimper.
You mentioned earlier Jesus Sanchez and some of the ugliness out there, with him in the outfield, but it wasn't just that.
Ramon Urias playing third.
Exactly.
Was a little weird. How did you enjoy the return of Carlos Correa to short?
It was fine.
Well, enjoy is probably the wrong word.
It was fine.
What was your experience of going through that? Like, also, just oh wow, he's going to be positioned in shortstop. You're going to get that old school middle infield back for the Astros.
No, obviously you have confidence when he's out there. The thing we've been talking about, and I think it's undeniable, is this team is just checked out, top to bottom, offensively. You mentioned Severino, who had the worst ERA in baseball among qualified starters.
He helped himself.
And he did help himself. He got the shutout. Well, he combined for the shutout. With Hunter Brown on the mound, the good news is you have Fromber going today. Is that good news?
I don't know. I have no idea. It's day baseball. 2:35 is when first pitch is. As the Astros will try and get out of Sacramento, but they are in a rough position because of a few things that happened. Actually, one of them isn't that rough because the Guardians are doing the thing. They remain hot. They got a victory over the Tigers. So the reason why that's important, it feels like the Guardians. I keep wanting to say the Mariners. Mm-hmm. The Guardians get a bigger lead in the AL Central, and the Tigers remain just a game ahead of you in wild card contention. So again, if you get a win, you possibly have an opportunity of drawing yourself closer to that wild card contention. But over the 4 final games of the season, you're going to have to best the Tigers by 2 games because they have the tiebreak.
That's the thing that is ultimately going to probably end this thing. Put the Astros out of their misery and us fans as well, because you either have to win 3 out of 4 and the Tigers have to lose 3 out of 4, which, I mean, I don't know what your confidence level is on that, or you have better than
correct
in the next 4 games. That's a huge ask based on what we've been seeing.
Well, at least offensively for the Astros, the Tigers have been on a mammoth of a slide themselves, so maybe they'll help you out on their side of things. But yeah, this has been rough for the Astros. You got to start before you look at anybody else by getting the bats to do something, anything, if you want to, grasp a little bit of life out of this season. And of course, it has to now officially be the wild card because the Mariners get a 9-2 victory over the Rockies, and they do so in fantastic fashion. Just big bats. Cal Raleigh ends up with his 60th, count him, 60 home runs of the season.
59 and 60.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. He is. People are talking about him as legitimate AL MVP, possibly against Aaron Judge.
I think he probably will be MVP. It's going to be a very close vote. When you look at Aaron Judge's numbers, and especially like OPS and stuff, it's like mind-blowing how awesome he's been. But that said,
you're gaining fans in the city of Houston by saying that out loud.
No, I don't want to say it out loud, but I mean, it's true. It's absolutely true. His numbers are just like
what? I hadn't looked at this in a little while.
Look at his OPS.
OPS is 1.136.
That's a joke. It's how good
he's batting. 328.
That's like Babe Ruth. He may damn well win the batting title.
You know what my favorite thing is? OPS plus, because it normalizes to where 100 is average. You want to guess what his OPS plus is?
I hadn't looked at that lately.
It starts with the 2. 213. God, I hate him so much.
I know.
Don't worry about it. Here in about a week. he'll start
Okay, Fox, not a no-brainer. He's going to be the MVP. I think Cal Raleigh's going to win the MVP.
Yeah, the story
really
is big. As a catcher, people are calling it possibly the greatest season that we've seen from a catcher in a very long time. Obviously, defense is solid, and then he's just swinging that bat real strong. Yeah, I'm with you, 832. Drug test both of them, not before I can't plant some evidence on them first. Like I just want to see both of them go down in that way. But yeah, that's the ugly of it for the Astros, is that you've seen the Mariners finally pull off that thing that people were saying was going to happen for the last handful of years. Oh, well, the Mariners are finally going to do it and win the AL West, and we were like, we don't trust y'all.
Well, the Mariners,
they did it.
The Mariners are an example of what the Astros did not do. They went out in the offseason and tried to bolster their lineup. Then they went at the trade deadline and bolstered their lineup.
That is the part that's huge.
And then they obviously seem to be the hungrier. I'm not saying they are the hungrier team, and their starting pitching is absolute nails, dang near top to bottom.
Yeah. So that's where the Astros stand. As I mentioned, day baseball for them. With the Rockets, just a little bit of confirmation. We kind of knew after Fred VanVleet had his ACL tear. We were looking around. Probably don't have a lot of moves that you can make. It seems like you would lean on a couple of players. Well, Zach Lowe, who works for The Ringer, one of the best in the business when it comes to talking basketball and being tapped in, this is what he says the Rockets are going to do from his vantage point and from what he has been able to surmise.
From what I've heard, the Rockets are going to do nothing, and they're going to do nothing for a couple of reasons. Number one, they can't really do anything until December 15th when all the free agents that signed in the summer can be traded, including half of their roster. And they're not going to do anything. Thompson and Reed Shepherd. They might even start Reed Shepherd. I don't know. And just see what they have in those guys.
It just totally makes sense, and then it doesn't. Right?
What's the doesn't make sense?
Because I don't know if you can just roll the dice on both those guys.
I think you have to. The circumstances.
It makes sense. Yeah. But at the same time, it's like,
on the idea of it going to going well or going perfectly. Yeah, no, that's a tough part of it. I think it makes sense. You see what you have at first, and then you make adjustments. That's kind of been the way that Rafael Stone has played this, right? Mm-hmm. You see what you have last year, and you end up going, this is a second in the West type roster, and then you make adjustments and seeing, hey, Jalen Green not good enough. Let's add in something like a Kevin Durant to give us an additional option.
Yeah.
You're dealing with a different type of challenge here. Yeah, I'm eager to see what it looks like. I would be lying if I told you that I was just all hunky dory that this is all going to work out well.
Right, that's the yes and no of it.
But it'll be very intriguing to see preseason games even of what this looks like before we get to October 21st when the Rockets start their season. I was talking about all this Astro stuff, and I left out one of the biggest news dumps that we got yesterday, which is that Luis Garcia, one of the many pitchers that have dealt with injuries for this Astros team, is set to undergo surgery and miss the entirety of the 2026 season. Only 2 starts this season after coming back from Tommy John.
One of the saddest stories that we've had in Astros lore, and there have been a lot of sad stories, and also one of the most alarming. If this doesn't, ring bells and shoot fireworks outside of Jim Crane, seriously, what is 2 years of rehab? Comes back for 2 starts, and all of a sudden surgery again. It's really mortifying that the Astros have let this happen with their bleeped up medical and athletic training staffs. In fact, Dana Brown went on the flagship and said, quote, "We will take a complete look at the staff from a baseball operations perspective," talking about the medical and athletic staff. What does Figgy say? Word?
Word. That's what it has to be. That's what it needs to be.
Well, about time.
Right.
Yeah.
In fact, needed to be.
They are the worst in baseball.
And it is worth noting, right, as much as we're saying that, somebody goes, is it Tommy John surgery again? Beats me.
Oh, stay tuned for confessions.
MLB.com says Espada wouldn't say the exact nature of the surgery. So we don't know as of right now, and we'll see if we find out what the extent or what the nature of the surgery is. But all we know, surgery and kiss the 26th season goodbye for Luis Garcia.
Maybe he's getting his appendix out.
What if it was something like that?
He's got his appendix.
Wild. Earlier we were asking in the question of the day, what would be the resounding memory for you from this Astros run? Should this be the end of it? And there was a lot of interesting answers that came, and I wanted to circle back to some of them because people were talking about, obviously during the wins and stuff. But there's also all sorts of little quirky things in the middle. You remember the time the Jose Altuve got at the plate.
Look, that's a good way to get thrown out of the game. Or Mike Fiers. That was another one that came through.
No, absolutely is one of those ones that came in when we were talking about that. Somebody said that they remember old buddy's interview during the 22 or after the 22 World Series, the infamous F y'all.
Oh yeah, how about the Correa? I meant to mention that earlier. That's another very strong memory, and I think it feeds into everybody was very defensive and saying, "Oh, everybody cheats, and you're just picking on us." And it's the Major League Baseball that wants to, has it in for the Astros. And look at Boston. As soon as Correa said, who did he talk to? It was a one-on-one at spring training. He goes, if you don't know what you're talking about,
if you don't know the facts, you need to shut the bleep. He's talking to Cody Bellinger.
But he was
interviewing
the reporter. Yeah,
was it Ken Rose? It wasn't Ken.
It might have been Rosenthal, but from that moment, it was like Houston against the world.
Ray on the YouTube, the "We Want Houston" chants going wrong for everybody.
Yes,
every time. Oh, you want it?
That's a good one.
With New York, I think.
Oh
Philly,
yeah,
did Philly do it?
Mm-hmm. Every single time that you saw New York?
Yeah. How about Pouty Face?
Joe Kelly.
Kelly, Pouty Face.
Another good one I like from Correa is remembering that time Framber many times where he was kind of struggling on the mound, and Correa went up to him, and he was you could just hear him. He might have been talking in English at that point. He was sitting there just kind of, you could just see his lips moving real strong. And then, not Correa, but Framber, he was pointing, kind of hitting his chest a little bit.
He was telling what it's all about.
I love that clip.
How about on the field after the World Series, Carlos Correa getting on one knee? Carlos Correa getting on one knee.
I need to find that clip.
And that became a legendary drop for one Figgy Fig. Oh my
God! A lot of Mattress Mac promos, which obviously.
Hey, I got on a private jet with Mac to go collect $35 million in cash.
Yeah.
He ain't bring me none.
That was one of my all-time greatest memories. He's got the wheelbarrow. It was so much money in the wheelbarrow, the tire went flat.
Yeah.
And I was just like,
I always think about the Mattress Mac in Philly too.
Oh yeah, bleep you.
Yeah, he was on the concourse. No, bleep you, bleep you, bleep you. He was going nuts.
Yeah, I'll take any and all of those that you have for me on the text line 713-572-4610. Shout out to T Mill confirming it was indeed Ken Rosenthal that you were thinking of. But yeah, and then real quick before we go, I know I need to get out of here, but it is what's popping in a way. Did you see this picture of Reed Shepherd? With the guns out?
Yeah, he's looking like Zion Williamson.
He looked like he took all the Zion was like, here the extra, and like Reed was like, can I just put this into my muscles?
Can I have some of that?
I don't know if that will actually mean that he could be better defensively. Hopefully he can withstand some of the bumps that you take playing defense. Again, excited to see what Reed and this Rockets team is able to bring this season. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, CJ Stroud talked, and he didn't just talk about CJ Gardner Johnson. We will leave that, but how has he adapted to the new offense? And did you hear yesterday? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
Ready? It's FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports Station. 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Hey, we appreciate y'all getting involved on the text line, 713-572-4610, and on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyer live streams, both on the YouTube page and the Twitch chat. There's still people weighing in on their various Astros memories from the run. Obviously, there's some sentimental ones, like someone who said in 17, their Uncle Mike had passed, or actually had been a diehard his whole life. He had a stroke with him while they were watching the Yankee series. So Game 3, passed away. Called the cousin when they won. They went, kind of just enjoyed the championship by the grave. So always appreciate the ways in which sports can do that for you. And of course, in an entirely different facet, on the same thing with the Astros, memory was New York fans being so broken by the Astros that they were chanting FL2V at the Knicks game.
Someone also said, just real quick, only because it was wild, Ted Cruz getting a beer can thrown at him during the parade. We were there. The dude was next to us.
Yeah.
We were broadcasting from the parade, the victory parade, and everybody's like, obviously wild scene. And the dude was standing to our right. And I actually said it on the air that it's somewhere in our vault. I was like, I think somebody just threw something, and I didn't know at who or whatever.
Yeah.
Some dude threw a whole beer
and tried to cover it up like, I was trying to give him a beer.
Yeah,
remember
and then he
that?
walked away, and the cops just
I don't know how you expected to make that one.
I tried to give him a beer.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh yeah,
that was live on our airwaves. I was like, wait a minute, I think something just happened.
I'm thinking about Dusty Baker. We talked about the Joe Kelly situation.
Oh yeah.
And remember before that,
he
said, get on the mound, little bleeper. It was live on the air, talk about hot mics.
Yeah.
Man. Oh man, I love what the Astros have.
Sean was right. We could do 4 hours.
You could do this all day long.
Yeah.
Keep them coming in.
A lot of random stuff too.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of it. It's really the random little things. Obviously, the big.
It's
17,
not just that
22,
Jose Altuve home run against the Yankees. It's just a little small
Aroldis facial expression.
Yeah.
All right. Not gonna really parse down to the facial, or maybe we'll. I don't know. I don't know where your brain is at. But CJ Stroud talked to the media yesterday, and I would like to start just with an overarching perspective before we even get to like the idea of if you heard what you wanted to hear from CJ heading into a very big game versus the Titans at home. He sounded different to me, right? He sounded, because we've talked about it, how he sounded less like himself in the early weeks of the season. It felt a little bit more, maybe not even quite like the previous CJ that's really jovial,
right,
but he sounded a little more human and a little bit less like he was kind of really trying to find the perfect answer in any instance necessarily. I don't know if that's the exact way to put it, but he felt more human is the word that kept coming to me.
You texted us that, and I was literally in the midst of listening to it. And not to say that's not what you...
That's not how you heard it?
I didn't hear it that way.
Okay.
It's sort of still just not bad. And maybe it was the context, and we're going to hear some cuts here in a minute. Maybe just the frustration of week 4. And I don't know exactly where you want to start, but, he had a long pause when he was asked about the offense during one cut, during one answer. And then another one, he literally said about the offense and some of the things they want to see, I haven't seen it just yet on the field. And that was, to me, he was pretty honest, but maybe that's why I didn't quite feel what you felt,
Well, and I mean, I don't think honesty and humanity, I don't even know if that's the right word I should use, but like that feeling of almost genuine sincerity or whatever that I'm trying to get to. I don't know if those things are mutually exclusive, but it felt a little different to me. I'm interested if you listen to it whole, especially listening here on Sports Radio 610 with The Drive, if you had that same sentiment. But talking about the offense in particular, that's the part that we need, right? As much as we've talked a lot about the defense, especially because of the personnel moves that have happened this week, this offense is still objective number 1, 1A, 1B, 1C. You can also make it number 2, number 3. This is going to be a huge determination and determinant of what the aptitude of this team is as you're trying to go and, salvage what's happened early on. And so I thought it was interesting that CJ was asked if he was picking up the new system and how he's able to grasp it.
I wouldn't say it'd be difficult. It's just new. Like everything takes time. I think, it's something that, as you keep going along, keep pushing forward. And I think sometimes failure is some of the best recipe for, breakthrough. Even though it sucks, it's not good in the moment, but I believe that I'll be great from it, and I'm learning a bunch. I think our team is starting to pick it up. But yes, doing some of the old stuff, that they've done in their past, Nick and but also, doing some things that we're good at. So just finding that balance right now.
Nick and who?
That's a good question, because in the moment I thought about it, and I was like, Nick and who?
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, is that Shaplinski? Because those are the two guys that would be new to this.
I don't know.
What goes through your mind? Because I know that you're like, I don't know, but what is the thought? Because I can see there's something in there. Go ahead, regular speculation sounder.
Casario, for one, who has his hands all over this.
We're not going to really get into a lot of hypotheticals and a lot of speculation, right?
Well, we are. We are. We're going to do exactly that. Shaplinski was one as well. Could be Gerard, but I think this is more about, the new offense being more of a Patriot. Not more, it is. I mean, everybody knows it now. A Patriot-style offense. So I was curious on that. And then the other part of this one, and we're going to hear more from CJ Stroud here, where I was just sort of like, I don't know if I feel good or not. It's going to take time. We're still trying to get that. You got to go through the bad spots. I get that, and that's the right answer.
Do you believe it for him? Because when he's saying I'm starting to get a feel for it, I do believe him.
Oh, I definitely believe
regard.
it. I don't know what I guess what it comes down to is I don't know what the buy-in is. I really don't. Based on, the body language, the things he said, his demeanor, as you've talked about. Maybe it was better yesterday. You saw it. I didn't. The taking time. I don't know what the buy-in is completely with CJ Stroud in this offense.
I mean, everything's not the end-all, be-all, but what we have to work off of feels like it indicates that he's doing what he can to make this work. And I still go back to seeing that touchdown pass on the double move where, Nico Collins, is able to take advantage of or get that cornerback to bite up against the Jags. I saw the exuberation. I saw the relief that came through, which does not strike me as somebody who's not putting in, right?
No.
Who's not like bought in on this. Like finally you're seeing the benefit of the toil show up in a way. Now, of course, that's one play when you need a lot more of them, but I am encouraged in some ways. I don't even know to what degree or how I quantify it, that feeling of, okay, it feels like we're getting close. Now, of course, that close word really hits us. This was CJ Stroud cut 6 here on how do you pick up the tempo, because tempo is one of those things that we've talked about, and I know even D'Amico has said, when they've looked the best, it's when they've been doing like things like 2-minute offense and whatever. So, CJ, how do you pick up the tempo?
I mean, that's, it could be going fast. It could be getting out the huddle faster. There's like a couple different ways you can go about it. But yeah, every offense wants to play with tempo and great urgency. We've been able to, to get on the ball fast and do things well, like in that light. So I think that stuff has been good for us. And I thought we've gotten better with our huddle operation. Getting out the huddle faster. So yeah, all that stuff is, great. And outside looking in, that's pretty much what that is just being urgent to the ball and just playing, making the defense kind of play catch up.
That was the long pause I was talking about.
That was a good question. Was kind of interesting. It was like from the outside looking in, how would you explain that call for like tempo? What do you think that means? So I imagine that some of this was gathering that, but the little chuckle that was in there. Can you give me that pause and the chuckle at the beginning before we even get to the answer, just to get a little bit of a feel? I know that we're Zapruder filming in this, but I just want to hear it one more time if you don't mind.
Come on. I don't know what to make of that. He was definitely being measured with what he said in terms of up-tempo, et cetera. I do fully expect to get a bigger dose of that, to get a bigger dose of the 2-minute type, maybe not 2-minute drill, rush, but certainly get to the line, don't sub. That I fully expect to see a bigger dose of that.
Especially because when this team the few times that this team really, especially on the offensive line, finds a way to get hat on a hat, get a seam, they can create some big, we've seen a few like 7, 8, 10-yard runs with like Chubb or even Marks, and it feels like what might be helpful is to, all right, go up and run it, or maybe not run it again, but have a little bit so that you don't allow the defense to substitute. They can't make some adjustments. Like with how few answers you've had that have been correct right now, and that sounds harsh, but I think we've all seen this. when you do get a right answer, I kind of want you to hit the answer until it stops working and then move it along, especially if you're not going to be running an offense in a way that, sets up one play to the next. If that's not going to show up as, evidently, at least be able to use some of that tempo, use some of the inability to substitute to your advantage. And I imagine that's a large reason why DeMeco was so mad. And what he said was towards a ref on the sideline not allowing them to go with tempo, because this is one of the few things that's shown an opportunity to be successful, and you're slowing us down.
Yeah, no, I think that's what they're going to lean heavily into. But again, it is still about getting those bigger plays, making it happen. We talked to Andy Kalu earlier. He said they need, they need 4 or 5, big chunk plays. They've had 2 for the year.
Yeah.
And
so the thing about the tempo, and it can't you can't make the entire plane out of up tempo, right? Yeah. But I do feel like, especially as offense, I think when you're doing it right is about creating mismatches or getting a defense off balance. It feels like they have so few ways of doing that.
Yes.
So
yes,
one of the ones that they seem to have, I still go back to the Jaguars game, and early on in that game when I see Trevor Lawrence step up to the line and start, using hard counts, I'm like, oh wow, why did I not think of that? Even if you don't have as good of players to line up against number 51 Will Anderson Jr., against Daniil Hunter number 55, one of the things I know that I can slow him down with is I can use a hard count. There's so many things in football that a smart, that a experienced play caller can use to help themselves. And I feel like you haven't seen enough of those. So if you have tempo in your pocket that that you can execute and that can create some level of advantage, you got to utilize it. You got to lean on the things that you can do well, and that's one of them.
Yeah.
Also asked about how this situation has challenged him as a leader to this point.
Yeah, I think every year has its own challenges. I know everybody always brings up the past, but every year is different. And for me, I think in my past, there's times where it gets hard and you just try to get past it instead of leaning in to see what you can learn from. And right now I'm just in that process of doing both, fighting through it, getting through it, and then also leaning in and seeing what I can learn about myself, about this team, about, the NFL, about defense. So to me, I think it's something that, of course it's new to me. I haven't started like this yet in the NFL, but also I've had this happen in my career before. So yeah, I'm just learning. I wouldn't say as a leader, it's surprising, that it's challenging, but I think that's what's dope about being a leader is, when everything is tough, who keeps the faith? And I think that's for me is the definition of faith is of what you cannot see. Are you going to trust that? Because everybody, if God appeared right here, I believe in God now, it's easy, I know that's a whole different subject, but that's kind of how I think about it. I'm going to just, as a leader, keep the faith, knowing that I haven't seen it just yet on the field.
That was a tough one for me.
What made it tough?
Because he's talking about, still learning, trying to get it on the field, and I haven't seen it on the field just yet. Because I think it's tough on him. None of us have seen it on the field yet.
Correct.
But whether he,
and if you have, I need to know what you're smoking. Honestly,
yeah, because you want to get there fast. We're going into week 4. It's kind of time to really start seeing these things, and you could sense from him I want to believe in this, and that's why I talk about the buy-in. I don't know what his buy-in is. I want to believe in this. I'm keeping the faith. He talked about that, and yet I haven't seen it on the field yet. Everybody's human. At some point, is there going to be some skepticism or doubt about this offense?
That is a good question, and I feel like it won't be. Well, that might not be the case, but what I was going to say is I feel like it won't be CJ who loses the faith early. I do wonder if we're going to make this a triumvirate of people that it matters for, the evaluation process of Nick Caley early on, because clearly hot seat, whether or not there's an acknowledgement of it. CJ, DeMeco Ryans, Nick Caserio. Who loses the faith first there?
Well, I think the most obvious answer is CJ. This is new to him. You just heard him say it multiple times. I don't know if he really believes that this is the best offense, the best approach for him. Every quarterback wants to let it rip, and every quarterback wants to be able to have concepts that can open receivers and make for easy throws. That is the number one thing for me with this offense. I think the concepts are very rudimentary. And if I can see it, they're in the meetings every day, they're at practice every day. I think they know it. And then I think he wants to make it life a little simpler on us.
This is another week. And it has to that one was the most concerning for me, if I'm going to be entirely honest, when it comes to it. The idea, okay, we're figuring it out. I haven't seen it yet, and almost pointing to the idea that when do we see it? I don't know, but we will see it eventually. Mm-hmm. Eventually ain't good enough. You need to start. You need to start seeing a lot of it soon. Mm-hmm. Sunday, in fact, at noon. I need to start seeing it against the Titans for this Texans team. You'll be able to hear that obviously here on Sports Radio 610. All right, you're in the loop. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions as we always do, and we will do those next.
All right.
starting at 6 and going all day long. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston's Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions. Oh, intercepted before you could get to it. Deal with that. Couple of practice notes for your Houston Texans. And, of course, the fact that I'm interrupting here probably don't mean no good things. Jakob Johnson is still not practicing, which is something that is worth noting, especially with the way that they use fullback. But more importantly, Derek Stingley also not practicing. And what's worth noting is that your Thursday practice is the most physical of them. It's probably not a good sign. I know you like talking about Friday being the real indicator, but this is a big work day of practice. And for Stingley and obviously Jakob Johnson to not be practicing today, it really casts down on their ability to play on Sunday.
It does. Wednesday, Thursday are the big days for practice, Thursday being the biggest. So if you don't participate in those, it's not a good sign. Friday, if you don't, that's a wrap. You are definitely not going to play. So that's where I would leave that. Not good news. I guess Tremont Smith is going to have to step in.
I would strongly believe so, as he was the first man that they turned to last week. But I think the big thing is that now you end up in a place where you're probably not moving around, which honestly, you look at this Titans team, and we'll talk to Ron Slay at 1, get a little bit of a look behind enemy lines. I think if you just looked at the roster, you go, Calvin Ridley poses a challenge. He's had a rough start of the season. He hasn't been able to dial it in with Cam Ward early. So maybe you are fine with just kind of playing sides.
And that's D'Amico's MO usually until he got Derek Stingley, is not to travel any cornerbacks.
Yeah, hopefully that doesn't end challenge for you.
These are my confessions.
You know how I really knew that the Astros are done? When you lose Brian McTaggart, speaking of rap, that's a rap.
What, he also going to get in Tommy John? I don't understand what you mean lose him.
Well, he is so out. I think Figgy McTaggart finally said bleep it. The first tweet I saw was, earlier in the game. He says, the A's are absolutely clobbering the Astros. They may be done. Flat out. He said the Astros may be done. And then this one kind of put it over the top for me. Because it speaks to the whole Astros regime and leadership and medical personnel and athletic training personnel. He tweeted, Luis Garcia will have some sort of surgery and miss all of 26. Even him, they're saying he's doing something. It's going to be surgery and he's out for a year. This is McTaggart, who's plugged in so deeply with the Astros.
You read that as him being lost? I think that's pretty straightforward.
Not even to me, I kind of look at it like this. Have you ever met somebody that's always going to jail for something?
Yeah.
And you're like, man, he's in jail for something. I don't know what it is this time, but yeah, he's in jail for something.
But you couldn't even get him to talk about the arm, or he had surgery, he's 2 years of rehab. He's going to have some sort of surgery. He's done for a year. I was like, this is.
Well, if he knew what surgery in particular, I imagine he would have put that. He's like, it's a surgery.
That's what I'm saying. His frustration level, even he is like, these guys, these bleeping guys, they didn't even tell us what he has, and we all know better. It was. You're done.
Okay. I was like, I didn't necessarily read it as them losing him, but you know what? Maybe they did.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
Funny enough, my confession is also Astros related. Apparently, just today, Jeremy Payne said that the oblique strain that he's dealing with, imaging revealed that is a strain rather than just kind of discomfort or whatever. He said he's tried to swing but still feels pain even when taking medium or mild swings rather. And I don't need to see any more Jeremy Payne. Look, there is still a technical, mathematical way for you to win and get in. I would absolutely be furious if he ends up trying to push through this and hurting himself in a much bigger way.
Yes.
Even as you've heard the general manager of this team talk about how they're going to need to, or that they will examine or evaluate their medical staff. I don't need any more. Just go ahead and rest this thing out, brother. If you can't get it done with the rest of what you have here, then you were probably not well situated to do very much at all. I would be frustrated in a season in which we finally got the full coming of Jeremy Pena in the way that we were looking for when he won the ALCS MVP. Like I think that I'm ready to just let him ride this one out. You did you served your service over the season, and if they can't get it done without you, then it is what it is.
No, I totally agree, except for the last thing you said. But either way, the lineup, by the way, we should mention it here. Jose Altuve back to leading off and playing no base, obviously. Then Paredes DH. Correa back at third base, Caratini catching, Christian Walker first. This is why I wanted to give the lineup. Jesus Sanchez played so well. He's back in right field again today.
Who is the shortstop?
Shortstop is going to be Mauricio Dubon.
Okay.
Yeah, Zach Cole in center, and Fromber, Taylor Trammell in left, and then Fromber pitching, of course. So.
All right. Okay.
Jesus Sanchez time again.
2:35. The Athletics.
I don't know if he can buy another drink. If somebody buy him a drink here, man.
That's right.
I was seeing a whole bunch of.
It was brutal.
Yeah, I'm like, man, I hate that his name was Jesus because there was so much hate across that JESUS.
Oh, yeah.
Like, man,
they're talking about Jesus.
Get Jesus out of here.
Oh my gosh.
These are my confessions.
I gotta confess, and I didn't think I would love this person this much. And mind you, I don't know anything but just what I see on social media.
Mm-hmm.
But I absolutely love Carly Ursay Gordon.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just love it, man. And maybe because we never seen anything like this where a younger woman just going around as the owner of the team.
Headset.
Yeah, I just like everything I see about this, and maybe it could go bad. I'm not sure. I don't know her personally, but this kind of remind me, and this is no offense at all, but this kind of remind me of if somebody like the Kardashians just own the team and they just out
he
there.
Said no offense and then mentioned that.
No, it's not. It had nothing to do with anything like that, but it's just a younger woman.
Oh, no offense to Carly Ursay Gordon. There's people listening. I'm offended that you made me think about them people.
No, it's just kind of cool seeing a younger, 20s. I want to say she's in her 20s, right?
I think she might be a little older than that.
I don't know. 20s, 30s, but just a younger. Like we seen women owners in this league. But I never seen a younger woman like this in the league, just kind of moving the way she move, and
I respect it.
At the on social media stuff. Like I like it.
Yeah, she's got like a notepad or a play sheet or something, and like looking at it. It's got the headset on.
Yeah.
I mean, at least she's like taking an interest here, man. Like really involved.
Yeah, I like it a lot, man, and I feel like we probably gonna see more of this way down the line when the owners' kids get a little older. So the first thing I thought about was the Menaires, and they got a little one right now. She probably like 5 or 6 or something like that. But just imagine in about 20 years from now, where they pass her the reins, and will she be walking around like that?
I mean,
Biggie, how old did you say you believed her to be?
Probably around 5 or 6.
No. Carly Ursay Gordon.
Oh, I said probably in her 20s, maybe 30.
She is 44 years of age.
Oh, wow.
She is a grown ass woman.
But again, to Figgy's point, she goes to every practice.
No, for sure.
On the sideline.
In fact, there was video of her like jamming out to some of the music that they had with her sparkling water, whatever.
Yeah, like I think I might have ran across her social media too. I don't know if it was Instagram or Twitter, but she just like a regular person. Like I think that's kind of cool, man.
I really do. I do.
I don't know if it's going to do anything.
I know it's not popular in this city, but I'm with you.
That's all nice. Bleep them.
These are my confessions.
So since I've been an adult and I go to Major League Baseball games, if I'm lucky enough to catch a foul ball or a home run, I always hand it or toss it to some kid nearby. That happened last night, and my confession is I'm not so sure I would have.
What happened?
Cal Raleigh hit number 60. What is he? There's only been, 4 or 5 players ever to hit 60 home runs?
Yeah, I believe
Judge, Ruth, Maris, Judge, obviously Bonds, and Sosa and McGuire. So 6 or 7 maybe. He hit number 60. First, catcher to ever do it. First switch hitter since, who was the switch hitter? Anyway, Mantle. No, but Mantle hit 60. Yeah, Mantle hit 60. Anyway.
Yes.
So the first this, the first that, MVP, clinches the division. He's going to be, obviously I think MVP.
I'm not so sure I would have. The guy who caught number 60 in his glove, by the way, shout out to him bringing his glove, tossed it to a kid next to him. Then they got the kid and they scooped him up, and he got all kinds of
course he did,
all kinds of stuff to give the ball back, like autographed bats, met Cal Raleigh, went into the clubhouse, all this. I'm not so. I want to believe I would have tossed it to a kid, but that's number 60 in a big.
Well, you know where that's going eventually, though. You're like, you would want to get the stuff. Although, I'm going to sell this. Guys.
No, I never would.
I was going to ask you that. Are you actually keeping the ball, or you going to make make a deal with the Mariners or whoever?
Yeah, because I give it to my kids, grandkids, give them some gear and some autograph stuff, some pictures or whatever. So shout out to that guy. He gave it to a kid, and he didn't seem to hesitate one bit. And that kid had the day of a lifetime.
Would you try to negotiate what you get?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
Without question.
I might have said,
because let's say, hey, we'll give you a pair of tickets or 4-pack of tickets
I would have
for a couple games next year.
I would have said, that's all.
Sign this, sign that. What would you try to get out of it, though?
I think a bat. I think an autographed bat.
That's your starting point is bad. Don't worry about negotiating.
Well,
you're not going
that's
places.
the starting
he
point.
He said a bat. No, you start. What are you negotiating?
You want season tickets or something?
Yeah. Because they might.
Is that too much to ask for?
Yes, that's the whole point. You start with too much to ask for, and they walk you down. Maybe I get a 10-game pack or something. Come on now. He says start with a bat. Are you crazy?
I'm like, let me get season tickets and let me get a picture. Let me get a picture with the guy at least.
Season tickets, a suite.
A suite might be a little too much.
Exactly. And if they eventually are like, here, we got a bat for you. That's where Lopez started. That is where you started.
Cool. I'm done here.
I'll just take a bat. They'd be like, psh, we can get that to you right now.
That's right.
They'd be like, I don't know, a bat. You know what? Let me go talk to my manager.
You know what? We'll give you a bat and a glove.
Oh, I'm not a Phillies lady. I wouldn't have taken it away from a kid. I wouldn't.
Oh, man. The Karen.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. All right. Those are your lunchtime confessions here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into some buy or sell as we do on a Thursday. In fact, I believe this is going to be Texans. This is a Texans edition.
A lot of Texans today.
Of some buy or sell. Are you buying what these Texans are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610. We do that next.
The Drive.
Mobile.com.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. If you're just tuning in, some notes from practice. Apparently, Derek Stingley Jr. not at practice again. So did not practice yesterday. Seemingly does not practice today. Those are the meat of the work. Fridays end up being more of a walkthrough type thing. Obviously, it's a tell on whether or not somebody's going to play, though, on Sunday, at least with this organization. But as of right now, I have a strong feeling questionable is best case scenario. It feels like you're probably going to be without Derek Stingley this week.
It definitely feels that way, and it definitely does not make me feel good.
No. Does it make you feel any better? Titus Howard, who was out yesterday with an illness, it was back today. So the idea of the shuffle, we can put that away. I don't think that's...
Yeah, but what are they going to do at guard?
Which one? Left guard?
Left guard.
Well, I feel like the easy answer is play the dude who was better, which is actually Juice Scruggs.
You would think.
Or rotate.
Oh, God. I can't tell you how upset that got me. I feel
like you could.
When I tried. I tried earlier this week. I think I said, that got me really upset.
Ah, okay. All right.
And it did. It did.
Fair enough. Did any of these things get you upset? Do a little buy or sell. Are you buying with these folks? And I believe they're all Texans.
Not all. No.
No? Okay, I lied.
Mixed in a few others here.
Fair enough. Are you buying with these folks? Are trying to sell you 713-572-4610. And fair enough, champ. Rather Sting sit if he's not 100%, especially with the Titans coming to town. With their wide receivers not all world. Talk about Calvin Ridley, Elikai Manor. Those are really the guys. Tyler Lockett. Those are the guys you're looking at. And none of those make me go, oh, you need to do something particular, especially with the form that Calvin Ridley's been in. Regardless, buy or sell, John Lopez.
Yeah, we've got some DeMeco Ryans appearances here. We'll start with this one, and it was yesterday, talking about the locker room and the CJ Gardner Johnson all mean behind closed doors. DeMeco Ryan said, quote, our guys all have a great attitude.
I am going to buy that, especially now CJ Gardner Johnson no longer in the locker room. Again, CJ Gardner Johnson is one of those dudes that he seemed to always pop up like this. And again, I was very much of the opinion that it seemed like he was matured up and that you would not deal with that. Seems like maybe you did. I don't know, right? I'm not in that locker room. But at least historically, there have been some issues, right, in that. And I don't necessarily blame him for that, but we can all talk about that in a realistic way. Outside of that, they make it their point of making sure that they get guys that are amenable to being here, right? They talk about not everybody can be a Texan under DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio and everything. Like there's kind of a confirmation of this in the way that they handle the selection of their players. So I do believe everybody has a good attitude.
Yeah, I'm kind of buying it too. I just feel like they're still kind of sticking together a little bit, and they're trying to keep it positive for right now. I don't know how that's going to look if they lose to Tennessee going forward, but no, I think right now I do think they have a great attitude about things.
I would buy it if you're just saying, by and large, everyone has a great attitude in the locker room. I would buy it. We've all been in locker rooms. I can't imagine 53 people all having a great attitude about everything, especially if you're in the offensive side of the locker room. There's always someone who says, "Man, we should be doing this." I think this is not. We've seen there's little hints of frustration. So I guess in general, I'm going to say, hey, is it okay in that locker room? Does everybody have a great attitude? I guess I'll buy it, but if you had to get particular, I know there's probably some guys in there that are
I think people
not happy.
People are probably kind of like maybe questioning some stuff maybe now, but I think if you lose to the Titans and you 0-4, I think that's when you probably get a little more rumbling.
Yeah. All right. How about this one from DeMeco? And then I'll move on from DeMeco. But talking about last week's game and the sideline scene, whatever you want to call it, with Nick Caley. I was talking to the official. I was not yelling at anybody on our sideline.
You know what my answer is going to be here. I'm buying this. It adds up. Like it adds up that they were trying to go tempo. You can see that specifically what happened where the ref is standing over the football. There had not been substitutions, and I checked those things here in the in the studio at that point. All those things add up. it adds up. Like, that does not mean inherently that there might not be some frustrations with the way that this offense is running, because you can also go to where D'Amico is asked specifically about Nick Caley and how he assesses it, and he's like, we're all in this together, right? And none of those things specifically speak to Nick Caley. I'm certain that he's frustrated with where the offense is, particularly with the execution of it. But as far as that particular moment, it all adds up that he was frustrated more with the refs than anything else.
Yeah, I'm going to buy it too. I don't think D'Amico, and I know he ain't going to mention if he did yell at Nick Caley or anything, but it kind of makes sense a little bit when you look at so yeah, I'm buying it.
This might surprise you, but I'm actually going to buy it too.
Why would it surprise me?
Because I was kind of on the other side here earlier in the week. But I also feel he ain't happy with Nick Caley. I mean, it might have been he might have been yelling at the referee because he's still mad at what's going on the field, and he just didn't want to go right at Nick Caley. You know what I mean?
D'Amico don't really seem like that type of person that would yell at a coach on the sideline right now. But
his frustration was venting somewhere else. Is what I'm saying.
Let's say,
yeah, that's where I'm saying like screw you, Figgy. You know, even though I'm not mad at you, I'm just trying to,
mad at the situation.
I'm mad at something else.
You can say you're mad at me. It's cool. Yeah. It's all right.
Yeah.
I respect it.
Now, if it did come out and we did see he was yelling at Nick Caley, it wouldn't have surprised me.
Yeah.
Because at that point, because the offense been that bad.
Yeah.
But you're right. Like, I think that frustration is for Nick Caley because, again, we were just talking about it. It feels like one of the few things that you had that would create an advantage is tempo. And so the one thing that you have here is like, why are you stopping me from this thing?
Yeah.
This
guy's bad enough as it is.
The creator of that frustration is Caley, right? Like, we have not gotten any other advantages. The first time this dude
he needs all the help he can get.
Right. So in that way, yeah, for sure, I'm with you in that.
All right, how about this one? Last one from D'Amico. He's making a lot of appearances on Buy or Sell this week. Are you buying or selling? D'Amico was asked yesterday, did cutting CJ Gardner Johnson come as a shock to the rest of the roster? His quote, I don't think it was a surprise.
And we've heard from other guys that were like, they made the decision. I'm going to sell this because he was like, I don't think it's a surprise. And then he also backtracked and said, and if it was, they figured it out quickly, basically.
Yeah.
As if like, hey, that none of that matters was basically what the tenor that I got from D'Amico on this. So yeah, I'm guessing that there was for some people for whom it was a surprise because you know why? It's surprising to cut a dude 3 weeks into the season after you just traded for him.
Period.
I'm gonna actually buy this, and this is off of speculation right here. Why I'm buying this, I'm guessing maybe something happened there where players are probably like, oh no, I don't see him playing another snap again. Yeah, like I don't know what happened. I don't want to go that far, but I figured something happened where you ever see somebody around here do something and you say, man,
oh, they're gone.
That's it. It is over.
They're gone.
I'm guessing it was something like that where he said, I don't think it was a surprise.
I'm still selling it. People, I mean, it's shocking. It's just shocking, you know.
I think the situation is shocking.
Yes. All right, how about this one? Let's lighten it up a little bit, and I think this is a very important question that needs to be answered.
Oh, God.
Seth Payne said he could put on 40 pounds in 2 weeks.
I believe it.
He said he could put on 40 pounds in 2 weeks.
I am buying that. You've sat next to Seth in that press box.
Oh,
he'd be chowing down?
And the cookies and the
he puts him down.
Man.
And I'm like, also on top of that, he was in them trenches. There's two types of dudes.
40?
There's the dudes that are naturally big, and there's the dudes for whom they had to work for it.
Yeah.
And when it comes to football, them people know how to do it, right? They get them on that peanut butter diet where it's just peanut butter with everything. You get milkshakes and everything.
Peanut butter, milkshakes, brisket, and beer. That's how you gain weight.
They will put it on. It is crazy, Ray, to put 40 pounds on, and yet and still, I believe that he's capable of doing it because he has that. One, he has that determination. Two, it seems like he has like that metabolism kind of to get that kind of, or like, I guess the hunger to be able to do that. And three, I think he has the know-how. Put all those together, and I think that he could do it.
Yeah, I'm buying it too. That's a former defensive lineman, and if you look at some of his old pictures, he had that big old neck.
Big neck, has a big.
Yeah. So I think he is like professionally know how to gain 40 pounds in 2 weeks.
Yeah, the question is how much of that 40 pounds would be good weight. That's the big question.
Yeah. I think both of you are correct. He can gain 40 pounds. Ain't no way he can do it in 2 weeks. Zero chance. 40 pounds in 2 weeks? That's 20 pounds between now and next Friday.
That's right.
Next Thursday.
But see, this is a
gain 20 pounds between now and next Thursday?
This is a professional NFL
I get it.
player.
He
though.
knows how to do it.
Yeah.
But in the 2 weeks is what I'm selling.
Actually, yes, because I'm currently on a run where I'm adding weight, not intentionally, by the way. Over the last, I want to say like half a week, I was like, oh, this is 5 pounds. That's on track.
All right. Not 20.
No.
I trust him on that. He sounds super confident.
Yeah.
In that.
Actually, Ray is saying, I want you to understand that what's happening here, and I will completely unmask what John Lopez is doing because he thinks he's being clandestine.
No, I'm not trying to.
What he's trying to do is he's trying to basically
bait him.
Yeah, bait him into doing this, adding those 40 pounds, and then at that point, John Lopez is going to be like, "Let's run that mile, boys. Let's run it.
I'm gonna run the mile then.
Let's run that mile."
C.J. Stroud, are you buying this or not? He was asked about Hatgate. Because he had the Mariners hat on. How'd that work out for you? Then he had the Yankees hat on this past weekend. How'd that work out for you? And in the course of his answer, he said, it's just style. It's not. I'm buying all that. But he did say this in the course of the answer. I am not on social media.
This is one of the ones where, I actually don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea. The tough thing about this is I want to sell this just because he is of a certain age where all these dudes have grown up on social media, and he may be off it, but I don't know that everybody in his family and his circle is off it to where he
No, he said, people tell me,
yeah.
And he also said it's more style, and people say what they want. It's not real. But in the middle of it, he says, I am not on social media.
I'm buying it.
Really?
I'm buying it. Yeah, because it's a clear difference between, and I'm not trying to compare the two with Deshaun. Deshaun Watson will often post some stuff where you could tell it's kind of him. But CJ, he's not, his page in general, not just him, but his page in general is not that active like it should be.
You're saying he's
technically, I don't think he's on there scrolling and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think his team probably runs his social media account, and they do an okay job, but it's not really that active.
You know what? I'll buy this also because he seems like the thing that we would do to go and like lurk and scroll, he seemed like he opened his Bible. He seems like that is how he uses his idle time. It's like, well, let me go ahead and do a little bit of this over here as opposed to like, let me scroll Instagram a couple of times.
Yeah, because you don't really see a lot of CJ Stroud opinions on social media at all.
I don't know, man. It's a big ask. You guys are convincing. I'm kind of leaning toward buying it as well. I don't know if I can pull the
his
trigger
social
on
media,
that.
to me, like I said, you don't really get a lot of his opinions or him retweeting like, yeah, let's go so-and-so, or you don't see any of that. It's kind of dead.
The reason I'm hesitating is because when you pick up your phone, immediately everything is social media. Like, it's not just
if you don't have the
text.
apps downloaded. I have friends who are actually really good about, like, they delete the app. It's off their phone.
Has he?
He might.
I do feel like we kind of give the younger generation a thing where all of them are on social media. It's some of them that don't really do it.
Yeah, but it's a very small minority. I think that the point that you're making
could be
is
that minority.
He very much could be. I could see that being the case.
And it could be his team that's kind of like, don't.
And in addition to that, and I'll leave it at this, is it's also worth noting like the run-up that we've had, the context. This offseason was a very
Now
quiet
there's
one
that.
for him.
Okay, you guys can. I'll buy it for now. I'll say I'm not on social media right now.
Right. This was a very quiet offseason for him. I wonder if he took that as a portion of all that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you doing a little buy or sell for us. What I need you to do for me is be caller number 7 right now, 713-572-4610. At least that's if you would like to see the University of Houston Cougars with their improved defense, no losses on the record, take on one of the best, if not the best team in the Big 12 in Texas Tech next week. That's caller number 7 right now, 713-572-4610. And appreciation to the University of Houston for making that 4-pack of tickets available for caller number 7. Caller number 7, there we go, here on Sports Radio 610. All right, you're in the loop. And coming up next, let's go behind enemy lines. We're getting ready for this Titans game, and we know what the tone and tenor is of the conversation. Our conversations are here. I want to get what the feel is there in Nashville on the Titans side. So let's talk to Ron Slay of 104.5 The Zone in Nashville, and we'll do that next.
Yep, Billy Tree's right.
or see where to buy at Zycam.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We're gearing up for what is a huge, huge game this weekend. The Battle of the Defeated is what I've taken to calling it, as both 0-3 teams will enter the arena, in this instance, NRG Stadium, and one of them will have to win to get ourselves a little bit more prepared for it as we move towards it. Let's go behind enemy lines and talk to the host, one of the hosts of 3HL, an afternoon drive show in at 104.5 The Zone in Nashville. His name is Ron Slay. Ron, what's happening, man?
Man, what's good, Reggie, John? What's happening with y'all, man? I see. So I had to dress up in my disguise, my Halloween disguise, if y'all was coming behind enemy lines, so they won't think, for a second that I'm pulling for somebody to come out of this thing with a win. Like, this ain't right. Not in the AFC South. We got to get something together, man.
Man, who are you telling? We've been over here lamenting this team the way that it's gone. I'm sure because we have the idea of the tone and tenor of the conversation here. I'm interested. What has the conversation sounded like on that side? Because obviously Tennessee, you had the number one pick for a reason last year, but I imagine that having the number one pick, you didn't expect it to start like this. What does it sounded like on that side?
It's disgruntled. The fan base. Not necessarily for the players right away in the last game, but you heard boos like for management and the coaching staff, which is this is a fan base that rides. I will give them that through the thick and thin, man. Me being one of those fans, you cheer them on, you take the good with the bad with the good, the same thing. But coming into this season with the number one pick, that was your glimmer of hope. And everybody clinged to it. You thought if you put the pieces around it, people took the right steps. Especially on the offensive line to protect them, that things would go in the right direction. One thing you wouldn't be struggling on is offense. So it's like, okay, you got a wide receiver one in Calvin Ridley. What are you going to get from him? Why is it taking so long for him to get going? Because Cam is delivering. He may miss on some, but it's giving you plenty of opportunities. The only bright spots so far are the rookies. You get DK, and you also get Eligayamana. But those guys shouldn't be the ones that you should walk into every game saying, man, I hope they get going. You should be able to depend on guys like Tony Pollard. But you look at the offensive line, J.C. Latham, who took a huge step in the spring and in the offseason to get ready for this season, has been out the last two games. This will be the third game. Then you look at Zeitler, an 11-year vet, man, who's coming in and playing with his status and thinking, okay, we're going to get it together. He's out. So it's like now you're walking into the Houston series and you know what it means not only to this fan base and to you guys' fan base, but to ownership. Mm-hmm. Like, this is huge. So it's online been hopping. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to see, man. I will say the fans are cheering for the coach to be fired. That's what we are.
You mentioned Cam and in passing there a little bit, but I'm wondering if you could dig in a little more on what you're seeing from him, any development even in these early weeks?
Yeah, I think what you see from Cam so far is him being decisive. Also, one thing is the leadership. And when I say leadership, you can always throw that out and say, what is he doing? Is he breaking down the huddles? Is he leading the guys out? Is he the first one in? We heard all those stories, but it's the command that you see. When guys like veterans like Lockett or Calvin Ridley may run a wrong route, he treats them the exact same way he would Eligayamana and get on them. Same thing he would do Big Chig, the tight end. The problem is what's going on transferring the message from coach to player. Mm-hmm. And is it getting in, and is that getting translated to the players? Because at this point in the season and going into game 4, you shouldn't have alignment problems. But as far as his growth, I thought he's taking it in stride. You never see him get too high. You never see him get too low. And you never see the facial expressions of frustration. It's more so of, how can I fix this? How can we get back to it? So that's the bright spot. And I thought coming into the draft before taking him, I wasn't a huge fan of him. But watching him and watching him operate daily, man, this young man has. With this team, that's the next question.
Well, and the next question for me ties in directly with that because that's got to be a big factor in the play calling change. And what played into that? And is it just a matter of taking less off of Callahan's plate, or do you think there's going to be a real change in actual play calling?
Yeah, I think the play calling will stay the same. It took so long to get this install. This started way before even spring, before guys coming in, free agents, so forth and so on, and then getting a training camp. So for them to change up the entire play call, I think that would be a problem. So the install will still remain the same. The delivery of it, I think, will be different, and also the way it's put in. Like, you could kind of, before Callahan got here, it was run, pass. Like, what pattern do you go with? Is it, can you pick up on it, or is it something that you say, oh, wow, this is a change. We ain't seen this. Or are you going to keep running screen, pass? Like, something has to change. Something has to be able to be read. Cam also has to have the opportunity to get to the line and change and make his own calls. So I think that right there will be the biggest thing as far as the players go. But outside of Coach Callahan, I thought it was more taken off of his plate, less responsibility where he can pay mind to everybody else out there, defense, special teams, offense as well. But it just wasn't working with him calling the plays and managing the team at the same time.
We're talking to Ron Slay of 104.5 The Zone in Nashville as we go behind enemy lines, get some insight on the Titans. And, I mean, you talked about the offense, talking about Spider-Man memes with the way that it's going here to some degree. But I want to talk a little about the defense. And what is the reaction and what the hell has been going on through L'Jarius Sneed's mind calling out Nico Collins that way? How have you guys been interpreting that, and where is that coming from?
I take it two ways, man. One, first and foremost, as a competitor and playing the game, I look at it as, okay, you're feeling good. So these knees and everything, quads and all these things have been hurting that made you sit out and, be limited in practice. Oh, that's null and void now. You ready to go. You challenging wide receiver one and knocking on his door and then playing knick-knock and running and hiding. No, you got to stand right there. When Nico opened the door, you better be right there. Don't you put that on everybody else. So the second part is, boy, I sure hope everybody else is ready to go. Because if you're not chasing him around the field, if he got to go against Roger McCreary or Baker Jr. or one of these guys that's been elevated from the practice squad since we lost Brownlee Jr. in a trade, they got to answer that door as well. So it's not just you. And it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. One thing about it, man, he is talking, but I always say if you talking, you better have a whole bunch of dogs behind you. Because if they not, it's going to be trouble.
I'm glad you brought up the Brownlee Jr. trade because this is a team, and we're being assured by your head coach there that they're not selling. How much is that true? Is this a little bit of a selling, or what? Is there any other logic behind sending away a player of that caliber this early in the season?
Yeah, I believe, speaking for himself, he's not selling. Well, and I think this move came from upper management, whether it be Chad Brinker, whether it be Mike Bergonzi, whoever it was that pulled the trigger on this, they did this, and Callahan had to go out and speak for it, which I think was unfair in this situation. But it is what it is. They all in lockstep and moving along. I don't think he wants to sell anything. But one thing we knew when Bergonzi came in, coming from Kansas City, they wanted to, stockpile draft picks and try to build through the draft. So it's just weird that a guy that's been starting for 2 years, this being the second year, that you were up and trade after game 3. And when you're talking about establishing culture and identity of your team, what is it?
Yeah.
Outside of Big Jeff, we trying to figure out who is it. Mm-hmm. Tavondre Sweat was a guy that was supposed to be there to take the load off of Big Jeff. He hasn't played. So I'm not sure because we haven't heard from upper management. We've been ringing the phones and trying to get them to say something, and they haven't said anything. And it's their right not to, but it's also the right of fans, journalists, talk show hosts to question just what the hell are we doing, too.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about the defensive front. Obviously, Jeffrey Simmons is where you start. And the Texans, I mean, clearly they're weakest on offense, and they're weakest on offense on the offensive line. How do you see that playing out?
Well, I tell you what, man, I just had knee replacement surgery, and 11, we able to get us a little bit more pressure than our edge guys have. if that says anything, we need somebody to wake up, man. You got guys. Arden Key is a veteran in this league. Always is around the play, but never kind of necessarily making the play. Mm-hmm. If that makes sense. Femi is a guy that's young, that's coming along, second-round pick, and you expect him to come and be able to get pressure on the quarterback. We haven't seen that with him yet. So outside of Big Jeff, I'm not sure who gets home and who's worried about anybody else getting home if you're the opposition. So I think Denard Wilson is going to have to scheme up some things to kind of bring some corner blitzes, maybe some safety blitzes, get some linebackers like Cedric Gray going inside. Hopefully try to get some to manufacture some quarterback pressure, because right now it's null and void, man, and we saw that in the last game against Daniel Jones. He just did what he wanted. They were there so close so many times he extended it with his legs, and I wouldn't be surprised if C.J. Stroud was able to do the exact same thing.
Speaking of quarterbacks and extending with their legs, Cam Ward seems like he's handled himself well with moving, but what is the expectation? What are the conversations, and what are you maybe hoping to see from this team as they're facing off against a dynamic duo in Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter Sunday?
Yeah, that's a low right there, because you ain't even mentioned Barnett coming off the bench like us being Tennessee. Like, we know about him, so they got a load, man, and they come in waves, defensive mentality, looking along the offensive line. If I'm on the defense, we're looking for wherever the candy bar is. It's not on the left side when facing them with Skoronski and Dan Moore, not necessarily, but that right side, man, if Zeitler is out and Latham is out, that's Halloween over there. They just giving out candy, and them boys, I promise they going to feast. So whatever we can do, man, whether it's play action, Cam's done a terrific job with the play action, being able to sell that and people biting on it and getting time to get opportunities to get guys open. But the other part is guys got to catch the ball. Cam's done a good job of being able to extend plays and play off platform. But one thing about it, he is a rookie, and if you continue to do that, that can be troublesome. So how you hold up against this defensive front is beyond me right now, but we do have Bill Callahan, who is supposed to be the offensive line guru. So we'll see what's put in place, man, for this onslaught that you guys are coming with.
All right, Ron, I got to ask you about this. We all know about Amy Adams-Strunk and the Oilers thing and the bitterness between she and the Texans ownership, specifically Hannah McNair. When you guys have these fake reunions with Bruce Matthews and Mike Munchak and Warren Moon and Earl Camp, fans know that's fake, right? Fans know that they just have to clap and act like they belong to them just to be nice. I mean, they have to know that, right?
I tell you what, man. It's one thing, man. When you get to the family reunion, you got your uncles in that you done heard all the stories about, but you never hung with them. They never let you go over their house. That's kind of like what it is, When you get those guys, you get those veteran guys in, you're like, oh hell yeah, man. You play all the time. I was there in the gated community. Yeah, that's my uncle. So we claim him like that. You know what I'm saying? We know all we got is McNair and Eddie George and Keith Bullock and guys like that. But listen, if they're gonna keep popping up at the family reunion, we're gonna keep accepting them. I promise.
We're talking to Ron Slay, 104.5 The Zone in Nashville. Lopez, don't say a word. Don't say a word.
I won't say a word.
Ron, I need you to help me. I need you to help settle a debate here. We've been very fond of the college team in town, one of the college teams in Vanderbilt. Can you tell me, are y'all talking about Diego Pavia as Heisman candidate right now?
I tell you what, man, if he continues to win, walking into the SEC conference play like he is, and leading these guys, you absolutely have to talk about him. Will he win? I'm not gonna say he'll be up there. He might not even be the top 3. But one thing you will not do is have the Heisman talk and not mention him if these guys continue to win. If they go down there a week from now and play Alabama after getting past this game and they play Alabama and they beat Alabama, hey, man, I don't know what Nashville, Tennessee may do. I'm talking about the roof the Cumberland River may overflood Nissan. They might not even have to worry about that down. We might have to just go straight into the new stadium and go on and play in there, because it's going to be unbearable out here, man, with all these anchor downs that we'll have to deal with.
You are the man.
No, he said if. He said if. Y'all not having that conversation right now, are you? That conversation is not happening right now.
No, sneaking up.
There we go.
We're whispering it. We ain't having it. We're whispering it.
Did they bolt down the uprights this time with the upgraded stadium? Because I know last time when they beat Alabama, they took them goalposts all through Nashville.
They sure did. Took them all down Broadway and everything. I think they still auctioning off pieces of that. So they do have a new stadium to go with it. But I will say, man, you got to tip your cap to Clark Lee. I grew up here in Nashville. And understand what Vanderbilt was. They've always been a basketball school, if nothing else. Football here and there. But what he's done, man, being an alum of there and being able to, you talk about culture and infusing them with culture, that's what the portal does. And he's taking advantage of it. And, man, you got to tip your cap to Clark Lee and this guy.
Yes, that is Ron Slay, 104.5 The Zone in Nashville. Ron.
And I'm evolved. I'm evolved through and through. So let me just say that, too, for the fans.
Objectivity, I know it.
Ron,
yeah.
objectivity.
I appreciate that. I'm looking forward. We'll talk to you again later. And if I end up in Nashville, I'd love to have a drink with you. But what I want you to know is I'm looking for your misery on Sunday. I just want you to know that, okay?
Hey, well, guess what, man? You ain't got to put no binoculars on or no glasses for that, man. This out here in the open. I'm pulling my Traylon Burks jersey out today. I'm looking for any kind of hope, man. I'm trying to bring Traylon Burks back.
Good. I thought Traylon Burks was going to be nice for you, too. Ron,
oh, my God.
Ron,
man.
We appreciate you, man. Have a good one.
No doubt, fellas.
There he is, Ron Slay, 104.5 The Zone in Nashville. That was a treat, man. I love Ron. But they sound like they are doing down bad. Sometimes you just need to look at somebody else doing worse to make you feel just a little better, don't you?
Yeah. You want to feel skinny, hang around with fat people.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's about that time where we hand things off to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, so I got the top 10 friendliest cities in America. Where do Houston rank? And plus, we talked about Zion yesterday, about him getting skinny. Somebody actually compared them to something that's a little bit uncomfortable. I want to see how y'all feel about it.
Oh, I can't wait to get this. The mixtape is coming up next.
Houston kids.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
I'm activated and I'm ready to go.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is a mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Thursday. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. So a new survey asked residents to rate their own cities based on how welcoming they are, and it produced a list of the 10 friendliest cities in America. Where do Houston rank?
Okay.
713-572-4610.
I think they're pretty high.
I think
we're pretty high.
Yeah, I think Houston. I said it when I came here. I'm like, man, I wasn't sure if it was just a Southern thing or what, but Houston is very friendly, man. I felt at home when first time I came down here.
Yeah.
Because, it's tough moving to a new city and not knowing anybody. But as soon as I say, yeah, I'm actually from Cleveland, Ohio. I just moved here. It's like, oh, really? I got to show you what to do. I got to show you what. So I felt at home once I moved.
Now, I haven't looked at your list. Is it high?
Yeah, it's pretty high. I think it's pretty high.
Some cities that you would think of that are like not friendly at all. But then people's experiences actually are a lot more friendly than they imagine, and that might jump them up even higher.
Yeah.
Like somewhere like, and I know this sounds crazy to say, somewhere like Philadelphia.
Philadelphia's nice.
Right? It's like you
City
think of
brotherly love.
East Coast, and you're like, but no, it's like, actually, it was real cool being out there, man.
Spoiler alert, they are not on the list.
Yeah.
Which is not surprising.
All right.
It's not surprising to me. I'm going to go from 10 to 1.
Okay.
Number 10, Denver, Colorado.
Okay, yeah, I guess
Denver,
so.
Colorado.
Why'd you What was that for?
They have to be nice. It's such a tourist city, But and
I hadn't even considered like
skiers,
places that lean so heavily into tourism.
Although the reason I pause because some tourist cities hate the tourists.
Yeah, but at least
but they have to be. I mean, it's such a big part.
That's similar to. I feel like New York City is a tourist city.
Yeah.
And they got to
put up with it.
Yeah.
Well, New York City is not any one thing, though. Like New York, it's one of the things that why New York should never host the Super Bowl, because in any place where the Super Bowl is, it should feel like the biggest thing in town, and it will never feel like the biggest thing in town because there's
went to
always
Super Bowl in New York.
There's always something else that matters more to a number of people.
They
in New
might
York.
be irritated because the Super Bowl is there.
And you're not wrong. They were irritated, and Reggie's right. It was kind of lost in the muck.
Yeah. No, I can see that.
New Orleans. Every year.
Yeah. Number 9, Minneapolis.
That's a great answer.
100%.
That's a great answer.
Nice people.
I'm surprised I didn't even. That's low for Minneapolis.
Yeah. I was in Minneapolis for that Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Well, y'all didn't go outside, did you?
He actually did go outside.
A guy in Minneapolis that's a friend of a listener took me ice fishing. I went out on one of the lakes about an hour and a half outside of town. He's like, sure, man, I'll be happy to take you. I'm like,
you posted a video and everything.
I'm like, you will? And I went in his truck. We put up the tent. We used the auger to dig the hole. Sat there for about 4 hours catching fish, ice fishing. That's friendly.
That's very friendly.
You didn't know me from anyone.
Hold on. So right now, we got Denver, we got Minneapolis. I want to see if there might be any sort of like sports tie-ins that we can have here.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That's where I'm looking at this moment. So right now, because I was like, the Vikings, I do wonder how that kind of ends up tying in here. The Broncos might fit in with a theory that I'm working on. What comes in at 8?
Number 8, San Jose, California.
Okay. All right. So I
think I've only been there for once for a football game, so I can't really see that one. Yeah.
I don't even know what San Jose's like identity is outside of the remainder of the Bay. Like I really and truly can't parse it.
Yeah. Number 7, this one kind of shocked me a little bit until I thought about it because we were there a couple years ago. Boston, Massachusetts.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a surprise.
I was surprised. Yeah,
that's a
good old
Wait,
Boston.
You said we let the people of the city rate themselves?
Yeah,
that makes sense.
We're friendly.
I'm gonna go ahead and put that star next to 7.
Yeah. Now the thing is, because we went up there for Army Navy game.
Yeah.
And just kind of walking around and just talking to random, I don't know what they call themselves, Bostonians. And they were from there, and they're just like, oh, yeah. I feel like that part, maybe that's not everybody, but I could kind of, at first I was scratching my head like, how did they make the list? Any East Coast
I will say
cities.
it surprised me, but Boston's one of those cities I've been to a lot, over the course of the NBA and the NFL and all that stuff. Never really had a bad experience.
Yeah. The thing about Boston, though, is like, and I'm with you, Toby, Boston, no way they're rude. They are, but for them, that's not rude. That's just them, right? So, like, everything comes across as rude to us because we're like, yo, you're being rude. And they're like, actually, that was just normal stuff. We was just talking.
Yeah. Number 6, Honolulu, Hawaii.
Yes, totally.
Okay.
They love having you there.
Number 5, coming in at number 5.
All right.
Houston, Texas.
Out baby.
Not
like
bad.
It. I think
Not
that's
bad
about
at all.
right.
Yeah, like top 10, and they're 5. I feel like that's pretty accurate. Like I said, I came down here. It seemed like everybody's friendly. I told this to my wife because she thought the first thing she thought about was just being in traffic and rude people and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I've kind of put it like this. I told her, I feel like Houstonians are polite a-holes on the road.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the one place, is the road.
Yeah, but I feel like they're polite with that because in New York, they'll give you the finger, they'll blow their horn and cut you off.
Yeah.
Here, I feel like they might toot your horn, they might cut you off, but they just cool. They chilling. They don't give you the finger or anything like that. So I feel like they kind of polite with it in a way on the
we
road.
have guns and we're afraid.
Yeah, that's what somebody said. Was like, how can Houston be on here with the potential of road rage? And look, every place has its dangers. I guess is the way that you have to put
Here, I made a mistake and cut somebody off.
Oh, no.
That person's beep. I made a mistake because I was lost and the guy beep. And he pulled up to me looking in the window. I'm sitting there like, we good, man? Like, I don't want no problem. I don't know what you got in that car, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I don't want no issue. I seen all those Instagram videos going viral and all that stuff.
So as of right now, we got West, Midwest, West Coast in the Bay Area. We got Boston on the East Coast. We got Honolulu and Pacific Island. And then we have Houston is the
We're
first
all over.
southern. This is the first southern city on here. I wonder
Don't
how
call
we
us
go
southern.
Yeah, so I'm going to speed.
Houston exists as a lot of things. Texas itself is
How
a lot
dare
of stuff.
you?
Yeah, so I'm going to speed race through the rest of them. Number 4, Miami, Florida. Number 3, Phoenix. Number 2, Raleigh, North Carolina. And number 1, San Diego, California.
Yeah.
That all tracks.
It's hard to be in a bad mood when you're in San Diego.
That all tracks. And Raleigh is a great answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
San Diego's gorgeous.
Yeah, so salute to everybody down here being friendly.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah, don't mess up the street.
Yeah. All right, we in the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. So remember yesterday we talked, it was during Judge John Lopez. We talked about Zion Williamson losing a lot of weight and could he be all NBA and all that stuff. And maybe I should have brought this up about him losing weight and possibly could it be a bad thing? Because you see a lot of people kind of improve. And I think to me, the first person I thought about was Kevin Love, how he lost a lot of weight.
Yeah.
And I felt like he lost that big man mentality. Fat cut Kevin Love in Minnesota was averaging like 26 and 12 or something crazy. Maybe that wasn't it, but
he was also much older by the time he lost weight and transitioned his game to being more of a shooter. But I think you're right, like that physicality that you have.
That big man mentality. Because even though Zion, he could jump out the roof and all that stuff, but he kind of had that big man mentality a little bit, that size. Apparently somebody feel like him losing weight could be a bad thing. So let's go to It Is What It Is show with Cameron. And
they did it ironically. That's why it's called that.
Yeah. So here's Cam talking about Zion getting skinny and if this would be a good thing for him, just being skinny.
So sometimes you got to doing too much. Not saying he shouldn't be in shape, but now what if he don't play the same? I'll say this crackhead, that was mad funny, man. He used to have the signs and What's the best city?
The best city to meet? Miami.
His sign said generosity. Gave him $15 for that. I like that. Generosity. What's the best nation?
Donation.
See, brother, I'm trying to quit stat. That's what I'm saying. I give a little $7, $8, whatever I got there. The more the story is, he cleaned himself up, and he wasn't that funny. And the jokes he was telling me, I wouldn't give him $1 for. Son, got whacked. He was clean. I can't pay for the clean you, but I respect it. You don't know what you get with Luka and Zion. So go ahead and try and clean him up and make him skinny. You will not get the best city is generosity.
That is such a good point in a way that I did not anticipate. I was like, why is he talking about first and foremost, crackhead? I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
That was a really good point. There are unintended consequences with changes that you make. That is fair. I just don't think that applies here because Zion seems like he generates that power from deep within.
Oh, well, for sure. Lower body, all that good stuff. I hadn't heard of that one. I hadn't thought of that one either.
He was like, the crackhead got cleaned up, lost all his funny.
Yeah.
Lost all his funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I probably should have used that during Judge John Lopez.
That is hilarious.
Maybe I would have won that one.
Yeah.
All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. I got to give a special shout out to John Lopez.
To
man.
me?
Oh
yeah, because you actually, for those who don't know, you actually wrote a few books.
Yeah.
But one specifically that's turning into a movie pretty soon.
Finally.
Yeah, the story about the Olympian Kerry Struggs.
Yeah.
And you sent this to us, and this is posted by Deadline on Twitter and all that stuff. You can probably find the article there. But the young lady that's supposed to play Kerry Struggs is one Millie Bobby Brown.
That's right. She played 11, right? Was that?
Yeah, she played 11 on in the hit show Stranger Things. Which, by the way, I think that they coming out with another one. I don't know how that's
last season.
I don't know how that's gonna look because
they were already looking old. It's like,
Yes.
are you sure this is a child? This looks like a whole.
Y'all waited 3 or 4 more years to do the last season.
Yeah.
They're gonna be grown ups in this damn show. But yeah, tell us more about that, man.
Yeah, so it actually started right before COVID. I got contacted by Searchlight and a couple of producers about wanting to do this movie with back then. And of course, then COVID happened and Olivia Wilde was going to direct it, and we were all excited, and they had the cast just about set, and it was ready to roll, and then it faded. You really learn a lot about these things, and it just faded away, and I thought vanished for a while. I get an email again. What was it? I showed it to you guys, or I told you about 5-6 months ago. It said, hey, just so you know, it's not dead. We got Gia Coppola, who's going to Francis Ford Coppola's granddaughter, who's really big in Hollywood. She's fell in love with it, wants to direct it, etc. I'm like, well, hell yeah. And then it faded away for 5 or 6 months, and I thought, well, maybe it's dying again. Then all of a sudden yesterday, I'm like, I get this thing from Variety and Deadline, and they're like, it's in, and the biggest star Netflix has ever had, 65 million, the biggest show, Stranger Things, the show most watched ever on Netflix, is not only going to star in it as Carrie, but she actually, got in to be a co-producer too. So I guess it's happening, man, and so I'll be happy.
That's cool. So you going? I wonder, are you going to get a chance to meet Brown?
I should. Mostly the producers, and she's one. Maybe the director, Gia Coppola, and they've talked about maybe spending a week as a consultant. Once they start filming. Just to make sure, ask questions and all that stuff. So I'm excited, and it's going to be cool. And as I understand it, they're going to start filming in the spring, probably, March or April. Release it about a year from now in September because, and, who knows about this, but they like to be ready for award season at the end of the year and all that stuff. I'm pretty pumped. It looks like it's finally happening. We got a huge star and a star director.
Don't let Lopez win an Oscar, bro.
Dude,
don't let that happen.
I am going. I don't care if
of course.
You got to work, buddy.
I am going.
Nah, you got to work. You got a shift to do here,
If there is a nomination involved,
it's football season, man. No, you can't take off during football season.
Yes, I can.
You know the email.
You know what?
No days off.
Then you can expect me to be here. You can expect me to be here all you want.
He said he gave you the Magic Johnson.
I'm not gonna be.
I'm not gonna be.
But it's cool, man. Thank you for shouting that out, and more details officially to come in the next couple of days. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
that's
don't let Lopez go and be an Oscar winner because I know how obnoxious I would be. If I won an Oscar. I'm just letting you know that.
We need those downloads, baby. Oh yeah, it's going to be Netflix is the one that's leading right now to purchase it.
There you go. You can watch your boxing and your
perfect
same place. All right, that's another fantastic edition of Figgy's Mixtape right here, PM, in fact, on this very program. All right, you're coming up next. We get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. It's a Thirsty Thursday, and they are at the Buffalo Wild Wings in spring. But before we do that, you notice we haven't heard about a couple of players, even as D'Amico Ryans took the podium yesterday. Why is that? Let's talk about it next.
Ready?
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Thursday. Been a fun one. Appreciation to ND Kalu and Ron Slay of 104.5 The Zone in Nashville for joining us. Both of them, very fun to talk to. Of course, not the most fun circumstances. We're dealing with the battle of the defeateds. 0-3 Texans, 0-3 Titans meeting at NRG Stadium. It's one, let Ron tell it. It feels like the Texans are not even as woeful place as the Titans, but still got to go out and get that victory nonetheless. And so it's going to be important this Sunday matchup. And I've seen a number of people that seem like they're already letting go of the rope. 832. To be fair, the Texas season will be over by then again anyways. Brandon on the YouTube. Not going to lie, it's only September and the Texas season is already over. There's
Parker let go.
Yeah, so I can go to the Oscars.
Congratulations. There's a lot of doubt. They got a long way to go to try and like reel people back in and reestablish belief. And it's going to need to start on the football field on Sunday. But, obviously there's that, right? All the drama of the offense to this point. There's also, when you look at it and you go, the drama that was around Gardner Johnson. It's kind of obscured something that I was anticipating we would hear, especially from D'Amico, or asked of D'Amico, that we didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it interesting we haven't heard about Joe Mixon?
You know what? That's on me. I should have brought that up earlier. I was very surprised, but it was just distractions.
Honestly, I was listening to the press conference yesterday live, and I'm in real time like, is
anyone going to ask about?
I thought Aaron Wilson was going to ask because he brought up Stingley. I forgot who else he brought up in the injury.
Titus?
It might have been Titus.
Yeah. Which those guys were both on the injury report.
But I thought he was going to throw in Mix any update on Mixon, and nobody said. I'm like, hey, I end up texting somebody like, I'm going to ask about Mixon.
And to be fair, right, we're not in that window yet. The window will open after Week 4 for Joe Mixon and Jimmy Ward. Interestingly enough, we haven't heard anything about Nico Autry either, right? Like there's a number of guys that you look up and you go,
he was on the team.
Yeah.
Right. So there's a number of guys who are on, in here. And of course, Nico Autry more on defense where it doesn't feel like, at least at those positions, he's
as vital.
As vital. Man, offensively, Joe Mixon, and we talk about the fact that like explosive plays did that a lot.
That was him.
Joe Mixon. Like
he was carrying the offense last season, man.
Even without blocking.
Yeah.
Like just gaining yards extra. And by the way, Nick Chubb's carries already have gone down from week 2 to week 3.
Well, week 3 was so anomalous, and I can't imagine that it remains that
Woody
case.
Marks went up a little bit.
Sure, and I think that's relative usage as well. His snap percentage has gone up. I think it was 40%, and I think it probably could stand to see just a smidge more depending on how things go. But it's kind of interesting, especially as you talk about turning around this offense. What kind of impact could a Joe Mixon that we've seen, especially if he's anything like what we saw last year, even above what Nick Chubb brings, which is just a battering ram who will knock loose some screws and eventually create some runs. That's different than what Joe Mixon brings, which is like a super elevated of what Woody Marks is even bringing right now. Like that feels like that could be huge in trying to help jumpstart this offense, except we haven't heard anything near that. And if you let Mike Florio tell him when he was on with the fellas of The Drive yesterday, was that yesterday or was that the day before, in fact?
2 days ago.
2 days ago. It seems like he's got about as much doubt as I might have myself. This was Florio talking about the situation.
Well, I'm not hearing anything, and I've been trying. And I got to the point where I gave up because when you beat the bushes and no birds fly out of it, you go eventually beat bushes where you're going to have more luck getting an answer. And I just think the fact that there's so much secrecy and it's so quiet, it doesn't bode well for Joe Mixon playing this year. And I think back to Nick Casario's comments right after they set the 53-man roster. He was asked, are we going see Joe Mixon's answer was, we'll see. And anybody that ever tried to get something from their parents growing up that they wanted and they heard we'll see knows what we'll see means. It means you ain't getting it. It means it ain't happening. We'll see is just a way to say no without having to say no because you don't want to deal with what the consequences of saying no firmly and clearly right now might be.
I mean, we mentioned the same thing, and just to be clear, does anyone in this room believe that Joe Mixon is going to be back, maybe even for the season?
No. I'm going to be honest. The answer is no.
Yeah, no, I don't see it, man.
Mm-hmm. Because just the way they handle these discussions, sometimes they'll give you an update and you can kind of read between the lines like there's progress or whatever. But we'll see, and I'll let you know when I let you know.
And see, that's why I know you ain't going to get like a clear answer from D'Amico. I'm not looking for a clear answer, but just keep asking like, hey, what's the update? Just to kind of see if he'll say we'll see again or it's looking okay, and I'll let you know. That says a lot, even though he didn't say anything.
Mm-hmm.
It might not say anything.
Right.
And I honestly, I think that might be a Friday D'Amico availability type thing or whatever. I understand why the number of things that were going on pushed like a Joe Mixon question down or maybe entirely out of the priority list for this week. But it is interesting to think about. And to your question on the idea of like any level of belief that he returns for this season, the game for like an update on Stingley, and it came through pretty free flowing. It feels like the times where they really want to hold it, or times where it's clearly not something that's it's going to be rough, and they don't want to have to say that in what they believe is protecting the player. I understand and I respect that, but now, if I can read it as that, which again, I think that's what I have available to me, that sounds like, at the very least, it's not this 4 weeks, right? Because that's what we were talking about with Christian Harris, right? Mm-hmm. At the very least, it wasn't those 4 weeks. It ended up being, 14, 15?
Right.
And if it's something similar, look, depending on how quickly Kaylee gets his thing together or they move to someone else or what have you, it could be well too late for that to matter.
The biggest thing to me is if you could pick 4 weeks, let's say it's just 4 weeks, it wouldn't be the first 4 with Joe Mixon, simply because, the new offense, trying to ramp up, trying to learn it. We heard C.J. Stroud earlier, it's still coming along, et cetera. It's just not where it needs to be. That's when you needed Joe Mixon to maybe, do some of that stuff that he can do when the offense is not clicking.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by kind of the silence there, which, again, it shouldn't be too surprising. That's kind of the MO that they've established. But there's that. And then what do you make anything of the Nico Autry? Is there enough information for you to even make anything of that? Because he was a guy that, to be fair, we were looking at, and he was not nearly as effective last year as we were hoping he would be.
And we really haven't seen him even in camp.
I was wondering if he would remain on this roster. He still is, but his importance is also still it's no longer paid when he's run in.
No, I really don't have any expectation at that point. I also am in the same category as you. It's not a vital thing, but it is curious. To me, the Joe Mixon thing, if you lose him, and it looks like we all agree, you don't have him for the entire year, Nick Chubb is not going to get, more energetic as the season goes along. He's going to wear down some. And then you have to rely on Woody Marks, and who knows? I mean, Dameon Pierce is still on the roster, but he's not active.
Well, he hasn't been, and it doesn't feel like he will be, right? Like I feel like we've passed that place, and he exists on the roster as a fail-safe of sorts.
Mm-hmm. Backup plan.
That's interesting. All right, you know what I realized?
What's that?
I wanted to ask Ron a very particular question. I guess you kind of got somewhat to it, but like the Hardegree, the quarterback coach now taking over duties, like what could we see out of him?
Yeah.
I guess we really just he said that they were going to install the game plan in the same way, so I don't know how much more elevation we can expect from the Titans this week.
I'm glad you brought that up because it's kind of like here, if they ever do change play callers here, it's still the same offense, but I still think there's an impact. I think the style of a particular play caller, what they like to, and he was mentioning the tendencies. You don't want to do screen pass and run pass. Certain play callers it's the same playbook. You can't change that, so your hands are tied there. But you can maybe mix and match some plays that maybe give you might have a better view, a better eye for what players can excel in what plays.
Just keep that thought in mind. Yeah. Not for any particular reason here locally. Just keep Oh,
very.
We should also keep in mind is the place to be on this Thirsty Thursday is the Buffalo Wild Wings in Spring. That's where we go to now, where we join the fellows of the drive. And my bad for saying it incorrectly earlier. Ron the Show Hughley and Luke Morrow in for Clint Stoerner. What's happening, fellas?
Hey, what's going on, baby? Out here in Spring, it's a good time. Listen, I felt like we've been to all the Buffalo Wild Wings, but I like this spot. We've had some good times here at this spot, and they got the yellow can Red Bull, so it's always a good time when you need a little tropical action to get you going. But it's gonna be a fun time, baby. We don't come empty-handed. We got the Astros trying to put their second foot in the grave as they will kick things off. I mean, hey, the Tigers won't let them die. That's where we are. They won't let them die. And so we'll keep you abreast on a little afternoon baseball as the funeral could be around the corner. But is
that why Clint took the day off? He wanted to go and make sure that he paid respects, or
it might have been, man. And he maybe just couldn't take it. Yeah. I wonder how many people went ahead and moved on with their evening. How quickly people moved on with their evening yesterday.
I mean, they're lifeless. They have nothing. They got nothing left. They're done. They're out.
I feel like if Lopez tried to speak at the Astros funeral, it would go just like when he had to do that random person for Texas A&M that he didn't know.
That's right. I had to eulogize an old general that I had no idea who he was.
Just winging it.
Well, he was general of his country.
They played 162 games.
They were a baseball team. They
made sure to throw people out there.
The hell with that. They have. Hey, man! Somebody tell that man to go sit his ass down, man. He's telling way too much. No, I think you'd have plenty of say. About this team.
I'd say Jesus, please take Jesus off our hands.
Wow. Goodness gracious.
Hey, what'd you say? Hey, what'd you say, Lopez? Jesus said, no, that boy's name is Jesus. hey, don't you confuse. He ain't named after me.
Don't put that on me. Don't put that evil on me.
Hey, no, I listen, we had this conversation the other day, and I'm wondering from you all, shout out to Reggie with a fresh haircut.
Thank you.
I'm wondering from you all, listen, there is a bit of a collapse here. Not a bit. There is a collapse here in the second half. They had the lead up until, last week. Are you giving them a pass because the injuries were so out of hand? Do you give them a pass for this season?
I think that's a mistake to do that. It's certainly a factor, but let's talk about, again, you hate to say, they quit. That's the worst thing you can say about a team or an athlete. So let's not say they quit, but they've lost a lot of life. I mean, they have no energy, no want to, no nothing. I mean, compare what they look like with what the Mariners have looked like the last couple of weeks. Yeah. Just, go get them, energetic, aggressive. It's just ridiculous.
I also wonder when you say give them a pass, who are we talking about? The manager? Are we talking about the general manager? Are we talking about the players? Because I think that there's somewhat different answers on different levels of this.
I just think, to me, just overall of the collapse of the second half, or the reason why the playoff streak from 2016 is going to come to an end. To me, if the Tigers don't make it, there is no pass.
Yeah.
Right? They've got virtually all their pieces. But the Astros clearly, you can clearly look at this and see, hey man, they lost countless starters, and then they lost the replacements to those starters, and hell, they lost the replacement to the replacement.
But one reason I don't necessarily want to lean, again, it's a factor, but I wouldn't lean heavily on that. Whose fault is it that Luis Garcia is back on the shelf for another year? Whose fault is it, that Jordan started the year and we should have been sitting for a month and a half to start the year? Whose fault is it with this pitching staff? Whose fault is it, with the guys that you had to call up because of the system? It all trickles down.
Yeah, there's definitely reasons. I don't think a pass is what I would give. And yes, I think they overachieved a good amount dealing with all of the injuries, a major league level of injuries. But the thing that I ultimately came back down to is you had a lead in this division like a week or two ago. Mm-hmm. You just couldn't run through the finish line, or at least it feels like you're not going to be able to run through the finish line on this. And that feels like if you could squeeze just a little bit more out of yourself, that would have been the place where I expect this Astros team to be, considering what they have been over the last decade.
But within the week, though. Rolls his ankles scoring at home plate. We just lost Pena to a home run swing. Jake Myers couldn't make it out to center field. Just running out to his position.
I forgot about that.
I've just never seen anything like it. It's insane. I mean, Josh Hader, come on down. Yeah. I don't know, man. It is. I mean, besides Altuve, who didn't spend some time?
Yeah.
Like, I'm normally not that guy, fellas, but man, you start looking at it, man.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Man.
I think unfortunately Christian Walker made it through the whole year, right?
Yeah, he was healthy.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Right, and that's where we start talking about passes or no passes. The higher up you get in the org chart, the fewer passes I think that exist. I think that's probably how that one goes for you. But
it's crazy. We'll see.
It is. What's not crazy is getting out and seeing the fellas out in spring. Buffalo Wild Wings always got gifts. And you got Luke Morrow out in the town, which doesn't happen all the damn time. My friend Hayden asked Luke. I say that with love. Always good to see you and hear you on the program. So excited to get out of the way and let you guys cook. I will see you tomorrow, John Lopez.
You're darn right.
Very good for a Football Friday. But until then, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right, folks. The Drive is live, and we are live here in Spring off Grand Parkway out here at Buffalo Wild Wings. They get out here and make a bad decision. As you heard, my man Luke is in the building with me. T-Mill is holding it down at the station. You can see us on YouTube and Twitch as well. But come on out here. Make your way here. We'll be here until 6 o'clock. And you know we don't come empty-handed. Plenty of prizes for you to win. If you're in the building, you can sign up and put your name in our raffle box and have a chance to win multiple prizes today. It's good food, good drinks here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Always a great time. Shout out to Bud Light as well, who help us put this together. And the Bud Light girls will be here in just a bit. Luke, you'll it should be a good time with the Bud Light girls, as they also may have some gifts for you as well on your way on out here. So it's a good amount of fun. Always on a Thirsty Thursday, Week 4 edition of Thirsty Thursday coming out. And TV's everywhere, so you can watch the Astros, who will get started here coming up in less than 40 minutes. So stay right here with us. By the way, I'm just curious, Tyler, how you holding up? Did you...
Surprisingly well.
Hey, man, they're not just losing the Astros. They're coming out here just getting their ass kicked, man.
Yes.
6-0 last night.
I've never seen so many damn shutouts, dude.
What is going on, man? I mean, yeah, that's there.
It ain't your 2019 Stros.
No,
this is 1-2-3 Cancun instead. Like they got the bags packed. They're ready.
But again, the Tigers are leaving the door open. I mean, it's like the Tigers look like they don't know how to play. What are they at? 8 in a row?
I think 9 now.
9 in a row. They've lost 9 in a row. They've been leading the division by a lot for the most part, and they've just completely blown that. And it looks like we got a family in here. We got somebody in an A's jersey and an Astros shirt. So they're a little couple here, I'd assume. They're in here about to have some fun watching.
Don't go Coldplay on us now, Ron.
You're right. Hey, I'm gonna turn away.
Turn our camera around for the YouTube stream.
Yeah, if we see my man ducking out and army crawling his way outside of the door, we'll understand. All right, Jeremy Pena, by the way, not in the lineup again. In another freak injury accident. He hurt himself hitting a home run. They said the imaging revealed a left oblique strain, and he's tried to swing, but he still feels pain. And so he is still not in the lineup. If you missed it, Luis Garcia, he's going to miss the 2026 season already as the Astros. He had surgery, and they're going to need even more help in the rotation. So that is beautiful. As I am joking, of course. It is crazy. By the way, as we talked about it, Luke and Tyler, I want the people to participate participate here. 2 for 610. What was the injury to the Astros this year that just said, okay, damn it, Uncle? What was the injury that made you just either laugh, throw something, just say, what the hell's going on? What was that injury? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this as well. The Jake Myers one is for me, fellas. He did not make it.
The absurdity of that one.
He did not make it past the pitcher's mound when he tried to just run out to his position. And I remember Tyler texted us, Jake Myers is down. He had some more colorful language within that, but Jake Myers is down. And I said, what? The game? They haven't thrown a pitch yet. Yeah. And he couldn't. That one was the one for me where it was just like, come on, man. I thought Todd Callis was going to throw his chair out of his window onto whatever fans were underneath them. I mean, it was crazy. That Jake Myers injury, I just said, I don't believe in curses, but damn it, they're close to something right now.
Yeah, I think the second Jordan one this past week was the final nail in the coffin. You were feeling good about the team. He turns his ankle. Whatever happens, scoring without a play at home, I think that's the final nail. But I'm with you that to zoom out and pick like the most embarrassing or the one that symbolizes the season the best, it's definitely Jake Myers. It was I was in that group text as well. And the thing was because like there was excitement. Like, hey, he's coming back. He's good to go. There was concern that it was going to be an Achilles injury. Now suddenly Jake's back in the lineup. And he couldn't even make it to the first pitch. And it's like an opening, grand closing. Like this felt like a stand-up routine of just it was just a joke. You couldn't do anything but laugh when you were all excited for his return. Couldn't even make it to the very first pitch of the game, and then couldn't even make it to the dugout. They had to get him off in the outfield wall just to get him off the field.
Yeah, B. Scott texted in 60% healed after putting on a light show at BP. I forgot about the healed percentage for Yordan Alvarez. You're right. Multiple people texting in, Yordan rolling his ankle at home plate. I think the key that you said there, Luke, there was no play at the plate. He just, I'm not trying to laugh at him, but my man just stepped on home plate. He just scored on home plate.
It's definitely the most shocking. At least Jake was working his way back from an injury, and apparently too soon. Yeah. Jordan's just like, I mean, that's that's like your father in the men's league softball, injuring himself trotting home.
Someone texted in the Hader injury was when I said Uncle. Yeah, that was a tough one too. Yeah, it is.
That one's arguably the most impactful.
Yeah, it has. Well, I mean, I guess Jordan's pretty big.
Up there, yeah.
Pick any of the 15 pitchers that went down.
Even Paredes at the time, that was an impactful one.
Have we? But hold on, also, have we reached the point of all of those pitchers that were hurt last year that tried to come back? What, Christian Javier is the only one that made it through, because Spencer Arrogant back down after he came up. Now Garcia got hurt and he went back down. Lance is hurt.
He's been receiving mail on the IL. That guy. He's one on, one off.
Yeah, it is. It is
me
insane.
in the H.
Yeah, Paredes. People are texting in. No, Clint did not run out of gas in his Tesla that doesn't take gas. No, he
ran out of the battery.
Yeah, he's no, he did not. He is going into the University of Arkansas's Sports Hall of Fame this weekend, so he is understandably out. So shout out to Clint.
Yeah.
Good luck to him. I'm gonna tell you, I ain't gonna lie to you. Yesterday, they took me in. I tried to kick this thing off with them, and Luke and Tyler, I just moved right to the morning show pretty quick. I dipped out. I got out. They really didn't show a lot of signs of anything for me. I dipped out and went to the morning show. It just started watching something else.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Payne and Pendergast.
Me too, at first.
Yes, great show as well. No, I dipped over to Reese Witherspoon and Jennifer Aniston. The morning
slightly
show.
good as looking show as Payne and Pendergast.
Almost.
I don't blame you. And as I always say, it's the line that like parents used to use for us growing up. If you played hockey in the town I grew up in, practice would be before school. The parents would have to get up at 5 a.m., drive you to practice for rink time. And the famous line was like, if you don't care, I'm not going to care. I'm not going to be doing this if you're not in to it. Yes. If you don't care, why should I care? They look lifeless out there. So why should I devote my Wednesday night or Thursday afternoon today to sit down and watch this team that they don't seem to care anymore the way they've played the last, 5 games ever since that Rangers series. They just look uninterested, so you probably shouldn't be interested either.
Well, they're struggling. Well, Framber to the rescue today.
Yeah.
So that should be. All right, Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator for the Texans. Anytime now, he should join us here, and we'll talk to him as they get ready for this, which feels like a must-win game against the Titans. By the way, injury report is out with the Texans. Well, the injury report is not out, but reports are out on who didn't practice. Titus Howard, who missed yesterday with an illness, he did return to practice. But Derek Stingley Jr., oblique issue, also missed his second straight day of practice. And Jakob Johnson, also with a hamstring, the fullback, he also missed his second straight practice. So both of those guys are out. They're 2 heavy days, and it doesn't. I would say it doesn't look great for those 2 guys to suit up and play. As also reports, Tremont Smith is being prepped to start in case Stingley is unable to go. When you miss Wednesday and Thursday, it's usually not a good sign for that. So Matt Burke, who we're going to speak to in a little bit, him and D'Amico are going to have to really adjust some things because arguably their best defensive player isn't going to be available for them in this game.
Yeah, especially after with Johnson. Now you could be down 2 guys that play, you relied on so much in that secondary. But you never want to overlook an opponent, but I guess if there was a week to be short on the back end, maybe it is this week against Cam Ward and the Titans because of it's the worst offense in the league so far. Yeah, even worse than the Texans in some regard, at least statistically, where the Titans have the fewest yards per play offensively this year, and the offensive line can't protect, and Cam Ward has struggled. Now they're changing play callers, so this might be a week.
If there was a game.
If there was a game.
Yeah.
Even though you're 0-3 and you don't want to look past anybody, especially a divisional opponent, but if there was a week where you were a little short, maybe you could get by this week. But certainly that's always a tough loss, especially on the heels of also losing CJGJ.
Yeah, and I'm certain Matt Burke and D'Amico aren't looking at it that way.
No.
Like, hey, man, we're 0-3. We want all our bullets to be there. But in particular against the offense they're facing, Cam Ridley is a capable, I guess that's the way I'll put it, a capable receiver in this league, but those 2 haven't shown to have a connection quite yet at this point of the season. And Kamari Lassiter and the crew back there, you would hope, would be able to handle that situation just this week. Now, next week when they play the Ravens, and that's a different story. But this week, if there was a week that Derek Stingley was out, this one would be the one.
Yeah, for sure. And the Titans have had a lot of problems just converting, as you said, kind of getting those guys on the same page. They've had a lot of drops this year. And I know there's been a catch the ball from Cam Ward, I guess adjusting to the way he throws the football, which is somewhat interesting. So, so they're still gelling over there. So this is a team, look, these are statistically, and if you just watch the tape, the 2 most struggling offenses. The Texans have scored the fewest points in the league. The Titans have the fewest yards per play from an offensive standpoint in the league and have already changed the play caller. So something's got to give on Sunday, I would hope. But this is the type of matchup that this is in the backyard. I'm probably closing the blinds if these 2, are playing outside my house. This is a chance for the defense, though, to be able to get by against that Titans offense not fully healthy.
All right, so Matt Burke will hopefully speak with us here in just a bit. Many people are still texting in. Sean Pendergast said that the worst for him was when Spencer Arrighetti got hit in the hand.
That's true. That's a good one, too.
That was the one that perplexed Clint when he got hit in the hand.
And it was a sign of things to come.
Yep. Yeah, it was a rough one. It was. All right, hopefully we will hear from the defensive coordinator coming up in just a bit. So Framber gets the ball today, and we would all agree this is going to be Framber Valdez's final start, unless they're able to go on a run here in the next 4 games, and the Tigers help them out.
So
this
you're
feels
telling
like
me there's a chance.
There is a chance. There is a chance. We'll see what the Astros are feeling. But Framber Valdez, this is probably Astros. And it is crazy. We have had these conversations on the drive about Framber Valdez, and it is crazy to me that his legacy is going to be so negative towards the fan base here. And I'm reminded, Brandon Scott was on with us once, and he said, yeah, man, with Lance McCullers, he was talking about, you win a championship, you're forever indebted. And Framber Valdez, I would say that it's not just an argument. I believe it. In terms of consistency, the entire time he's been here, only to me, Yordan Alvarez consistently has been better at his job than Framber has. Like consistently, year in and year out. I mean, he's been a top 10, top 11 Cy Young Award finisher in the last 4 or 5 years. Mm-hmm. He's had big moments in the postseason. As Sean Pendergast said earlier, I was listening to them coming in earlier today. He said he could have won the MVP in that 22 World Series that Pena won. He was a huge contributor there. But it is clear, I think whenever he does return, I think there's a good shot that he's booed during his tribute video. Like I think, which is crazy when you think about everything that I just said and what he has done. I mean, he hadn't done the Garrett Cole thing where he came out there and denounced the team. At least not. He had done that, which you understand. But it is crazy. I feel like the feeling of Framber Valdez is negativity, even though he's accomplished and done everything he has done. Been one of your, I think, your second best player in the time frame he's been here. It's crazy to me. I
think it's crazy that he's ruined all that goodwill in about 2 months with the way he's pitched and the way he's acted, right? That he undid those 3 to 4 years of great success. And I think in Hollywood, it doesn't matter how you finish, or even in music. It's all about how you start. You don't have to put out new music for 40 years and still be a legend. Yes. But in sports, it's typically how you finish. Like even like a Bill Belichick, right? People view him differently because how things have gone the last couple of years, ignoring the fact that he led the greatest dynasty ever. So I think it's similar at Framber, where you ignore those great years because the last half of a season for his tenure at the Astros has just been an embarrassment. He has a 7 ERA the last 2 months. The team's 1-10 in his starts when they need him most. And then just the way he's acted has been very childlike, turning a lot of people off. So I think the craziest part is just how he was able to undo all that goodwill in 2 months. And now maybe it's recency bias, but I do think this is how you're going to remember him, of how his time ended in Houston instead of all the good he did before that, because it has been pretty ridiculous. Not only how bad he's been, but just the nonsense of intentionally trying to hurt his catcher and complaining about the alignment and not backing up at home and all this stuff. It's just it's been ridiculous.
Yeah, Tyler, you standing up and giving him a standing ovation when he comes back and pitches?
I really don't know.
Tyler, I am proud of you. You are not letting. You're at least giving yourself a chance to not let the feeling of how you feel right now. Because I would say to you, we could go back for. I don't know that he was intentionally trying to drill his catcher, but I mean, not covering home plate and complaining about alignment, I would say generally does not wreck somebody who has done and accomplished the things he's accomplished. I'm proud of him because I know right now Tyler is like, hell no, I don't even want to see him in those damn extensions. But
yeah, you put that on the list too. I failed to mention that part.
But I think
sweating all over the place.
Sweating all. I think it should be a standing ovation. I mean, I do with everything he's done. Normally, I don't think those other things should take him out. All right, coming up as we continue live Thirsty Thursday here in Spring at Buffalo Wild Wings. Come on out and hang out with us. Got chances to win prizes and everything. You can join us. Coming up, we hopefully will hear from the defensive coordinator, Matt Burke. Looks like Derek Stingley may be out, and obviously he was involved with, at least on his side of the ball, the biggest story happening with the Texans. We'll talk to him coming up next.
Y'all got to be ready.
Thursday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. The Cardinals and Seahawks fight for NFC West bragging rights in Phoenix starting tonight at Warriors Reaction Monday on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 99 in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com.
All right, listen, we will hear from Matt Burke here in just a second, but we do have some breaking news. As the Astros are in Sacramento to play the A's, Framber Valdez has taken his weave out. That is breaking news right here. Framber Valdez he has a mohawk haircut. He has taken those fake-ass extensions that he's had in his head.
The weave is gone!
And everyone in the dugout's rejoicing. I don't know about you. I got a no-hitter. I got 7 innings. I got at least a quality start, 7 innings. The weave is gone. I don't know what happened. I don't know who got to him. I don't know whoever got to Framber. Maybe that same person maybe needs to get to LeBron and say, hey, let's make a change. It's time. It was time with him to take those out, but my goodness, he did it. He took out the Reds, Luke. I cannot believe it. What? Oh, my God. I am so proud of Framber.
I'm dead serious with you. I think we're about to get vintage Framber today, dude. I think he is about to go ham in California.
It's just, it's incredible. It's incredible. I can't believe it. I can't believe he did it finally. What's he thinking?
This is a chance for him, going back to that last conversation, a chance for him to win the people back. You get rid of the fake, come out, you pitch well today, you help the Astros potentially get in the playoffs, and then maybe you pitch well in the playoff. Who knows? This is a chance for Framber to still, change, to write the last chapter for him in Houston here.
I can't believe it. It is someone texting, we're so effing back, boys. And that he is going to have himself a big day. I cannot. Oh, wow, I am proud of him, man.
Or this is just the next stage in the breakup of, when you do split with somebody, you start going to the gym, you maybe change your hairstyle, you try to look a little better for the next person.
Yeah.
And maybe this is Framber already one foot out the door, trying to look good for that next person.
Astros ain't loyal.
Listen, I don't want to make excuses. I like to call them explanations as we await defensive coordinator Matt Burke, who will join us here momentarily. I wonder how much he played a part in his performance that, yeah, man, I've been wanting a new contract. I've been wanting a new deal, and I've pitched and played well enough, and they've not even thought about it. Like, I wonder how much that played a role in his play.
Yeah, my conspiracy theory, somebody on the text line earlier said we should have just traded him if we're not going to, re-sign him, just let him walk this offseason. My conspiracy theory was almost that he was hoping to be traded. I don't know what the conversations were behind the scenes, but either, give me a contract or trade me or something, because maybe it's just a coincidence, but since the trade deadline, that's when he fell off a cliff. He's 1-8 with a 7 ERA since the trade deadline, when he was reserved to the fact of, I'm here the rest of the season, and then I got to go sign with someone else this offseason. There's no future for me here in Houston. So maybe just a coincidence, but a bit of a conspiracy theory for me.
And as we are happy to be joined by the defensive coordinator for your Houston Texans, Matt Burke. Matt, I'm sorry, we're in celebration mode. Framber Valdez, pitcher for the Astros, has been wearing fake extensions all season, and he finally took them out, and we believe this is going to change the entire way he pitches. Have you ever thought about going with extensions in your hair, man?
I don't think my hair's long enough. Maybe the beard. You think I could pull some out in the beard or something? I'm not sure, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how that goes this weekend. You might be able to talk me into it next week.
All right, Matt. Obviously, the big story this week is the move you guys made with your veteran safety, CJ Gardner Johnson. From an on-field perspective, as you run this defense, this is a guy who played over 90% of the snaps for you. What are you missing? What is this team missing with him no longer there?
I think we honestly have a good group of veteran guys. That position in general for us, and the safety positions, like we've got MJ Stewart, we've got Miles Bryant, Jay Mills, like probably guys with a lot of similar profile in terms of like veteran guys that have played a lot of football. I think we feel pretty confident that those guys can plug in and give us what we need in that spot. Obviously, that move was made from an organizational standpoint, but we're moving forward, and we're pretty excited about the guys we have to roll with.
As you get ready for this week and the Titans, did things change for you when they changed the play caller? I mean, you got some tape from a couple of years ago, but I guess you don't really know exactly how that might alter you and the defense to get ready for an opponent.
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly our approach is more like the plays aren't going to change. I don't think they're going to just restructure their whole offense and start calling different plays, but obviously the tendencies change, right? A different guy's calling it, so what he likes in what situations and when you're getting those play calls, I think, we're still practicing their offense and the plays that they're running. Maybe there's a few different wrinkles, but I think it's going to be more the game day stuff's going to be a little bit more real time of, okay, what are the tendencies? When is he calling? Is he like to run it more on first down? Is he passing more? When are these things showing up? So I don't know that the plays or the offense is going to change. That's pretty hard to like put a whole new sort of playbook structure in 4 days or whatever, 5 days. But I think we're just going to have to be in tune to sort of how he's calling it and what he likes in what situations. So I'd say that's going to be the challenge.
Defensive coordinator Matt Burke joins Sports Radio 610 and The Drive as they get ready to take on the Titans. But we saw today that Derek Stingley Jr. didn't practice for a second time this week. There are several guys, a lot of great players on your defense, but there's a couple guys that are game changers. I would say that Derek Stingley, the All-Pro, would fit in that category. How does that change things for you as you prepare to face this Titans team?
Yeah, obviously Sting's a great player, and we know that. First, I'll say we're going to give him every opportunity to get back and play. I know he's working hard. He wants to. So, we're going to give him up till I don't know what time kickoff is on Sunday to get there. But honestly, I thought Tremont Smith stepped in and did a really good job for us last week. We were actually really pleased with that. And, Trey's been around. He was here, left, he came back this year. And I thought he performed very well on Sunday. And a lot of times when that happens, when a quote backup corner goes into the game, like the target's going to get on him, and they tried him a couple times. And I always said this, the one thing I know about Trey is he can run. Like, he's fast. So, like, people trying to take shots on a quote backup corner, like, he did a really good job with that, staying on the top on those and made a couple plays in the run game. So, however we have to deploy our guys this week, we feel pretty confident that they'll be able to go out and do it.
When you have an offense that's still trying to find its footing, with a new system this year and not scoring as many points as they would like, how does that alter what you do defensively? Does it put any more pressure on your side of the football to try to be, even more perfect to help out the offense?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think we're always chasing perfection, and like our task doesn't change, regardless. And I actually told the players this, right? Like, this is the NFL, right? I mean, you guys, I'm sure there's always the stats of how many one-score games there are every week and how many this and that. And like, this is the NFL. Every game's going to come down to a handful of plays, and we haven't made some of those plays in the fourth quarter or in some critical moments for us on defense. So if we can take those plays off our radar, and we're always, you're never going to make perfection, but we're striving for perfection, and that doesn't change no matter what's happening on the other side of the ball or with the other team or anything like that. So we're going to sneak down and be in our assignments and be in the right spot. And like you said earlier, like, we have a lot of talented players. So if we do that and we're in the right spot, we feel pretty good about the outcome.
Coach, I'm pulling you up. I think your hair's plenty long enough to really get this done. I think you're shortchanging yourself. I think you can definitely get a longer leap, like 80s rock, 80s wrestler. I think the hair is long enough to add this to it. I think you're shortchanging.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure where you're going with that. All right.
Yeah, I think you're shortchanging yourself on this. I
appreciate that.
I think it's long enough. I think it is. All right.
I'm starting to go gray, but I've still got my hairline straight.
That's good. Yeah, you're in there. All right, Coach, we appreciate you joining us. Good luck as you guys obviously have a big game coming up against the Titans.
Sure do. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
All right, that's DC Matt Burke, who I think he should maybe look at this extension thing, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, imagine a great defense. He's on the sideline with the flowing hair.
Yeah. Like I was in my mind. I mean, I think he's better looking, but I was it Rob Ryan? That's what I was thinking.
Absolutely.
That long flowing hair, let it flow a little bit. Yeah, there it is.
It's good luck.
Yeah. CJ Gardner Johnson has to change something for them, right? This is a guy who played 90. I know they are happy with the guys they have. This guy he was playing 90+% of the snaps, right? And still allowed to play that while blowing coverages that we're led to believe by blowing coverage. Got to change something, right? Like. Yeah, I think
it's a big loss. I mean, look, it was that.
And then if you add Stingley to it too, potentially
for sure
in that secondary,
however long that might be. C.J. Gardner Johnson, that was sold as really like the big move of the offseason and bringing him in for this defense and winning that trade, finding someone to take Kenyon Green and getting a great, Super Bowl winning veteran in the back end of your defense. So certainly it's going to change something. Now, if I were to try to put a positive spin, maybe you say something along the lines of what they tried to sell on the offensive line of just 5 fingers in a glove, like everyone working together will be more productive. And in this case, if you remove a guy who's freelancing and get someone in there who's not quite as good but is going to play more alongside his teammates and more in the system, maybe that helps improve the defense. A high tide, raising all boats. But absolutely, just on paper or just in terms of talent, I think it's a huge loss for the defense.
All right, as we continue live here from Buffalo Wild Wings on a Thursday, we are here in Spring, Grand Parkway. Come on out and hang out with us 2 to 6 as we continue a good time as we get ready for the Texans. Also, by the way, the Astros, they're on TV, and Framber Valdez, I totally believe is going to have a big game today as he is taking that silliness out of his head. And you can watch that. It's across the TVs here at Buffalo Wild Wings. You can enjoy yourself here as usual. As we continue coming up next, this next segment is inspired by who I believe is the voice of the fans. That's Tyler Milner. And I've seen a lot from you, and I think you guys need to take a deep breath and just you got to let this go. I'll explain what that means coming up next. But before we do that, guys, listen, I look outside, I get out here, man, it's still in the 80s, heading to the
difficult. Tulsa King. New season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light Austin. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 99 in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We're out here in Spring, man. Luke and Tyler, they're already talking about the Rockets. My man just walked up to me and said, man, what you think about these Rockets? Damn.
Van Vliet's ACL sucks.
Yeah, I said, doggone it. How about it? Listen, the Astros, they're all inspired now by Framber. They're all, she got me a shot. They're all inspired by Framber. It is now 2-0.
Yeah.
2-0, the Astros. Christian Walker, run it. Look at him playing hard. He's going to get called out. Looking at him playing hard.
They just reviewed it.
Trying to run that thing out. It is 2-0 before Framber steps on. I'm telling you, man. Here we go. This is the turnaround. I'll be honest with you. I believe they're going to come back now. I believe they're gonna go on a 4-game stretch.
And I think they're gonna.
I'm feeling it. You know what? I'm feeling it. Framber has done it to me that much. All right, let me calm down. All right, let me pull it in. They look inspired. This looks like Tim Tebow and the Broncos right now.
You will never see an Astros team play as hard as we're gonna do.
They're just gonna find a way. They're going to find a way. Look at this. God, dog, man, that A's fan over there is shaking. I think Jordan just got up and just kicked his leg around and said, you know what, I'm good. Let's go. Wow, how about it, man? I am inspired. I don't even know who
Houston Astros.
Here we go, boy. How about that today? Good to go, man. I'm feeling good about this, Luke. This thing, Luke. I love this. Here we go.
Yeah, changing the vibes.
It is.
Simply taking off the extensions.
That changed a lot. That really did. I feel like they're going to go on a run. All right, I did want to approach this. Shout out to Matt Burke for joining us as he did in the last segment. If you missed that, you can go to the Odyssey app and listen to our conversation with the defensive coordinator. This is something that has started to grow here on the text line. And I knew it was a big thing because our resident voice of the fans, Tyler Milner, has lost his mind about both of these things. And I would say the first one is D'Amico Ryans. Tyler, this has started to at least make you feel different. I know a lot of you have complained about this, and that is I would say, habit chuckle that D'Amico Ryans has when he's talking, whether they've won or they've lost. I know a lot of you have texted in about the habit chuckle, and I know that has started to begin to bother many of you. And the other thing I know is the headgear that C.J. Stroud is wearing. I know that got to Tyler. In fact, yesterday in his press conference, he was asked the question about that, talking about wearing that Yankee hat after he wore the Mariners hat.
Yeah, I don't see none of it. I'm not on social media. I honestly, that everybody has, like their right to their opinion. If they don't like what I wear, I would just not look at it if I was them. So I'm going to wear what I want. And I don't think I'm being disrespectful. If I was being disrespectful, then that's a whole different, case. But, at the end of the day, everybody's entitled to their opinion. I'm all good. But, yeah, I just don't really pay attention to it. I just try to just focus on what I can control and focus on the people who are pouring on me and around me. So, yeah.
I got a message for those Yankee turds.
Listen, I know that it is frustrating, and I think his play and the team's play has a lot to do with this. But, guys, they're not being malicious with this. They're not doing this to try to get under your skin. I can even see how many of you could look at, all right, he wore that Mariners hat and he heard about it, and the next thing you know, he gets the Yankees hat. Damn, man, everybody has Yankees hats. I apologize to you. The hell, there are a lot of people who wear hats that they're not fans of their teams. They just like the hats. And I legit think that is what is happening with C.J. Stroud, and that is literally a habit laugh. He's done it all the time with D'Amico. Guys, I know you're upset about where they are. Trust me, they're more upset than you are. you got to let it go, Tyler. And Tyler, you got to set the example for the rest. And many of you text again, you have got to let it go. I see your face through Tyler's. That chuckle happens. I see your face when that hat comes on. I saw the tweet Tyler sent that many of you sent. Is he doing this on purpose? They're not. They are not meaning this at all in a malicious way. Okay,
and I think you might absolutely be right, Ron. But what I would say to that is, first of all, the Stroud hat thing, whether it was the Mariners lid or then the Yankee turd hat he was wearing, that to me now is really starting to feel like it's just kind of a bit of ignorance. And I just wish CJ would have a little more awareness about how important he is to the city of Houston and its sports fans and recognize that and maybe cater to it a little bit. Not nearly as aggravating as D'Amico's forced freaking chuckle we hear.
It's not.
Wow.
Why do you think it's forced?
Because
it's natural.
And it might be. I legit think you might be right on that. But to me, it sounds like a forced-ass chuckle that he is doing in moments where, man, you know, the tone in this media room, tone in Houston, 0-3 now, ain't too great. So let me lighten the mood a little bit, or try to, with this forced, fake-ass chuckle, and it's maddening. Like you are getting asked questions about why this team sucks, dude. Like, this offense is one of the worst we've ever seen. And it's da-da-da-da, you know, yeah, we know, we watch it. Give me an answer. It's not funny.
I just think I don't think he's doing it. I don't even think he knows he's chuckling. Honestly, is just a natural thing
because
it's just how he does things.
Right. Yeah.
How he talks. I think he does it. He's somebody that probably. You ever see anybody that does that when they're mad? There are people who cry when they're mad, and then there are people who do that.
Honestly, you when you laugh in uncomfortable situations.
Yes, I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing at the people at the funeral. It's just I can't help it. I just think that's where he goes. It is not personal, Luke. I just want you guys to pull that in. All right. I know if they were winning, you would feel different. It's not personal. And I can see the hat thing. I don't even know if that's ignorance. I just think it's just what he wants to. I think what he wants to. It
almost makes it worse, though. I'm more in the hat thing. Yeah, D'Amico.
You're bothered by that?
Yeah, I am. I think D'Amico is more of just like a tick. Like, it is what it is. Everyone has those that they lean on. There's no intent behind it per se, where for CJ Stroud, he makes the decision to put that hat on and wear it to the press conference or wear it to a game or whatever it is. It's been brought up before. Then he wears the Yankees hat. I get his point of view, but when you're the quarterback in a city like this, you can't do it. You got to represent the local teams. You can't wear a Yankee hat as the quarterback.
Does it matter that he's the quarterback?
I think that's more important.
You all right if Will did it?
I would care less if probably anyone else on the team. Yeah,
I get it. That's fair. That's I don't know. My mind is just not working. Like, I just don't look at that and say, man, he's wearing this hat. Damn it, he ought to go out there and he ought to just get off the ass, and then he should just
do like the Rob Lowe, wear just like a generic, what was it, an NFL hat?
Just wear Texas hat, huh?
Yeah.
No hat at all.
No other cities.
No hat.
That's
guys,
right. Put the beanie back on.
Framber Valdez update here. No dreads. First pitch, leadoff single on one pitch, but he has struck out. He has struck out a couple. So Framber is rolling right now, 2-0 Astros as we continue. All right, it is. Listen again, as we just talked about. I don't like to try to tell fans how to think, but I've been here now almost 6 years, and I feel like I can speak for some Houston fans in certain situations, and I think there's something that I can speak to. We'll do that coming up next.
Surprising is an understatement. The Texans have officially released safety CJ Gardner Johnson. In a DB room that already lacked depth, what is to
We're going to give you your flowers for sure.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 99 in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. The Drive is live on the road, but our guy Luke Morrow is in the building with us, and you can be live in the building with us as well. It is a Thirsty Thursday. We are here in Spring, right off Grand Parkway. Buffalo Wild Wings, make your way. There you go. Clap it up. Make your way. As we are here, Buffalo Wild Wings, having a good time. You got a chance to win prizes as well. You can win a gift card to H-E-B. We also have a Bud Light cornhole set as well that you can win. All you got to do is put your name in our raffle box, and you will have a chance to win. If you have not done so, I would say bring your ass and sign your name and put it in our raffle box for your chance to win. A lot going on, a lot of fun to be had out here. Great food, great drink. Shout out to Bud Light. Shout out to Buffalo Wild Wings as they help us put this on every single week. So make your way on out here and enjoy some good fun. By the way, Tyler, I told you, man, he struck out the side. Struck out the side, baby.
Oh,
allowed
did
a
he?
single.
I didn't even realize that.
Oh, yeah, allowed
Hell
a single,
yeah.
then struck out the side right there. Framber ain't playing. Then we get a leadoff double right there.
Oh, we
There
are
we go.
so back.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. That's all Framber needed to do. God, what a team player. Man, what a team player.
Yeah.
He'd sit there and he saw, man, my team is struggling. What can I do? That's what he said to himself. What can I do?
Cesar Salazar somewhere cussing you right now.
What can I do? No, man. No, he's inspired too. He's going to go off and shoot. What can I do, he said. All right. Cole's inspired. He's still in third base. What can I do, damn it? And he said, I know. I got the spark. I know the spark. I'll do it. I think he went into the hotel and did it himself. I think last night he did it. He took it out, did it himself, cut his hair himself, and did that. What a guy, man! On his way out, he could just say, "I'm a representative of myself." We've heard that before, but no, he gave of himself. You know how precious those damn extensions are to him. He wants to have dread so bad that he would fake it for 2 years, and now when his team needs him the most, man, Framber steps up.
Is there any going back? Like, could he put those back in?
Oh, yeah,
next
you can
outing,
always put the fake weave back.
I'm sure.
But I'm saying, like, can you do it? I know theoretically he would be able to, but after this.
I mean, here we go. There's Altuve coming in with an RBI double. Guys, I'm telling you, I don't know what is happening. It's Framber. It's Framber. So proud of this guy. Look at this, 3-0. Now Astros. TVs everywhere. You can come out here and watch it. These guys are
Really happy.
It is. It's insane, man. They haven't been able to hit anything. Nothing. What have they been stringing? They strung together one run in the first 2 games in Sacramento?
Yeah, the most hitter-friendly ballpark in the league, too, this year.
I'm telling you, what are they playing? Vladi Divac, Chris Webber? What are they playing out here? No, this is amazing. Shout out to the Astros. We will keep you updated on obviously this look at the season in 2 different ways. You know, it was dreads and post dreads. Right now, we're in post dreads, and I mean, I don't even know who's up. I know there are runners on second and third right now. They're both going to score.
Same amount of sweat, though.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know. Was it Paredes? Yep.
Yeah.
He can't even run. It don't matter. He's inspired. I bet he gets a triple. He's inspired. He can't even run. It's crazy. All right, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in and join us as well. All right, Tyler, I've been thinking about this the last couple of days because I have felt the frustration, the very fair frustration, Luke, from the fan base and the people. As we talk to them every day, we talk to you through the text line, through YouTube and Twitch, through social media, on the phone we heard from you. Shout out to Don, shout out to Troy, shout out to Tony, shout out to Larry and Stafford, shout out to all of you who've been calling in. We hear you. I think, Tyler, and Luke, I've come up with the understanding of why fans are so frustrated. It's not just that they're 0-3. It's not just that this offense is anemic and scoring 12 points a game, and they're pretty much dead last in almost every major offensive category, at least 30th, if not worse. It's not just that the Colts have decided to start playing and Daniel Jones has seen Jesus, and now we got to hear that guy. I ain't gonna lie to you, I was at church on Sunday and that praise and worship song came on and I could not stop laughing. All I did was was think of the Colts version. I swear, every time. I did. I told you they were both gonna score. Here goes Paredes.
These are our Colts.
He brings a run in. 4-0. I'm telling you, the Astros are back. But listen, I think the reason why people are so frustrated is because, listen, yes, did myself, Clint, did Luke when he came on here? Hell, Luke tried to tell me. Luke warned us about Cam Robinson repeatedly.
That's right.
He's tried to tell us. We did on the drive, I would say at least, and on Sports Radio 610, tried to prepare you for this. But as we know fans are, it is hard not to just be optimistic and just look at it from a standpoint of, I believe this is going to work out. Just as I said, both of these runs have come home. It is now 5-0, or is it 4-0? I don't know.
I think it's 5.
Yeah,
they've been very slow to update the score.
As they are leading the A's. But I think what hurts is you all knew good and damn well this wasn't going to work. You knew it wasn't. You knew if you said all this stuff out loud, you knew deep down they came up with to try to fix things. This offensive line, that was a problem. This is what they. But you as a fan, which I don't fault you. You as a fan said, I know I don't think Ed Ingram's going to work, but maybe they know something.
They're all fixable.
I know Lincoln Tomlinson was the 88th ranked guard last year before he got benched, but I know it's not going to work. I feel it, though. All right, we'll trade Laramie Tunsil and bring back Cam Robinson. Maybe the physical, like you knew when you say these moves out loud, you know that's not going to work. Let's bring in this coach that has never coached before. And you knew when you heard he's not bringing any of his staff and that he's just coming in to the entire coaching staff that was a part of the offensive staff that failed the year before. You knew deep down when they said, this is what we're going to do with offensive line in terms of coach. We're going to promote the guy who was the assistant to this brutal bunch last year. You all knew deep down that wasn't going to work. But you made yourself try to believe it anyway. And I think that is why you're so frustrated, is that you're so frustrated that you knew that this stuff doesn't make sense, that this stuff didn't sound like all of that together would fix this. And you know your expectation is to catch 2 years, and you believe that's their expectation. But they've walked out and felt that this was the best way possible. I think that is why you're so frustrated is you knew right when all this stuff happened that it wasn't going to work. You knew when you heard, Luke, they couldn't do anything during training camp because Their offensive line could not block anybody to run anything, that this was going to look bad. But you believe, because that's what you do as a fan. And now none of you should be shocked about when you really say it out loud. It's happening right now in front of you. I think that's the most frustrating thing for fans.
Yeah, I think for those who bought in, they probably feel conned. I mean, even to the point of, like you said, during training camp. Obviously, I know on this show you guys are very vocal about those concerns about the offense not being able to do anything. And a lot of positive Texans fans were just simply saying, well, because the defense is so good. Of course the offense isn't going to look good. So I think there's a lot of ways for people to convince themselves along the way. And now, after seeing it played out, you feel like you got taken. You were sold a bill of goods here because, yeah, to your point, and it's something that, I know you guys mentioned, I kept bringing up every time I was on air, like, did you feel better about the offensive line this summer than last summer? Did you feel better about the wide receiver group entering this season than you did on paper entering last year? Do you feel better about Nick Caley than you did at this time a year ago about Bobby Slowick? I think they took a step back in all of those areas, and this is what it leads to. They have just looked like such a mess. So deep down, I'd like to believe the Texans fans knew that this was so many people bought into that positive spin.
As a fan, you squint to try to make it work.
Right, you want to be positive. And so now you see how it plays out. It's your biggest fears, and you almost feel like you got conned. You believed all the positive spin all offseason about, 5 fingers in a glove, yada, yada, yada. These rookie receivers coming in, even though they're not, top draft picks, they're still going to be great, and they're not even getting on the field. All this stuff we're told that hasn't worked out. And you feel like maybe a sucker for falling for it when this is the reality, and this is what we should have feared or been talking about all along of this offense, this might be a real work in progress early on. It could be very ugly, and that's exactly what it's turned into.
By the way, Framber just struck out another.
Vintage Framber is back!
I mean, I haven't seen Framber throw a curveball like that in weeks. But it's just, I think it's just wild because you look at it and you say, all right, we feel like we have a roster in a lot of ways that says, let's go try to win a championship. Let's get to the AFC Championship game. The only teams that we see that we feel we got to catch up to are those big three of the Bills, Ravens, and Chiefs. Everybody else we feel like we're on the same level as. And we see the clear problem. You walked out of Kansas City and your quarterback got sacked 8 times, and that was just the dismount to the season that was struggles with the offensive line. And the thought, when you have a quarterback who is still on his route to get cheap and get bargain deals, with that up front. Framber struck out another, by the way, folks. I'm not kidding.
20 strikeout game.
Every out that the Astros have recorded is a strikeout from Framber up to this point. 1 hit, 5 strikeouts.
Oh, my God,
I don't know.
This is nuts.
I don't know what the over-under is on strikeouts.
It was 4.5. I took it.
Did you? There, boy.
Let's go.
Got it. But it is, guys, and I know you're thinking it right now. You were probably thinking it then, but, again, I don't blame you. As a fan, you believe that right now. Listen, I am an idiot. I have convinced myself that the Lakers roster is good enough for them to win a championship. Now, I know that's not true deep down in my mind, but I'm squinting to make it work. I'm squinting to make it work. All right? Just like I'm sure you guys are doing right now. But the thought is they sat down with resources, Luke and Tyler, and said, we think this is the best route for us to take to fix our offensive line issues and to fix our offensive issues. That's the best. I cannot believe that D'Amico, Nick, and whoever else was involved said, here we go, I got it. Let's trade Tunsil. Let's bring in Cam Robinson for $12 million. By the way, he's not able to beat out our rookie over here.
Yeah.
Let's bring in Ed Ingram, Laken Tomlinson, guys who all struggled.
Yeah.
Let's just draft one offensive lineman through the entirety of the draft. And is an interior where the biggest problem was? No, we're going to draft the 7th best tackle who struggles, and his weaknesses coming in was his ability to be able to pass protect NFL level talent against ends. Like that was the fix. I just don't understand how they sat down and said that. This is it. This is the fix. It is wild to me.
Yeah, I'm with you. I thought it was a bad offseason in that regard. They did not do a good job with this offense, and now it's easy to say that now, but you could go back. All the shows are archived and see the conversations being had back then. I did not get the plan. I think it was an overconfidence, maybe arrogance, too, of either this idea of whoever we bring in is going to work, or this idea of because you have C.J. Stroud that whoever you put around him, you're going to have success. I don't know where the exact thought process was or where they fell in terms of that confidence in their plan this offseason, thinking that this was the best method and that, we could go bargain shop on this offensive line, and yet it'll still be better this year than it was last year. Like you said, the solution was a bunch of cast-offs, guys that their teams gave up on. Ed Ingram has been labeled a huge bust. Cam Robinson, nobody wanted him this offseason. He had to sign a one-year contract here.
That's not what it's supposed to look like when your quarterback isn't making money yet.
That's right. Exactly. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you traded away your big offensive line contract.
It's true.
You would have thought they would have at least brought back one player that is a real serious bona fide starting offensive lineman that's in his prime. You would have thought that would have happened.
Well, and
or drafted one.
That's where all the frustration was of the Bears addressed their offensive line seriously this offseason. The Vikings did as well. Even the Jaguars got a couple of guys. And the Texans, it seemed like resources to be able to try to do the same. And so you're seeing these other teams really invest in that offensive line, and the Texans were trying to take the not even an easy way out. Like I said, just going to the bargain bin, and you're wondering, what's the plan here? And the hope was we convinced ourselves, or some of us at least, of just you put all these pieces together, it's going to be better than having a couple of talented pieces on the edge because, they're going to be able to gel, and you're going to get better coaching and all the. We tried to convince ourselves of this plan, but obviously, in hindsight, it was a pretty silly idea to try to protect your star quarterback with these guys on the offensive line.
Let's try to move forward here as they're going to go the rest of the way. We've seen now 3 weeks of this team.
Yep.
What we're seeing from an offensive perspective, obviously they are struggling from that perspective. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch as well. Have you seen or are you seeing anything that you look at and you can say there is a potential there that they could get some sort of an uptick on that part of the offense moving forward? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Ready? It's must-win territory for the Texans Sunday afternoon against the matchup right here with pregame coverage starting at 9. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vander. getting a library of new books to call their own. You always step up at you. Thanks for helping us help Houston kids.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 99 in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through as we are live here in Spring. Again, we're gonna start at 4:00, hooking folks up with our first gift card, an HEB gift card. 4:00 hour. If you have not put your name in our raffle box, you may want to do so, but that's coming up in the 4:00 hour. Update here on the Astros, and Framber Valdez does what Framber does. He gets a double play to get out of the inning. 5-0. Framber Valdez has 5 strikeouts as he has had 3 scoreless innings, and all of it due to him getting rid of the extensions that he put in his hair over a year ago. What a terrible decision that was, but he stepped up for his team and said, we need a spark. This is how much you all mean to me. And Framber Valdez is pitching like the Cy Young Award candidate that he has been the majority of the time that he has been a Houston Astro. Might be his last game, too. Also, here on the text line, Luke, before we get to it, I want you to be thinking of it, 713-572-46. Text in what you're watching offensively, and be honest. Are you seeing things that could be potential things that they could use and improve upon, some things that could be good things going down the future here, maybe starting on Sunday against the Titans? But someone texted in, I see that y'all don't recall the Texans salary cap. Once free agent period started, the Texans did not have the salary cap room to compete with top money teams.
That's guys, for Caserio to worry about. We don't even look at it.
It's guys, don't believe that. I'm just going to tell you, don't believe that. Even if you do, man, they just gave $14 million to Cam Robinson, and he is sitting on the bench. They just ate $6+ million from CJ Gardner Johnson to put him on the streets. And baby, that's 2 guards.
Yep, that's true.
Like, hey, listen, you can add it up. You go over there. You listen. You don't have to be a savant here. You don't have to be a salary cap genius. You can go over there and look at the players that the Eagles and the Ravens and the Chiefs have, and the money they're paying those guys, and then you can go over and look at your team and start looking at the salaries that your team has, and you mean to tell me you honestly believe all they could afford was $3 million for Laken Tomlinson? $2 million? No, come on now.
Yeah, I also looked into it. They had the same amount of salary cap space as the season, and the Chargers added 2 interior offensive linemen, and right now are ranked as a top 10 offensive line. Now, granted, they have 2 good tackles that were already on the team, but point being, they were still able to go out and get a couple of good additions to their O-line, and look at they're 3-0 and have one of the best offensive lines in the league right now. So there's ways. I'm not going to say the salary cap is is fake like a lot of people think in the NFL, but there's always ways to manipulate it and to find talented pieces even at a bargain price, and other teams have done it. So I get the point. I just don't think it's a fair excuse.
You got a better chance for that argument next year. Well, I don't know if they're going to do it, but next year when they potentially got to pay Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud, you could make a better case.
Yeah.
Right. you got a chance to do it. Somehow the Kansas City Chiefs, who have Patrick Mahomes, who have the highest paid center in Creed Humphrey, who have one of the highest paid defensive players in Chris Jones, somehow this offseason they gave a record-breaking contract to a guard and $23 million a year to Trey Smith. Somehow they gave their defensive end $90 million to George Karlaftis and made other additions. So, stop.
Also,
stop. They traded away Tunsil too. Stop.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't think we can forget or ignore the prior years for this season. Like, this wasn't just this offseason type of issue. It's cap management the years prior to set yourself up to paying your quarterback yet, and you're not paying your young defensive star yet. This is when you should have funds at your disposal to be able to improve the rest of the roster, and that's something that these guys, they don't look at it from a year-to-year perspective. I mean, you map things out financially from 1 year to the next and beyond. So to even put themselves in that position, if you want to use that as an excuse and say, like, hey, they only had the 25th most cap space available this offseason. Well, that falls back on the same people, the front office, because you're not paying Stroud yet, and yet you still baked yourself into that corner where your hands are a little more tied this offseason. So either way, I still put the blame on the front office of either putting themselves in a bad position or not handling this offseason well enough with the resources they had.
Man, they got a $12 million player that plays tackle that they can't put on the field.
They should have listened. I tried to warn.
All right, no, look. Let me ask you this though, and the people, they've been texting it as well. When you look at this offense, and I know it's been difficult to look at, is there anything that you see that you're like, if they can lean into that could be helpful? Is there anything that you're seeing some glimpses of something that could be a positive or a help for them down the line?
Honestly, no. I'm curious to hear if you have anything, or to look at the text line. The only thing I would say, the positive, I was looking at the numbers today of pressure rates allowed, and the right side of the offensive line has actually been really good statistically in terms of allowing pressure. Now, the left side's been terrible, but that's the one positive that I do set at some point and try to run a little more behind the right side, But no, I don't know. I don't know what there's been in the 3 weeks that I can point to of even a position group. Like, the tight ends have been a real strength. I don't know what the strength is on this offense right now. Doesn't mean there's not going to be one, but based off of what I've seen through the first 3 weeks, I don't really feel good right now about any part of this offense just yet.
I think, and I said this a little bit yesterday, I think exploring Woody Marks and getting potentially the ball in his hand, especially from the passing game perspective, if you go out there the way they are situated right now, and hopefully Christian Kirk can add more value, but Woody Marks might be – there are times out there when you look at it on the field that I was watching the game, I'm thinking Woody Marks may be his matchup may be the second best matchup to attack for C.J. Stroud behind Nico Collins. Like, if you get Woody Marks up against a linebacker – and give him a choice route. I think that might be something where they can get big money. And we've seen in this offense, if indeed, now I know Nick Caley today pushed back that it is not a Patriots offense. He said it's our offense, whatever that means. But in this offense that Todd Bowles called, the coach of the Bucs, a Patriots offense, James White and Kevin Falk and those guys became big parts of the offense for Brady and Garoppolo and Matt Castle in those years. And like a guy that's primed to be that. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not going to say tight ends. I think Dalton Schultz has been available and has been open. And then when he has gotten opportunities, he looks more closer to the Dalton Schultz from 2 years ago than the guy last year. Now, I'm not going to talk about his blocking, but I'm talking about from a receiver perspective. There's maybe some way to explore those options down the next several ball games that could really improve things.
Yeah, I think they have some options on offense. It's just having that faith of can they take advantage of them, because to this point they haven't shown to be the ability to scheme up really anything that gives you faith. I did see someone on the text line that said, I do like the tempo plays, and that's something I thought about earlier today. I was listening to Payne and Pendergast this morning as I was driving around, and I do agree with that. I like that idea where when they have gone a little up-tempo, you found a little bit of a rhythm in the offense. because usually that just simplifies things and takes out a lot of the thinking and shortens the playbook. And when you're learning a new scheme, it can make things a little simpler. So that's the one thing, but also that's not sustainable. You can't do that over the course of a whole game, and you can't do that over the course of a whole year. It's kind of a Band-Aid solution. So that's the only other thing that would stand out to me about this offense of a positive I've seen so far, but even that isn't something you can rely upon to have a successful offense. I mean, this isn't Chip Kelly in Oregon, so there's right now not a ton to hang your hat on. I agree with you. There's some potential, but
at least potential.
Yeah, but I don't know if Nick Kelly's the guy that can scheme to that potential because we just haven't seen it.
I can't argue that.
Yeah. So
yeah. All right, as we continue, while we're here in spring of Grand Parkway, make your way on out here as we're here till 6 o'clock. Clap it up. There you go. There you go. Yeah, there we go. Prizes to win, good food, good drinks. I see good beers rolling around. The Bud Light girls are here as well, as they are hooking folks up also. So get on out here and have a good time with us here on a Thirsty Thursday. Shout out to Bud Light and Buffalo Wild Wings helping us put this together. Coming up, I want to do it. My man was asking me about the Rockets. Let's look at it from this perspective. Chew on this through the break. Fred VanVleet, that injury of his torn ACL. We've heard a lot of people give their thoughts on it. Is this injury the type of injury that changes your expectation for the Rockets? Have your expectations changed on the Rockets because of the Fred VanVleet injury? We'll discuss that next.
Thursday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. The Cardinals and Seahawks fight for NFC West bragging rights in Phoenix starting tonight at 7 on your home for the NFL on Westwood One. Sports Radio 610.
difficult. Tulsa King. New season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Let's go, Rockets.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 99 in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I'll be honest. Now I've reached a point, Tyler. I'm getting kind of pissed at Framber Valdez.
What? Why?
And
he throw it a catcher again?
No, he just decided to do this now. I mean, he could have done this. He could have done this a month and a half ago. If this is clearly the jolt that they needed. It is now 6-0.
Them extensions could have gone so easily and earlier.
And Victor Caratini's got a chance to break it open, and Framber's going 3 innings. He's given up 2 hits. He struck out for his first 5 outs. He struck out the first 5 outs that he recorded, and
won me some quick money.
Strike out 1 walk, and then he did what he does to get out of the only thing resembling a jam that he was in. He got a double play ball because clearly we got vintage Framber now. He got a ground ball and was able to get out of, like I said, anything close to a jam that he was in. So 6-0. Victor Caratini's up with a chance to open it up. Shout out to Wood in the building. Everybody clap it up. I see you, Wood. Wood in the building. Clap it up as he makes it out here as we're enjoying ourselves. Remember, 4 o'clock hour, you have a chance to win a couple of our prizes as we'll hook you up with an HEB gift card as well as, courtesy of Bud Light, a cornhole. There's a couple of boards, couple of cornhole boards. I think it's got the bags in there too. So you got a full set right there. We'll do that in the 5 o'clock hour. All you got to do is put your name in our raffle box, and you will have a chance to win. All right, the Rockets. Many of you all started saying after Sunday's game, man, when are the Rockets coming? Let's turn to the Rockets. The Astros just got swept by the Mariners, and then the Texans did what they did Sunday, and then Fred VanVleet in the middle of things towards ACL. And look, Fred VanVleet is, I would say, if we go order of importance to this team, maybe that's not even, maybe that, I'll do that. If we go order to importance of the team, and you tell me if you dispute, if you think Fred VanVleet is there, I would
agree.
All right. So he's not over Kevin
No.
in importance. Alfred Şengün.
Agreed.
Okay. Amin Thompson.
I think that one's a little tougher for me, but I think I agree with you.
Okay. Jabari Smith.
No, this is where I would slot
so
him.
he's 4. So in order of importance, Fred VanVleet comes in, and you're waffling over Amin Thompson. I think you're nuts. This is a first-team All-NBA defender.
I think he's better.
Who was versatile, but you're talking about importance.
Yeah,
I got you.
yeah.
All right. I set that up by this. And you all can answer this on the text line on YouTube and Twitch, and I'll kick it to you first, Luke, here is, does this injury, if we look at it as potentially the 4th most important piece on this team, does the Fred VanVleet injury change your expectations for whatever you had for the Rockets before his injury? Does this change your expectations for him?
Yeah, it does. It doesn't mean the season's over. They can't win a championship, but absolutely, I think this is a huge loss, and it knocks them down a few pegs. I could tell you Vegas reduced the win total by 3, so they look at this injury as a loss of 3 victories in the regular season, which I guess isn't a huge thing. But I do think it's a big loss, and maybe I should rank him higher than 4th on that important scale, because I think being the point guard and being that floor general is huge. But more so than that, there's quite a few things why I think this is a big loss. For one, I don't really love the options behind him. I'm not a huge Reed Shepard guy to be my point guard either. For 2, this was not a good shooting team last year. Now, Durant's going to help that, but this was a bottom 10 shooting team, and yet more than half of their makes came from 3 guys that will not be playing for the team this year. So you lost, this is a good shooting option that you lose, that you need. And then the third aspect, I think, is just even the spacing, that if you were to say use Amen more as your point guard, he's going to have to improve his shooting. Otherwise, teams are going to be able to play that drop coverage. And if you're using the bigs, the double big lineup as well, like it messes up the spacing of the offense.
Well, there's got to be another shooter that comes on the court. Reed, maybe. But there's got to be another shooter that comes on the court when you're bringing him on there. You're not going to have, him and – another struggling shooter out there.
Probably not. But even so, like even if he's just the point guard and you don't have the two bigs, still, if his shooting is not improved, team that's going to make the Rajon Rondo of just play so far off and let it shoot, play under the screens, just not going to let him drive. And so I think it hurts the spacing of the offense. So I think there's quite a few things where his impact is going to be felt. I think it's a huge loss. Maybe for me, a better way to maybe try to answer the question is like, who would you rather take away from this team because of an injury? And Durant still, I think, is number one of importance that I'd want on the floor. But Fred VanVleet, I don't know. Maybe he's 2 or 3, which sounds crazy. But I think just that point guard for this team is so important.
I don't think it's crazy. Him and Kevin Durant are the two guys that have won championships, that have the experience, and I think it was not by design, but he was clearly in that postseason series, especially the second half. Right. I don't think you win games without him. By the way, Christian Walker, now inspired by Framber's hair, he gets a 2-out bases loaded single and scores another run, now 7-0. So yeah, I don't think it's crazy. I think Fred is a calming force for this team, and I do think he was going to be, especially with that contract coming down, he was going to work really, really well with everything else you had, and you felt good with double teams potentially coming to Şengün and Kevin Durant that he could be a guy that hits open threes. Someone texted in here and said, yes, if they don't do anything about it. I would just answer it like this, and maybe you do the same. My thought was, before Fred got injured, my expectations was this is a team that gets to the Western Conference Finals. Like that's to me the expectation with a chance to win a championship, right? Expectations. Like to me, this season is a disappointment if the Rockets aren't in the Western Conference Finals. I mean, OKC is to me the only team that I look at and say definitively, I feel like they're going to struggle with in the West.
I agree.
And to me, so Western Conference Finals, and I'm not going to be disappointed if you play a 6-7 game series with the Thunder and you lose them.
Yep, I'm with you on that.
That has not changed to me with Fred going out. That I still think he's important, don't get me wrong, but that has not changed. Like I think you're going to have to see some growth, and potentially Rafael Stone may have to make some moves. Again, I don't think they need to do it immediately. Like I don't think they need to go add Russell Westbrook or Ben Simmons immediately. I think you play it by hand and you get close to the trade deadline, and maybe there's some other options that show themselves that you may be able to look at. But Fred's injury has not changed me from thinking that if they get in a series against the Timberwolves, that I think they should win. If they get in a series against Denver, that I feel like they should win. If they get in a series against the Lakers, that I feel like they should win. That has not changed for me.
That's where I differ. That has changed for me because this was my biggest concern all offseason was that point guard, and I was clamoring. I was banging the table to get another veteran guard into the mix as well and not have to rely so much on, say, a Reed Shepherd, and specifically for the playoffs. Because even last year we saw in the playoffs, including the NBA Finals, like the Thunder and the Pacers, for the amount of guards that they have and talented guards, the turnovers were ridiculous with these teams pressuring in the backcourt. I think you need multiple guards you can rely on in the postseason to handle the basketball, and I wouldn't want that to be Reed Shepherd in year 2 trying to figure things out. So I wanted them to still add to that position, and now you take away that one veteran and that true point guard with the championship experience away. It's a big concern for me in the playoffs.
I'm excited to see how Amin handles this, because I think that is – I think there's going to be this is going to be, I think, a lot of people doing this. I think Kevin could bring – the ball up to initiate offense. Hell, I could see Şengün initiating offense. I could, I think there's a lot of things, but I'm intrigued to see him in that role. shooters around him and being able to drive to the bucket. And he's a good passer to kick the ball out too. I'm excited to see how he responds to that.
To me, it's a bigger concern for the playoffs than the regular season. They'll still win a bunch of games. They'll be a top seed in the West. They'll have a good regular season, but it might show up in the playoffs. And I know John Hollinger, I think it was, wrote an article that this could be a silver lining in the sense of now you get to find out truly what you have in Reed Shepherd, which might be a blessing in disguise, or Amen plays more point guard, and that turns into a great weapon for your offense. I just worry about those options, and that's why this is a bigger injury to me, too, because I don't like the backup plans without Fred VanVleet running the offense.
All right, Dirty's Daily coming up next. We will hold it down for Clint as he is out. And we'll continue, man. We'll have a conversation about the most important athlete in this city, and that is C.J. Stroud. We'll do that. Dirty's Daily as we continue live right here on a Thursday here in Spring, as we're at Buffalo Wild Wings. Make your way out of here and join us. C.J. Stroud, that's coming up next. But before we get
dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
Clint, what is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it is Dirty's Daily. Clint is out. He is, and shout out to Clint. You find him on social. Tell him congratulations. He is in Arkansas, and man, stop eating my damn food. He's in Arkansas, and he is going into the University of Arkansas Sports Hall of Fame this weekend. So he is out today. So shout out. There it is. Shout out to Clint Stoerner. Yeah, clap it up for him. There he is. He deserves it. Shout out to Clint Stoerner as he is out today. But our guy Luke Morrow is in the building with us, and we will handle Dirty's Daily as best we can. By the way, the Astros are playing inspired today because their ace has returned. He was lost. He really was. John Lopez was done.
And now he's back.
John Lopez was treating Framber Valdez basically like he treats him today. Yeah, depend on Framber. But Framber, there it is. I'm with you. But Framber, he took them damn dreads out. He took that fake hair out. He was disrespecting guys like Brandon Scott on a daily basis who are growing their dreads out in real time. He took the easy way out, cheated. But today, he said, my team needs a spark, damn it. And I believe, this is not confirmed, but I believe in my heart, he sat in his hotel room last night, and he said, damn, we lost a Hunter Brown start. We never lose Hunter starts. We need a spark. It's not over. The Tigers keep losing. We're one back. He said, and he looked in that mirror, and he took them damn dreads out one by one. Probably had some clippers. Luke lined himself up. And he said, I'm going to do this for my team. And you know what he's done, Tyler? 4 innings, 3 hits, 6 strikeouts, 2 walks. And then the team has taken on this Tim Tebow-like inspiration, and now they got 7 runs. And hell, it doesn't matter who's in the lineup. They got 5 Sugarland Space Cowboy guys in the lineup today. Doesn't matter. They're still performing. So shout out to Framber Valdez. What a selfless act in his last game, maybe. And I'll be honest, I think they're going to go 4-0 now. I think they're going to win this one. I think they're going to sweep the Angels. Is Mike Trout hurt? They're going to sweep the Angels.
Most likely.
Damn it, how many Mike Trout injuries have the Astros had this year? The stepping on the plate and spraining your ankle. The getting hit while you're standing in the outfield, warming up. Spencer Getty.
Your medical team can't read the imaging.
We just lost Pena. He got hurt on an oblique on a home run swing. How many guys?
McCullers had a blister.
McCullers had a blister, and now a right hand helmet. So a lot going on. But the Astros, they're not dead yet. They're not dead yet. Leadoff walk. I see you, Taylor Trammell. Your guy.
That's right.
Your guy. By the way, as we are live here, make your way on out here. Spring, Tyler, it happened again. My man right here, I ain't going to put his name out there, and his business out there. I don't know if he's supposed to be here. My man came up, it happened again. Somebody else came to me, said they were surprised I was black. Stop laughing that hard, Osita.
My favorite is when listeners find y'all and they think you were a white guy and Clint was the black guy.
Yeah, my man said, wow, I'd have never guessed it. Yeah, I'm talking about you. I ain't gonna put you out there. I don't know where you're supposed to be.
Is that my boy
put
Ron?
you out there. Hey, my man gonna say I didn't know you was black. I said, damn, what the hell? I mean, how do I sound? I know I don't sound like
Pacific Islander.
I know. I don't sound like Chappelle would when he would make fun of white folks. I mean, hey man, you know, hell, I get told we got one listener out here who tells me I butcher the English language in every word I say. I see you, White Greg. I mean, come on. I mean, God, dog. okay. I mean, hey, you know how people play jokes, Tyler. My man was legit. He looked at me like, damn. God damn.
You're not Anglo-Saxon.
He said, I know your ass eat stuffing for Thanksgiving. I know you ain't eating dressing. I know your ass. He looked at me, he said, you don't put raisins in your potato salad? And he looked at me, he said, I know for sure. He looked at me, he said, you use wave grease, really? That's the look he had in his eyes. Couldn't believe it. I don't know why, man. Oh, man. I mean, my wife's a Delta and everything. My grandpa marched with Dr. King. No lie. And everything. All right, I'm sorry. That got away from me. Dirty's Daily. Presented by nobody. There's an opportunity for somebody to jump in there. All right. Hey, stories, Luke, are starting to come out on C.J. Stroud. There was a story in The Athletic saying, is Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud starting to play his way out of a contract extension? Is he starting to play? We've been saying this, and I do think me and Clint maybe need to slow this down, because repeating like, hey, this is a $65 million quarterback, 65. Maybe we need to chill that out at this point. But 713-572-4610. Do you get the sense of that C.J. Stroud is potentially playing his way out of a contract extension? And I think there's a lot that goes into that, Luke. I'm interested to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I would say he is. I wouldn't give the extension. I'd let him play things out right now. You got him for 2 more years with that option, which the option becomes a little pricey even at this point. But, yeah, let him play things out and see what happens, because – 2 things. I don't think he's played well enough yet or shown enough to deserve you giving that extension just yet. But then my other concern, too, and we've kind of touched on this throughout our conversations today, is that if you do devote that sort of money and make him just one of 12 guys to reach that plateau for a quarterback in terms of the amount of money they make, then that makes things even harder to build a good roster around. And maybe it's not all C.J. Stroud's fault for these struggles on offense the last year plus, but he also hasn't shown that he has the ability to get it done without enough help around him. And when you pay your quarterback a lot of money, that's the only reason I'm going to invest in my quarterback. And I know that's a very select few. But Patrick Mahomes is one of those guys. I think even Josh Allen, where they don't have the best weapons, but they're good enough to still elevate the offense and the team. Stroud has not shown that, so I don't want to back myself in a corner of investing so much in a quarterback around him, because Stroud hasn't shown that he can win with less just yet. And again, not a lot of guys can, but I'm trying to win a Super Bowl. And if you can't do that for me, I'll go back out there and try to find somebody else that can, as opposed to settle. So all that's tied into it, but I say absolutely right now, I'm not giving him an extension. Let him play this out and try to prove me wrong.
Yeah, text line coming in 100% playing out of a contract. Is it up to him to stop looking like he is miserable and start leading the team to wins, and at least show some heart? Listen, I don't want to back you into a corner, Luke, with this. I know that's your feelings, but I think within this you also have to take into account what the Texans' feelings may be. Mm-hmm. And do you think the Texans look at this, and for the Texans, who I believe love C.J. Stroud, and when I say the Texans, I mean the all of the important folks that matter, like the people who gonna write the check. They love C.J. We know how hard it is to find quarterbacks that have shown what C.J. Stroud has been able to show. Now, I will agree, it has been a while since we have seen C.J. Stroud perform in a way in which we would say, damn, that is a guy who is an elite quarterback. I will admit to that. But what he did his first year, like it would take a ton for him not to get paid. Hell, they paid Trevor Lawrence. Trevor has never done, what this has. And I'm not saying everything they do, but I think you got to look at it from the Texans' perspective. And I don't think he's done that yet. Now, if this continues and they look at this maybe, but I still believe they think they have their guy. I think they're in a situation where I think the belief is we don't have the right people around our guy, and maybe we need to change that part of it before they don't pay C.J. Stroud. I don't know that he's done that yet, Luke.
Completely fair, but like I said, my concern with them be once you pay Stroud, it makes it tougher to put those pieces, right? And we're seeing right now that when you don't have those pieces, Stroud alone is not enough. So
at least with not just the guys they have around him, because they could say to themselves, hey, man, we had Nico Collins. We've got a Pro Bowl running back that nobody will tell us about in Joe Mixon. Again, I will not let that go. I will not let that go. He is eligible to come off and play after Week 4. That's after Sunday. Still haven't seen him or heard anything about it. Mm-hmm. Anyway, they said they've got some things around him. Is it the offense? Is it the bigger decision makers around him? I feel like they would go there before they not roll with CJ, because then you'd have to be prepared to really start over in the next year or two.
Yeah, which is what a lot of teams are afraid of doing, and that's why you give Trevor Lawrence the extension and why you give Tua, why the Dolphins continue to linger on with Tua, and even you go back to the Jaguars again with Blake Bortles way back when they gave teams are afraid to go back out into the quarterback market. And my whole thing is you're trying to win a Super Bowl, and so this is part of a bigger conversation. And I'm not even saying Stroud can't, that Stroud's not a Super Bowl winning quarterback, because I like CJ. But the point being is if you feel like you don't have the guy just yet, then you have to go find the guy. And I think teams too often settle at the quarterback position just because it's easier, it's more comfortable, or you think you could get him or elevate the roster to a point where you can win, and instead just keep beating your head against the wall. Going back to those examples, like, do you think Tua's a Super Bowl winning quarterback? No? Then rip the Band-Aid off and try to go find somebody who is.
God, he's another one they paid.
Yeah, these teams I think just settle too often. I'm not saying we're there yet with C.J. Stroud, but we could get to that point where, like you said, I do think the Texans really like him. I do think the Texans would rather play it safe and keep him around instead of trying to throw a dart back at the board again to find that next quarterback instead. But I like C.J. Stroud. I'm not saying get rid of him. I just wouldn't make that commitment yet. And I know it's not ideal, but you have him for next year. You have him for then the fifth-year extension. And then theoretically, you could also franchise him for back-to-back years, which I believe the Ravens originally did with Lamar before giving him that contract.
Well, Dallas was close with that.
Okay, yeah.
Dak, yeah.
Right. So it's not ideal, but it's still an option, too, where theoretically you could have him for the next 4 years without giving a huge long-term commitment. And I think that might be a better option right now. So I'm not saying get rid of him, but no, I would not devote some sort of huge contract, give him $50 million a year, make him one of the highest paid quarterbacks just yet, because he hasn't shown that.
Yeah, Tyler, I want to bring you in on this with this thought, because I think and this is what I was getting at, and I think at the very least this is the conversation. Are they failing C.J. Stroud, or is he a bigger part of the issue than maybe we think? Like that's got to be the conversation, because I think that determines if they deal with them long term. So I mean, what do you think it is? Because I think
scary, man. That's what's scary.
Well, last year I think most people thought is they're failing him, and I wonder is
fresh
that
off the Rookie of the Year stuff? Yeah.
Is that the same feeling for you this year, that they're failing him, or do you think it's not just that they're failing him, that he plays a pretty significant role in it?
Yeah, like I said, that's what's at least making me very, very scared about what we're talking about right now. Because you saw the Rookie of the Year thing with C.J. Stroud. He balled out, did stuff we do not often, if ever, see a rookie quarterback do. But then you hit year 2, and like you laid out, it was pretty rough. He had no protection, getting hit, and you're thinking, man, the Texans brass is failing this kid. But I'll tell you right now, Ron, like with every passing game, every loss, every bad showing on the field for this offense and C.J. Stroud, with every hopefully not years, but with all that stacking up with everyone, you got to start thinking about that, because it's very, very possible.
It's and the other scary part is what we are seeing is now it's not only have you seen the thought of guys that fail, now you're seeing the thought of, hey, look at what the hell Baker, boy, would Cleveland have loved to have not just blown that off. Look at what Daniel Jones is doing. And now you look at New York, what's happening to their situation. we're seeing these other quarterbacks now, Sam Darnold, who are coming up with a second life. And then you clearly see, well, damn, the guy can play. He just couldn't play with you, and that would be the worst thing.
Yeah.
If you let CJ go and he, finds himself in, I don't know, with some team that doesn't have a quarterback at this point. He finds himself in Chicago or whatever, and then starts to play well. He goes to Cleveland. That's probably not going to happen, but he goes somewhere. The Jets,
yeah.
and they start to play well. Like that is the other scary part that you look at with what's happening with quarterbacks now.
Yeah, I think fit is the most important thing, and so that's what has happened with those guys, where they've gone elsewhere and they just found a better fit. And in some cases, they're just a little bit older and maybe more mature. It takes time to develop these quarterbacks, so maybe we're not being fair yet to CJ. You talk about Baker and Darnold, all these guys. They've been in the league for quite a few years until they finally popped. So, yeah, that would be a concern, but I don't think you can operate from that sense either. That kind of goes back to this whole idea of why I think teams often do settle at the quarterback position, because they operate from a standpoint of fear. And I don't think that's how you can run a football team. So, again, I'm not saying get rid of Stroud. You could still push this off another 3.5 seasons before you have to make that decision. But from what we've seen so far, it's not worthy of giving him the contract himself in the corner. He's got to show more.
All right, coming up, we will give you an update on the Astros as they are playing inspired. They're not dead yet, they said. And thanks to Framber. And we'll look at however the end of this season ends, we'll look at what this means going into next year. We'll do that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Surprising is an understatement. The Texans have officially released safety CJ Gardner Johnson. In a DB room that already lacked depth, what does D'Amico have planned to make sure his secondary Reaction Monday, supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 99 in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Check. Astros, they lead. Woo. You got me? Astros, they continue to lead 9-0. And Framber Valdez is on the mound. A little jam here. He's got runners on first and third with 2 outs, but it's a different Framber. He took the extensions out of his hair, so he'll get out of this. Clear of it. Again.
I believe it.
Yep. Yep, he'll get out of this. It's a foul ball. He'll get out of this, and it's Framber Day. All right, 9-0. The rest of the team, I think, obviously Luke missed the memo on wear the clear glasses because Tyler and I are banging it out, and Luke, you're failing here.
Damn it!
Just to let you know, man. You missed it. Missed the boat. That's all right.
Yeah, I like that look, too.
It is. It's a good look. You should do your thing. But Astros continue to lead 9-0 as we are live here Thirsty Thursday. We are at Buffalo Wild Wings here in Spring, right off Grand Parkway. Our first giveaway item, gift card to H-E-B. We will do that as soon as this segment ends. So if you have not filled out your name and put it in our raffle box, you may want to do so very, very soon. You may want to do so very, very soon, as we will hook someone up with that H-E-B gift card coming up as soon as this segment ends. In the 5 o'clock hour, there is a cornhole set, bags and all, that you can win in the 5 o'clock hour. Make your way on out here as we're having a good time, and you can potentially walk away with winning something. All right, listen. Before Framber came out here and made the decision to really be there for his team and take those dreads out, it wasn't a good feeling around here, and for some of you it still may not be, and that's fine. But the Astros, they feel like they are done. And to me, when you lose the Hunter Brown start, who has been the clear dude for your team, when you lose the Hunter Brown start, and you not just lose it, Luke, it's 6-0. I mean, you just get your ass kicked. And you look at it, it's 4 games to play. You know you have to finish above the Tigers to win and get into the postseason. It didn't feel good. By the way, as I said, Framber gets out. That is now 5 shutout innings. 5 shutout innings to go with 7 strikeouts in this game. But the Tigers have left the door open. They've lost, 9 straight?
Yep.
And if you win this game and they lose, you end up tied, and now you got something going into the final weekend. But I wanted to have this conversation, Luke. Seattle's won the AL West, and their roster all of a sudden, especially with the trades they've made, the pitching they have, their roster feels, and I'll be honest, even with if you're healthy, their roster looks better and is better than the Astros right now.
I agree.
Pitching, bullpen, and position players as well. If they do miss this playoff and don't make a playoff run for the first time since 2016, do you think this is maybe a one-time type of a deal, or do you think this is something in which the Astros maybe going to step back and the Astros are having a kind of build themselves back up to compete at that level?
Oh, yeah, I think they're taking a step back. Now, they might be back in the playoffs next year.
Really?
Who knows? I called this a soft rebuild for them, but I also thought that they would be a potential wild card team. I thought they could still make the playoffs this year during that, and they might. And so same thing for next year, where they might still be a playoff team next year, but this is not going to be the same of what I think what we've grown to become, what we've grown to get used to with this Astros team over the last decade. I think that's done. And maybe it's the start of something new here in the near future. But, yeah, I think there's a little bit of a rebuild that needs to happen here. I think there's quite a few holes on this roster as of today entering next year. They're going to need to do some things this offseason. And then to your point, I mean, the Mariners, it's one of the better rosters in baseball now. And that's in the division, and that's not going anywhere. The Rangers had a very underwhelming season this year. But the last couple of years, they've tried to show that, they're taking this seriously. They're spending money. They've brought in some talent. And then even, I know the A's are the A's, but look at what they've done this week, or really to the Astros all year. They have the second best record in baseball the last 2 months. They have a lot of young hitters, and they're in a hitter-friendly ballpark. So just in general, my point being, I think the division is going to be a lot tougher next year, where you're not just going to
Seattle series.
Oh, for sure, yeah. They're not going anywhere. So it's going to be a tough division. But, yeah, I know. I think the Astros, to succinctly answer the question, yeah, I think they're taking a step back. I don't think this is the same Astros that we've enjoyed for the past decade. And I think this is a sort of a rebuild here where they're going to have to bring in some different pieces and plug some holes. Specs are mostly gone or cannot be relied upon at this point.
Yeah, shout out to our guy, Patrick Creighton. You can hear him nearly every night here on Area 45. He did put out kind of what the potential outlook could be for the Astros going into next year, and it does, man. Dana Brown's got some work to do with this roster, right? Framber obviously has turned back the clock today, but like we all agree, Framber is not going to be an Astro next year, right? I don't think they're going to do that. They would have made that happen. So when you look at this potential rotation, and now you understand the injuries, Garcia, he is now going to be gone. Obviously, we'll see with guys like Wisniewski, who has had Tommy John, Blanco, who has had Tommy John. We'll see. But, I mean, they're looking at Hunter Brown, obviously, as your ace. By the way, I would try to get a contract done with him like soon. But anyway.
Yep.
Christian Javier, he's returned. Arrighetti, you would think he'll be ready to go potentially. Jason Alexander, Bluebaugh, right? Lance McCullers. I don't know, that is quite different than what we've been seeing. I would imagine, guys, that they can't roll in there with that. They've got to bring somebody in, or somebody's in.
100%.
To be honest, you're looking at Hader. We'll see, but they've got Hader and Abreu, and maybe there's some additions in that bullpen. Yainer Diaz, Walker obviously is going to be here. Altuve is getting older. Pena, you hope he can build off this year. They've got Correa, Paredes, maybe Dubon comes back. They've got Myers, Cam Smith, Cole, Sanchez in the outfield. We'll see where they want to go with Jordan. You're starting to look at the guys that they have right now. That looks like a roster that's maybe taken a step back from, as you said, what we've grown accustomed to watching. That right there as it sits. Jim Crane and obviously Dana Brown would have to do things to add, but I'll be honest, there are some significant things, and they would have to spend money or make trades or give up assets in a way that it doesn't seem like they've been really wanting to do here of late to really add to this team.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I think that's why, look, I was surprised by the success they had this season, because when you let Bregman walk away and you trade away Kyle Tucker, I thought that was their acknowledgement of we're kind of packing it in and rebuilding and starting over and building a new foundation. And then that's why they did a soft rebuild, because they still wanted to be competitive and try to win this year, and they had a really good year. But, yeah, you look at this roster. They have a lot of holes that they do need to plug, and they have to spend some money. And I'll also say, I think a big problem with this Astros team has been, I like Dana Brown, but they have gone down. They have decreased in victories each of his 3 years.
You're right.
They're going in the. I think if we were to trace this back of like when did this happen or when did this start, it's when you fire your GM after winning a World Series. And now, since then, they've gotten worse every year since. And you look at this roster, I mean, it's a shell, just simply talking about the talent on the roster, not the specific names, but the talent. It's a shell of what it was 3 years ago when they were the best team in baseball. So they're going in the wrong direction, and they're going to need a pretty big offseason. I mean, look, they might get close to 90 wins this year. They might still sneak into the playoffs. They're not a bad team, but there's still a lot of work to be done when you want to try to compare them to even the Mariners or the Yankees or the way the Tigers played until 2 weeks ago. The top teams in the American League that you're going to compete with, I think there's a big gap in talent. We were wondering how the Astros were pulling this off with the guys in the lineup. I know a lot of that was injuries, but the talent just is not there like it was a couple years ago or like some of the other teams in the AL currently have.
Yeah, I see some people in there, losing Framber is a good thing. Listen, I understand the frustrations with Framber, but, I mean, you could, as he is doing business again, Framber, you could, and even with how bad he is playing, the second half of this season, Framber Valdez, you could pencil in, all right, Framber's going to throw somewhere near 200 innings. Framber is going to, have an ERA anywhere from, 2.5 to 3.5, under 4. And he's virtually out there all the time and every start and making 30-plus starts. And for the most part, he's been a top 10 Cy Young finisher. That's a big
ERA. I mean, he's been probably the most underrated starting pitcher the last 4 years in really all of baseball, I would say. So, yes, it is going to be tough to replace. And you mentioned that potential starting rotation next year. I mean, all you have is Hunter Brown and then a lot of questions. I would not feel great about any of those other arms in the rotation. And I know Framber's been dreadful here the second half of the season prior to today.
Yep. He's just struck out another.
Yeah, he did. He's cruising.
Good God.
But he was great for the first half of the season. And they won whatever it was, like 10 straight of his starts or whatever that streak was earlier this year. And he's been consistently good. So I know we feel different about him now than we did even 2 months ago, but it is going to be a big loss to try to replace. And they're going to have, as of now, they're going to try to replace him with like an A.J. Blueball, as you said, or a Jason Alexander. And those guys, they're just not on the same level.
Not the level.
No.
They're going to have to go out and get somebody.
Absolutely.
Right. They're going to have to
a couple guys, yeah.
Yeah. All right, coming up, we will give you the Framber update as the Astros are looking to try to get themselves back in the wild card race. They are down a game, really 2 games to the Tigers because they don't have the tiebreaker with 4 to play. They're doing their part today as they are avoiding the sweep. We'll get you caught up with what Framber is doing. And also, Hatgate. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Ready? It's must-win territory for the Texans.
exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 99 in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here. Buffalo Wild Wings, clap it up. You can. There you go. I knew he was going to bring it right there. I could see it in that guy's eyes. He was going to bring it. As we are live here on a Thirsty Thursday, congratulations to our first winner. Again, if you're in here, we still have more prizes for you to win, including in the 5 o'clock hour, a cornhole set, bags and all, courtesy of our good friends at Bud Light. Shout out to the Bud Light girls. I see them walking around and hooking folks up with some Bud Light merch. So congratulations to you all who have been able to do that. Thanks to our good friends at Bud Light and here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Again, we are at the Spring location right off Grand Parkway in Spring, so come on out and hang out with us. Update here, Framber Valdez has completed 6 innings. He gave up a home run, Luke, despite having to throw extra pitches because, I mean, I think Jose Altuve just wanted to allow a gentleman just to run the bases for the A's, who at least stand on the bases. But he was able to get out of things, and they continue to lead now 9-1. He is 6 innings, and he's got 8 strikeouts on 1 earned run with 2 walks. So he is cut loose of those dreads, and that has changed the game for him. And the Astros, they need to keep winning, right? It feels like they have to win out. They're 1 game behind the Tigers, but it's really 2 because of the tiebreaker. They have to finish ahead of the Tigers. The Tigers are, you think the Astros are collapsing. The collapse that the Tigers are in right now, they were double-digit games up. I would say
it's historical, man.
No, seriously, fellas, they've been between 7.5 and 12 games up for months, and now the Guardians have tracked them down. Shout out to our guy Bob, who's a Cleveland Guardians fan. They have tracked them down. They've won 11 or 12 straight themselves.
Yep.
To take over the lead, and now they got a 2-game lead in the Central, and now the Tigers are just trying to until Framber cut loose of those dreads and those extensions, I think they were going to be all right. But now it's a different ball game. It's a different Astros team.
That's right. That's right.
It's a completely different Astros team.
Yeah, this would be the largest choke in baseball history. No team has ever lost a division after having a lead of more than 15 games, and the Tigers were up 15.5 games on, I think it was July 8th. And now, as you said, they're in second place. This has just been horrendous.
Yeah, it's a 9-game losing streak right now, and they're finding ways to lose. Their Cy Young pitcher is snapping balls to first base between his legs and snapping them over their heads. It's just a crazy situation. All right, let's get into a little football talk. And, of course, football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Sylvester Stallone, you may know him as Sly, is back in the original hit series Tulsa King. This season, Dwight faces his most dangerous adversary yet, forcing him to fight for everything he's built and to protect his empire. Watch the new season of Tulsa King, now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus. All right, Tyler, can you play the hat situation? Because yesterday, C.J. Stroud was confronted in the press conference. Maybe I'd say confronted. That feels a little divisive. He was just asked the question about outside noise and the hat that he wears. Mariners had on once, which I know several people had some issues, and it's really weird now that the Mariners have now won the West after after the Astros were leading at the time. And then he had on a Yankees hat in the post game, and it was brought up there. Here was CJ's response to that.
Yeah, I don't see none of it. I'm not on social media. And yeah, I honestly, that everybody has, like the right to their opinion. If they don't like what I wear, I would just not look at it if I was them. So I'm gonna wear what I want. And I don't think I'm being disrespectful. If I was being disrespectful, then that's a whole different, case. But at the end of the day, everybody's entitled to their opinion. I'm all good. But yeah, I just don't really pay attention to it. I just try to just focus on what I can control and focus on the people who pour into me and around me. So yeah.
All right, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Did you have any problem with this entire situation, how he handled it there? Did you have any problem with him wearing a Yankees hat? What's your thoughts on that? Tyler, I know you have felt strongly about this. I've seen many of you text in, tweet in, and your feelings about him in that hat. Is this a problem for you, Tyler?
The hat just by itself, the Mariners lid and then the Yankees hat, it's not necessarily a problem, but it's annoying as hell. And it makes me wonder and think, just how much awareness this quarterback we got in UB0, if it's truly just, I don't care, shield your eyes, don't look at me, just deal with it. If that's truly the case, it's either ignorance, he's oblivious, or he just don't care, or a combination of some of them. It's not necessarily a problem, not near as big a problem as the offense in general on the field and CJ included,
yeah.
but it's just, man, it's just be aware, just know your audience. Know that the sports fans of Houston, Texas have a crap ton of passion, especially for the Astros, and you are wearing lids not only of just different teams, but two different teams that are sports hated in this city, especially the Yankees,
Let me ask you this, because I know, and I know, Luke, you're in a similar vein. Tyler, do you think he is doing it on purpose to piss you off? Do you think he is doing it as a shot to Texans fans or Houston fans?
I considered that as a possibility for the very first time when he wore the Yankees hat last week, whenever I saw him walk up to the podium.
So you questioned the Yankees one?
If I had to answer right now, I'm going to say no and give him the benefit of the doubt. I'd like to think he's not displaying that kind of turdish behavior. But when he walked up with the Yankees hat after we had gone through the Mariners thing, I was like, all right, this guy, he's got to know what he's doing. He's got it.
I'll be honest with you. It's not that big of a deal to me at all. I mean, I don't think he's doing it in a way to try to be an ass. Now, I could see myself answering that question very similar. In fact, I feel like I have probably said something in the ballpark of that while on this job in the last 5+ years when people have tried to push me into that cornered Badger stage that I can get into. But I think, though, he probably could have handled it better than if you don't like what I wear, look the other way, and I'm gonna wear what I wear. I don't think he should change anything because I don't think it's malicious. But I think he probably could have handled that part a little bit better. But I don't know, man. It's just not a bother to me because I don't think he's doing it in a way to be an ass. I think he's just wearing the clothes he wants to wear, and that's not a big thing to me.
I agree with you on that point. I don't think there's anything malicious behind it, but still, I don't.
Some people do. There are people texting who think that he's mad at what's happening and mad at the fan base, and he's wearing that to throw it in their face.
I'm not there yet. Yeah. If it continues, maybe you could convince me. But so far, no. I don't share that opinion.
Yeah, if he walks up with a John Stockton Utah Jazz jersey,
well, that's just cool. Come on.
If he comes in with one of those, if he wears an Aaron Judge jersey, then Tyler, I might be able to get with you. But no, I just don't. I don't even think he's thinking about it that, and I don't think he should have to think about it that way. Would you be pissed if he had on a Dodgers hat?
Yes.
Even though that's where he's from?
Yeah.
If that's where he's from his hometown?
Yeah, you got to wear it while you're in Houston at least. Wear it when you're back in California.
Why?
That's cool.
Give me that. Why? So you believe he has to for him as the quarterback, you think he has to let all of that, anything else go?
Yeah, I think it has to be really Houston only. Houston only teams. Support Houston teams. When you're the quarterback and you're supposed to be the leader of the team. And we touched on this earlier. If it was a different player, different position, I probably wouldn't feel so strongly about it. But when you're the quarterback and you're representing the franchise and in some ways even the city from a sports aspect, and you're standing up at that podium, I think you have to wear Houston-based hats or just generic hats. You can't go up there with other cities or other sports teams. And again, I don't think it's malicious, but I think it's kind of poor judgment. And I acknowledge this is a little bit of a reach on my part, but for my quarterback, I want good decision-making and good judgment, and I don't think this falls in that category of showing up there with these hats. First time I can maybe excuse, but it was a story when he wore the Mariners hat. And he does it again with the Yankees. Now he answers questions. If he does it a third time after it's already become a story at the press conference, then even more so I have a problem with it. Like, what are we doing here? Now you're making stories too. Show up with a Houston hat.
See, I can't, God to honest, just listening to you two say that, and Tyler, you know me a little bit. I can be stubborn. Now there's a deal of you're telling me what I need to wear. Push what I'm wearing into in some way how I can lead the team or be a good quarterback. And I think that's stupid. So then I could see myself doubling down because
I get that.
That is like right now, the way that CJ responded to that, fellas, I think he's like, what the?
Yeah, he's like Michael Scott when Pam says, "Stop dating my mom," and he says, "I'm going to date her even harder." And this is what he's going to lean into it.
Yeah.
He's going to lean into it even harder now, probably. But yeah,
how the turns table.
That's right. No, I don't love it. I don't love it. There's plenty of hats you can wear that support this area in Houston, or there's plenty of generic non-sports hats that you can wear. And as the quarterback and the face of the franchise and the leader, I just don't like it. And I do agree with a lot of the texts that have come in that are saying, if this was 2023 and he was playing like that, it's probably not of a big deal. And that's probably not fair, but I'm with that too, that you look past a lot of things when you're having success. So I think right now,
I was going to say, if he were 3-0, would this bother you as much?
I'd probably let it slide a little more.
But it would still.
I wouldn't like it, but I don't think I wouldn't care as much.
Would it bother you, Tyler? Would you be up at is the poor play a part of your issue with this? Or would you just be Tyler no, I don't I just hate it.
Well, that's kind of like what was a part of my thinking and my frustration with the whole Yankees hat is because where my mind went is, okay, I think he might know now what he's doing, and the only reason he'd be doing it has been so poor, and the reaction to that from the fans and the community and the Texans being 0-3 and how crappy they've looked. And it was a thought of, is he being this petty? That would be a petty-ass move. Now, I moved past it. I don't think that's the case. But you know what I mean? The bad play, the bad football was a kind of a big factor into that thinking for me because I thought he maybe was just being petty about it.
Interesting. As this thing is rolling through, we done blown right through this thing. This thing is rolling. So many people are texting in on this thing. It's interesting. Someone feels like he's trolling Houston. There's no way he doesn't know after the Mariners hat.
Right.
And he chooses that hat. I would say the Yankees hat's a very popular hat.
It is.
A lot of people.
It is.
A lot of people get that.
Yeah. By the way, last thing I'll say, because I know we got to get to a break. I see a lot of texts saying, the last time I checked, we live in America. Yeah, I know, but there's still rules you have to follow. There's certain things we can't say on the radio in this role. There's certain things that our bosses wouldn't want us to wear. And I know that's not necessarily apples to apples, but it's similar, too, that when you're the face of a franchise or you're the face of a sports fandom in a city, I think there's certain things you can and cannot do, and you shouldn't be wearing hats of other cities or other teams.
Now, if he pulls up in a Cowboys hat, I got you. All right, coming up, 5 o'clock fire, as we'll get you caught up with the Astros and the Texans injury report. That's coming up next.
Thursday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. The Cardinals and Seahawks fight for NFC West bragging rights in Phoenix starting tonight at 7 on your home for the NFL. Sports Radio 610.
need you to listen up, man. Lewis Flory over at Ability Tree Experts. He's who you need to have on speed dial, right? I mean, you need a plan to make sure that those trees get the care that they deserve, whatever weather Texas throws at them next. We don't know if it's going to be a freeze. We don't know if it's going to be a drought. We don't know if it's going to be high winds from a hurricane. Either way it goes, Lewis Flory and Ability Tree Experts, they can give you the best chance, or at least give your trees the best chance to survive that weather. Lewis travels 175 to 200 miles a day, 4 days a week for 48 years. Y'all do the math. That's over 1.5 million miles around the city of Houston and right here on the Gulf Coast, caring for trees. And it's easy. You call Lewis Flory, you call Ability Trees. He comes out, he diagnoses everything on your property. If there's a problem, he'll address it. If not, it could be something as simple as trimming and pruning those trees so the wind passes through and doesn't blow up against. And then we're off and running here. Ability Tree Experts, 2814.
the new iPhone 17 Pro, designed to be the most powerful iPhone ever, with eligible phone trade-in and unlimited ultimate, any condition guaranteed. Best 5G 25 rights reserved. Trade-in and additional terms apply for all offers. See Verizon.com for details.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
You're gonna get hard.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, who's not in today, but Luke. Luke Murrow is in the building. Show and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, a.k.a. the producer. Or the face that produces the place. Tyler Milner. One day I'll get that. We're in the building here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Thirsty Thursday here, live in spring, right off Grand Parkway. Make your way on out here. We're still hooking folks up in the 5 o'clock hour. We got prizes for you to win. All you got to do is put your name in our raffle box, and you got a chance to win. All right, the Astros are playing inspired. Christian Walker, he just went deep, and he's inspired. They're up 11-1. And all of this is due to Framber Valdez. Framber Valdez in what may be his final start. Tyler, I swear to God, we said this was going to happen, Luke. We said it. He's gone 7 innings, 10 strikeouts, one earned run on a home run, and 2 walks.
Spoke it into existence.
I don't know. This has to rank up there near one of his best performances of the season.
One of ours,
it has
too.
To be. The last time we've remembered seeing him, the guy have it game, the season's on the line, Framber Valdez comes through, and I'm being silly, but whatever spark it could be, maybe the hair is not a spark, I think it is, but whatever spark it could be, Luke, they're 1 game back, really 2 games back of the Tigers, but the Tigers are in a bigger collapse than the Astros are right now. And if they win this game and the Tigers lose today, they will then pull to a game, or they will be tied with really a game back because they need to finish ahead of the Tigers due to them being behind in the tiebreaker. But they're really back in this thing if they can win and the Tigers can continue to fall apart. And maybe this is the game that gives them the juice to get it going. They got 3 more against the Angels after this.
You'd like to think this gets them going. They've been so lifeless lately, and then you go out and you score 11 runs today, and everyone feels good, and winning is the best medicine. And you go on and take a bad Angels team that they've been checked out for a few weeks now, so you should be able to stack some wins. Hope you get some help from the fading Tigers. It's just the fact, though, that you come into this situation today, you have to make up 2 games in just 4 days. So. Yeah, the chips are somewhat stacked against you. And the other part, too, is that the Tigers play the Red Sox this weekend, and the Red Sox magic number is 1. So if they win tonight, they'll be in the playoffs. Now, you could talk about seeding, the different wild card spots, but, they might prefer to just line up their playoff regardless of where they might be playing. And so my point being, you don't know, even though the Tigers are fading, you don't know what you're going to get from the Red Sox against the Tigers this weekend. And
I'm guessing they'll throw Skubal out there one more time.
He's supposed to start Sunday.
Yeah.
But, for example, the Red Sox are already talking about not pitching their ace. They're not going to pitch Crochet this weekend.
Yeah, he just
save him for Game 1, and then they might not pitch Giolito, their second starter, on Sunday, and save him for the playoffs. So, point being, you just don't know what you're going to get with that help. And right now the Astros have put themselves in a position where they're going to need a little bit of help. Even if they win out, they're not going to necessarily be in the playoffs. So I would imagine this revitalizes them a little bit, but it's still a tough spot to make up 2 games in 4 days.
Especially, I just hope the Tigers make this interesting. And the Astros too. But I hope the Tigers make this thing interesting and it comes down to something towards the end of the weekend. So we'll see. But they are a Framber, and to be honest, what Framber has been more times than not in his career here with the Astros. He gave us that performance, and he had it all rolling today. 10 strikeouts. The curveball was going. We'll see if he goes back out in the 8th. But he goes 7 innings, 10 strikeouts, and what may be his final start with the Astros. So Also, some other news here. Jeremy Pena, he was not in the lineup again today. Imaging revealed he has a left oblique strain. He has not played since the weekend. It was announced that Luis Garcia will miss the 2026 season. They've already announced that he had surgery again on that pitching arm, so they're going to be without him. So that is the latest there. We'll keep you updated here as the Astros are looking to salvage a win here in this series against the A's and put themselves back in it for the wild card.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Astros, they're trying to take care of business, and now the Texans are trying to take care of business and get their first win as well against the Titans this weekend. Let's head to the injury report here, and the big news that we could sit and look at is Derek Stingley Jr. The rest of it, Titus Howard, who missed yesterday with illness, he was a full participant. Nico Collins, full participant. Jake Andrews, who started last week, coming off that high ankle sprain he had against the Rams, he was limited. Jakob Johnson, the fullback, and Derek Stingley are the only ones who did not participate in practice this week. Obviously, the Derek Stingley Jr. one, that is the major one there because he is arguably their best defensive player. He was an all-pro and a shutdown corner that you can do a lot of different things with. He is one of those guys, Luke, that if you don't have him, he changes the way that you have to play defense because you can't use his replacement the way you would use him.
Yeah, certainly. It's as we've already been talking throughout the afternoon as we look ahead to Sunday's matchup with the Titans, that this is probably the 1 week in the entire schedule, or the 2 times you face the Titans, where you could get by. You would like to think, knock on wood, you could get by without being at full strength, specifically on defense against this Titans offense. They're last in yards per play. They've struggled as much on offense as the Texans. Their offensive line's been terrible. Cam Ward has not been able to get on the same page as his receivers. So, you hope you have everybody back for the following week because as soon as you finish with the Titans, you have another tough stretch of opponents coming up.
Yep.
But
the Ravens. Yep.
Yeah, Ravens, Seahawks, 49ers. So it doesn't get any easier after this Sunday. But you hope at home against the Titans. I mean, somehow look, the Texans are 0-3, and somehow they're 7-point favorites this weekend. So. As bad as they've played, Vegas sees a big difference still between these two teams.
Yeah.
So you'd like to think you can survive without some of that help on the back end. But beyond this weekend, if you were to lose Stingley for any longer, that's a huge loss.
Yeah, it is. And, this game, as you said, Calvin Ridley, him and Cam have not had a great connection thus far. And this is a game that you feel like you can get through without Derek Stingley. By the way, for the Titans, J.C. Latham did not practice for a second straight day. Their tackle, Kevin Zeitler, the guard, he was limited for a second straight day. And Cam Ward, who was limited yesterday, he was a full participant with an ankle and calf injury. So that is the institute when it comes to the Tennessee Titans.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, it has been made official from the Houston Rockets, Luke, that Fred VanVleet, their guard, underwent successful surgery to repair his ACL in his right knee. The thought is that this is going to end his season, and we talked about this a bit, and I do think it is, to me, one of the first things that I thought about when you kind of saw this was going to be a longer injury, and that is there is a certain level of importance of Fred VanVleet. What is that level of importance for Fred? And is that level of importance something that is so high that changes your expectations for the Rockets? Because, yes, if Kevin Durant, for some reason, had to miss something, that would change it. Şengün, that would change it. To me, Amin Thompson, that would change it. Does Fred VanVleet fit into that role where it changes what your expectations were for the season?
He does, yeah, he does for me. And admittedly, it might be more of a playoff concern than the course of a regular season. And I mentioned this earlier, but Vegas dropped their win total by 3, so Vegas feels like this is worth 3 wins. But for me, it's a bigger concern in the playoffs. Like, I think the Rockets will be fine throughout the regular season. They'll be one of the better teams in the Western Conference. They'll find a way to survive and win a bunch of games. But I think you need a lot of good ball handlers in the playoffs, more than one. And this was my concern, this position entering the season, even with Fred VanVleet. And now you take him away. It's just such a bigger concern for me because I do not like the idea of relying on Reed Sheppard, who, by the way, played half as many minutes last year as the average lottery pick, and for a reason, but also that puts him behind some development. And I also don't like the other idea of Amen Thompson as your point guard. I don't think that is your best offensive setup. So that's another part of it for me, is you lose the shooting, you lose that veteran leadership, you lose that floor general. I think it hurts you in spacing for your offense, but more so it's just because I don't think you have a great backup plan at that guard position. So when you lose Fred VanVleet, I think it really hurts this roster. Again, you get through the regular season, but come playoff time, I think that's when they're really going to feel that loss, unless Reed Sheppard really takes a step forward and steps up this year. Something like that.
Yeah, he's got to. I think Reed Sheppard and Amen Thompson, to me, are the answers there, especially in the lineup. Right. I think the most. To me, I'd rather move Amen Thompson than to bring like a Holiday in the starting lineup. For me personally, and then. But when you move him in, that means you had to add shooting somewhere.
Yes.
And to me, Reed Sheppard makes sense. And those two guys, if they can go and they can play, it's time. Yeah, I mean, you drafted him number 3 overall, and this is a team that struggled shooting on the floor. Udoka didn't trust. Now, Udoka's also got to come to the table and give some leeway to what he trusts and what he doesn't. Right, he's got to give the kid a chance as well. But if you put him in, then also offset it with his shooting of Reed Sheppard. That to me is the best scenario. And then you see, I think, where you are once you get into the season. And if you do need to make a move, somebody brought up the name Drew Holiday in here. Maybe that's one. He's in Portland. They're going to suck. I mean, there may be some other guys around that could be a thing here that you could bring in. I don't think you need to make any major moves yet, but to me, Amen Thompson, Reed Sheppard, seeing what they bring to the table is what makes the most sense to me.
I'm with you on not making a move yet. Yeah, go into the season, see what you have in Reed Sheppard and Amen at point guard before you decide to do anything, because for all we know, that might be a great option. There was an article written about how this could be almost a blessing in disguise, because you get to see now what you have in those two players in that role, and that might, for all we know, be better for this offense. We'll see. So I'm just not as high on those options. And Reed Sheppard, he was counted on to be the backup this year, and now suddenly you might have to thrust him into being the leader of this offense while trying to go win a championship. I think that's a big step up. I think that's asking a lot from him right now, and I don't know if he's capable of doing that. So, unfortunately, I think it's a huge loss for the Rockets. It's not going to I think it's going to make things a lot tougher come playoff time.
All right, coming up as we continue here, Thursday, Buffalo Wild Wings in spring. Just the frustration, the thing that is so frustrating right now, I believe I've got it for Texans fans. We'll discuss that next.
The Drive is live on a Football Friday. Join the guys at Pop, Stroke, and Katie tomorrow afternoon from 2 to 6. Stop by, pick up your limited edition Area 45 pint glass. Enter for your chance to win the ultimate tailgate package plus other incredible prizes. And get ready for Sunday's must-win division matchup with Tennessee. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday. Supported by Tom Ball Ford. We'll see you there.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Houston, let me get your ears one time. You don't want to miss this one right here. Jiffy Lube's got a
You always step up, and we appreciate you. Thanks, Houston Kids.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 99 in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. Clap it up here as we are in here live here at Buffalo Wild Wings. And it is a good crowd out here. Man, my man Dodger Mike's in the building. He's excited. The Dodgers, I guess they did it again, Tyler. They won their division. And he's in here fired up. We'll see
I'm
what
going to tell you,
happens
Dodger fans are the worst.
We'll see what happens with their bullpen coming up in the postseason. But they clinch as that time of year is happening. The Mariners last night clinched the AL West. Breaking that streak of the Astros, and then maybe the Astros have a chance to clinch as they are up 11-3 in the ninth inning behind Framber Valdez's turn back the clock performance today. But it is that time of the year, Luke.
Yeah, that time of year when everyone realizes how out of shape Clayton Kershaw is.
Was that him putting on the shirt?
Did you see that guy?
I saw your face.
Gosh.
I saw. Oh my God, that was terrible.
He took his shirt off on the field in front of everybody, and it's like, man, this is a Hall of Fame pitcher.
You are awful, Luke. God, Tyler, I wish you would have seen Luke's face. It was just mean. It was the best.
Munch almost came out.
I did. I'm not gonna lie. I thought that was the bullpen. I didn't know that was Clayton.
He's not just fat. Well, he's big.
Keep the undershirt on.
Hey, let me ask y'all this: 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. I mean, we can go off the rails. Do you all think, Tyler? You can go first. Do y'all think baseball celebrates too much? You think they do it too much?
I say no, just because of that 162-game season.
Yeah, they hit it at every turn, right? When you win whoever wins the 3-game wild card set, it is champagne rolling around.
Yeah.
Then they do it after every round.
Right.
I mean,
They haven't won anything yet. The worst is like for the teams. I think the Astros have gotten to this point now. But like when the Yankees do it, if you're the Twins or somebody. Celebrate a first round. Okay, the Twins haven't had much playoff success. But when you're the Yankees having like a champagne shower because you won the wild card round.
Like they did the other, or just got in on the wild.
Yeah, or just got it. You clinched a playoff spot. They celebrate when they clinch a playoff spot. Then if they win the division. Then if they win the first round. Then the second. Act like you've been there before. So I'm all for celebrating some small victories in life. I get it. Things are hard. Celebrate the wins. But in baseball, yeah, I think it becomes too much.
They get hats and T-shirts at every one of those, don't they?
I think so. That's what I always love, the fans who walk around with like the AL West shirt, especially for a year when you win the World Series. That's the shirt.
The Rockets are in, not the conference, the division. Are they in like the Southeast? Whatever it was,
I don't even know
they
anymore.
won it. They should have went off last year. They should have celebrated winning that. Oh my God! Yeah, it gets a little aggressive to me. They're just out here banging out.
Yeah, celebrate to Tyler's point. It's a long season. You want to celebrate winning the division. That's totally fine with me. But like you just said, it's every round of it's like you won the World Series every round of the playoffs. Like the job's not done. You got to go win a World Series. Don't celebrate because you won the first round.
That is a great point. Like the celebrations are on par to what the World Series celebration is.
Yeah.
It's not a difference. That is, it is very aggressive. It is very aggressive. All right, listen. As we get going here on a Thirsty Thursday, remember tomorrow the drive will be out live at Pop Stroke in Katy. So go out and hang out on a Football Friday. You'll be able to get the 4th glass, the Area 45 commemorative glass, and you can have the full 4-glass set going out tomorrow, amongst other prizes, including tickets to a future Texans game, courtesy of our good friends with Houston Ford Dealers. So going out tomorrow, again, Football Friday, which gets going 2 o'clock tomorrow, Pop Stroke in Katy. All right, listen, the Texans may get this thing turned around, and trust me, I hope they do. This is not fun covering this. This is not fun. I hope and many fans leave with each week that passes. So I hope they do turn it around. But I'm telling you what, fellas, I really don't care what happens moving forward. Luke, I will never understand how they came to the conclusion that they came to in terms of fixing the offense. From the offensive line to firing Bobby Slowick and replacing him with who they replaced him with, the whole thought process of how they replaced him, to keeping the entire staff virtually, with the exception of Bobby Slowick and Chris Strausser, promoting the assistant offensive line coach to coach the offensive line, which was the clear part they needed help with. And everybody in and on that offensive line, and how they changed it and what they brought in and the resources that they brought. I will never, ever understand how what I believe to be that many smart people. I think D'Amico's a really good football mind. I think Nick Caserio is a good football mind, right? We've seen some of the moves they've made, and whoever else was involved. I will not ever get over how they all sat in a room and said, all right, this is the plan of attack. And they arrived to the place they arrived. All the way to Nick Chubb. All of that, I am about how they came to this scenario.
Yeah, I'm with you. My whole point all offseason was a lot of people were predicting the Texans to go 10-7 again this year. And so that'd be 3 straight years of no improvement in the win total. And for me, that's a loss. And those predictions were based off of the offseason. I think the Texans are really wasting this opportunity or this window of having this young quarterback that you haven't had to pay yet. And I don't understand. It's not armchair quarterback. It's not hindsight. I was saying at the time, I'm sure you guys were as well, a lot of people on this station were. I did not understand the offseason and the moves of relying on a couple of rookies that weren't top draft picks to try to bolster your offense, or relying on, like you said, these guys that they brought in on the offensive line, where I like the moves, the initial moves to start the turnover on the offensive line, shedding the guys.
I don't have a problem with moving on from Tunzel.
But then you have to have a good plan B, a good backup of, okay, we're going to move on to go get X, Y, and Z instead of what they ended up with. And then even the play calling. That was something I said at the time. You need a veteran play caller. You just went through this with Bobby Slowick, a first-time guy with the connection to D'Amico. Now you go a first-time guy with a connection to Nick Caserio. And I think that's been the biggest blunder of the offseason. I think it's been a disaster, and now suddenly people are wishing Bobby Slowick was back, which is something I never thought would have happened about 2 months ago. So I did not like it as it was unfolding in the offseason, and I certainly still don't get it now, the offseason plan and what they chose to do. I think the offensive side of the football, I think, is worse than it was last year. So, what are we doing?
And Luke, that's the part about it where I can see fans becoming very concerned, because the natural thought is, man, D'Amico said, like, hey, we want to take this thing to the next level. We want to go and move to. We were at a certain place where Bobby Slowick took them, but we want to go to the next level. And then they sat down with that plan of attack, with a quarterback still on his rookie deal, letting go of Laramie Tunzel, and then that money off the potentially off the books, getting cheaper there, with resources where they could have filled in the draft and free agency. And they sat down and said, we want to go to the next level. This here, this is how we get there. And you got to be sitting there as fans like, good God, well, are we going to allow them to do it again? Like, this is what they thought was the next level? Because let's just be honest, man, if you say it out loud, you would look at that and say, well, that's not going to be a team competing for, the AFC Championship game. Like,
no.
Like when you look at the route that they looked at and said, this this is the fit. That isn't, as you said, like they're worse clearly off, and there's not a great sign to make you think that they're going to do it, that they're going to improve it from what it was last year. That is, I will never understand that. I will never understand how those smart football people, sat in a room together and said, all right, we're going to let go of Tunsil. Bet, we got to change this thing. What are we doing? Let's bring in Cam Robinson, Laken Tomlinson, Ed Ingram, and Andrews.
Yeah. And
not draft but one offensive lineman in the second round. That is baffling to me, and I will never understand it. I will never, ever understand it. All right, coming up, T-Mill's best bets. I do not have to make a bet because T-Mill went off last night, and he's back, baby. He's back. He's back in the green, and we're getting close to being in the green for the week. We'll get you his best bets. I'm certain they will have a Thursday night football flavor to them. And look, Framber Valdez may have pitched his last game as an Astro. We'll talk about his legacy and get you updated on what's happening as they are still playing right now. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
Tyler Miller says he's still real optimistic.
Surprising is an understatement. The Texans have officially
Houston Cougars men's hoops versus Florida State December 6th. Get tickets at ToyotaCenter.com.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings off 99 in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as people are coming out, enjoying their Thursday, winding down, shout out to you all who have been we've had a group, they've been here the whole time. We've had a group that's been rolling with us the entire time. I see you over there. We got old Spank and Spank Jr. in the building. They're doing their thing, and the family over there, they won the cornhole set. It's been a good time going on out here as we are live here in Spring. Buffalo Wild Wings Thirsty Thursdays. There you go. Every single Thursday you can catch The Drive on the road at a Buffalo Wild Wings near you. Tomorrow, as we go through another Football Friday, it looks like Katie Drive will be live, and Katie Popstroke, come on out and hang out with us and do your thing. Tyler, you got a little. Hey, there it is. There it is. It's the Astros. Joe was forced to have to go get his closer, but they did win this game 11-5.
Ain't that?
There it is. And you know what that means, Luke? Tyler needs 2 more wins. Tyler needs two more wins for his season win total bet to come through. He needs it bad. He needs 2 out of 3 in these last 3 games against the Red Sox. I'm sorry, against the Angels. The Tigers are playing the Red Sox against the Angels. They have now climbed to a half-game lead of the Tigers as they are facing a collapse themselves right now. They've lost 9 in a row. So the Astros a half game out. If the Tigers lose, they will have the same record. Remember, though, the Astros need to finish above the Tigers because the Tigers have the tiebreaker right now. Framber Valdez, we'll get to him a little bit more here in a bit, but he had a fantastic outing. If this is his last start with the Astros, he went out the way that he pitched, I would say the majority of the time, even though he frustrated the hell out of people. Framber Valdez goes out. The first thing he did was a selfless act of understanding his team needed a spark. But then he came out and goes 7 innings, 10 strikeouts, 1 run over those 7 innings, and he was fantastic today. And it was just, hey, fellas, you are not losing today. Jump on my back. And then, of course, they scored 11 runs as well. So a huge performance from Framber Valdez today, what may be his final start as a Houston Astro. Before we get to him, Luke, coming up behind us, remember Texans All Access. The Hall of Famer will be there to preview the Texans and the Titans game, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. And then after they get done, 7 o'clock, Thursday Night Football, courtesy of Westwood One, the Arizona Cardinals will be hosting the Seattle Seahawks in an NFC West battle of 2 teams with winning records. So that'll be one to watch. And then T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in just a bit. But getting back to Framber Valdez, Luke Morrow, who has been in great today for Clint. Luke, if this is his last start, which I think it will be, unless the Astros go on a playoff or get into a run and they get into the playoffs, because I just don't see them re-signing and bringing him back. I'd be surprised on that. It is weird, man. He has been a great player for this team since he's been here. And I've said this, and I said it earlier, and I've said I think Yordan Alvarez is the only player for the Houston Astros since Framber Valdez has been here that had at their job that Framber has. If you go look at it, man, this guy's got 4 or 5 top 10 Cy Young finishes. He has been consistent in a way, even though you don't think of him as that. But every year, you know this guy's going to be around 200 innings. If this is his final start, he's up above 190 this year, 200 innings, high strikeouts, and he's going to be there for 30-plus starts. And he's going to have an ERA anywhere from 2.5 to under 4, right? So, like, that is what he has been. And still with that, Luke, he has been, I would say, a big game pitcher. Now, he's had some big duds in the postseason, too. But he's had big starts and big game pitchers. And he's come up big in big moments. Who will forget that Game 5 that he had in Boston when they needed him, and he goes 8 innings and shut him down his whole run in 22. But still within that, helping them win a championship, going to another, being what I just said, it seems like he has a weird legacy. And he has a legacy that I don't know if Astros fans look at him in a positive light the way his resume reads.
I'm with you. I agree. It's all based off of really the last, 2 to 3 months.
Oh, that's ridiculous if that is what it is. Man,
I think that's what it is. I don't think we're having this conversation back in May this year. Even though we all expected him to be on his way out. And I think, I guess, bittersweetness with that of him leaving, no extension, Astros not willing to pay for him, or not going to get anything for him.
You think that affected him?
I think so. I don't know how much, but I think to at least a certain extent the idea of no contract extension and, just no future in Houston, playing out the string this year, pitching this season, and then going to see what's in the open market. And I said earlier, and this might be ridiculous, but maybe it's just a coincidence, but that's when the slide began, was at the trade deadline, when you can make a case that, hey, if you're the Astros, like you're just going to let him walk this offseason, maybe you trade him now and get something for him. And then
might have helped him.
Yeah. And when that came and went, and he's like, all right, I'm here for the next couple months, and then whatever free agency brings. He's been, prior to today, he had been terrible. 7 ERA, and they'd won 1 of his 11 starts. And then he showed up and pitched great today without the hair. So maybe just a coincidence, but that happened at the trade deadline. So, yeah, I think that's all been part of it. I mean, he pitched really well to start the year, so I can't say it was a problem for him all year, and it might not have played a big role. But I think all players don't like that uncertainty, or don't like the team being willing to commit to them. And I think just simply based off of the last 2 to 3 months, I think he knocked himself down a few pegs in the eyes of a lot of Astro fans, not just with the way he pitched, but all the other stuff that came with it, the dramatics throughout this season. Right. With the whole catcher situation, whether you believe it's intentional or not.
How he handled his frustrations with the
defensive alignment and backing up home and calling out people, in the post game and such. So yeah, I think based on how he's carried himself on and off the field here throughout this season.
I hope time helps with Astros fans, because you don't win a championship without him. The 1 in 22, like there was nobody else that you wanted on the mound. Nobody else that you wanted on the mound that year. You don't win a championship there. Like Verlander was struggling. Lance was coming back from injury and on his way to injury. Like he was your money guy. And again, like his claim to me, the fame was 26 straight starts of quality starts, which was insane. Mm-hmm. Like that just sounds crazy to even think it's doable. I hope time helps Framber Valdez. That is his second win since July 22nd today. Good guy.
Yeah,
by the way,
2 months.
Tyler got on the horse today, baby. The Astros came through. He had been staying away from the Astros on bets. He wasn't even opening up their lines at today. He's back, baby.
It's true.
I saw him. He had money on Framber on them strikeouts, and made some other money. Let's do it now, then. Let's head to it. As T-Mill last night, baby. He went 3 for 4 last night and got 75% in the green. So that's a big day for him as he's rolling. So you might want to listen to him. Let's get those best bets. What you got tonight?
Damn right. We are moving in the right direction. And NFL has been a specialty of sorts thus far, 3 weeks in. That's probably where we found our NFL bets. Here are your 5 best bets for tonight as the Seahawks are taking on the Cardinals in Arizona. First, I got Seattle money line. Seattle Seahawks to win this game outright. I got the odds at minus 130. If they're going to do that, the Seahawks are going to need to score some points. So I'm on the Seahawks team total over 21.5 points tonight for the Seattle Seahawks against the Cardinals. And then these last three, they're all player props. I'll give them to you real quick, and then we can talk about it. Kyler Murray, that little baby back, you know what? Not stand this guy.
He's a former Aggie.
Yeah. Kyler Murray under 21.5 completions tonight. Under 21.5 completions.
That's not a bad one.
And then 2 Seahawks for you. The running back, Kenneth Walker, I got over 52.5 rushing yards for him. And then Cooper Kupp, been very quiet, the veteran receiver. Not expecting him to go off tonight, but I do expect him to catch more than 3.5 balls. So Cooper Kupp, over 3.5 receptions tonight for the Seahawks. Those are your 5 best bets. What do y'all like, boys?
I think I like all those player prop bets. Had you lost yesterday and been in the red, I think I'd have been over that Cooper Kupp one. I would have been forced to jump on that. Fortunately for me, and you know what I'm dealing with after having to buy those floors and those doors. Fortunately Tyler came through last night,
man. Keep fighting.
and I have to spare that. That throw on. I mean, let's not lie. I'm going to throw 100, but whatever I was going to throw on there, I don't have to do. But I like the player props. Cooper Kupp, I like the most, and Kenneth Walker too.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm with you on the Seahawks.
Yeah,
So,
you are. Yeah, I like the Cardinals.
You're right.
Yeah, I like the Cardinals tonight. All right, Luke, we appreciate you. You fantastic job as always. Again, appreciate the Bud Light staff, Bud Light in general for helping us out. The staff here, Buffalo Wild Wings in general. Our guy Matt, great job. The engineer keeping us on the air. Osita, promo staff doing a great job. Tyler, of course, doing things back at the spot and holding us